starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Akihara Kagura's 17th birthday gift, Konoha's collapse plan. The first Hokage is very strong. Akihara Kagura can fully appreciate the strength of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and whispered, "It seems that Orochimaru has escaped. Kabuto, go meet him." Except for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one in the ninja world can understand the strength of Senju Hashirama better than Akihara Kagura. This is Akihara Kagura's new boss. This system is good. The resurrected boss is also a boss. This time, we should thank Orochimaru. If it weren't for Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura would not have thought that he could find a new boss, and even let him get more powerful power. Akihara Kagura took a look at his system page. The total amount of chakra that he could condense has increased to 5S level, which should be the limit of a normal ninja. In addition, chakra is also in his body. The combination of abundant chakra and the samsara Rin, makes Akihara Kagura feel that he can easily perform ninjutsu. Many techniques only need to allow chakra to flow through the body in the way the technique is performed. A hand seal can be used to simplify the technique or even release it directly without making a hand seal. The power of the technique is also greatly increased. For example, the Reikari technique obtained from Hatake Kakashi, the Water Dragon Bullet technique obtained from the third Hokage, etc. As for wood release, Akihara Kagura can perform wood release at will by putting her hands together. Akihara Kagura is finally a serious ninja who does not need to make a hand seal. In the Hidden Sound Village, Hashirama Senju's arm is recovering rapidly. The impure world reincarnation has an immortal body, and even if the body is broken, it can recover quickly. However, as a beneficiary of the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, Hashirama Senju subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect this body to be so weak that it can't even withstand the power of this technique. Are you mocking my art? Deidara quickly flew down on the clay giant bird. No, no. Senju Hashirama waved his hands quickly, still behaving politely when facing the enemy. The first generation Hokage would never laugh at others' weakness. After all, when he was alive, there was no one stronger than him in the ninja world. His body is recovering. Uchiha Itachi looked at Senju Hashirama with some uneasiness. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes instantly turned scarlet, staring at Senju Hashirama's reincarnated body. This chakra. Sharingan. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Itachi, and immediately looked at Uchiha Itachi with some curiosity. Konoha's forward protector, you are a member of Madara's clan, and also a ninja of Konoha, right? Why are you mixing with ninjas from other villages? This first generation Hokage is too long-winded. Hoshigaki Kisame waved the Samedhara broadsword and slashed at Senju Hashirama. However, Hashirama Senju dodged Samedhara's broadsword and kicked Hoshigaki Kisame in the chest, sending him flying. The first Hokage's physical skills were also quite powerful. Shinra Tensei. A huge repulsive force instantly pushed Hashirama Senju flying. These eyes. Hashirama Senju crossed his arms and flew backwards. He looked at Tendo Pain's eyes with some surprise and curiosity, but before he could say anything more, a group of Akatsuki people rushed towards him again. Wood release, tree world advent. Hashirama Senju quickly closed his palms. Vines and tree roots emerged from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was turned into a forest. All members of Akatsuki were being chased by the vines in the woods. Be careful. Uchiha Itachi dodged the attack of vines and tree roots in the woods, and reminded his teammates softly, don't stay in the same place for more than 1 second. After 5 seconds of calm expression, Tendo Pain suddenly raised his palm. You leave here, I will clean up the battlefield. Shinra Tensei. A more surging repulsive force erupted with him as the center, and the entire forest was overturned by this repulsive force. The small sound village instantly became a ruin. Asshole. Orochimaru, who was fleeing far away, noticed this scene and gritted his teeth in hatred. The village he had worked hard to raise funds to build was turned into ruins. However, Orochimaru could not continue to care about these trivial matters. He had to leave here quickly and find a way to hide and find a base that the Akatsuki organization could not find. Fortunately, his plan was not a failure this time. Although the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama was an idiot, He still bought him time to escape and also allowed him to obtain the experimental data of the impure world reincarnation. This bunch of bastards. Orochimaru looked back at the Akatsuki village where the battle was getting fierce again, and said his oath coldly, "When I use the impure world reincarnation technique to capture a Kagura and get a Kagura's body in the future, you won't be so lucky. One first-generation Hokage may not be enough, so add a second-generation Hokage." Orochimaru is very confident because he has a lot of collections in his hands. However, when Orochimaru rushed to one of his bases, he saw the figure of Kabuto Yakushi here, and Kabuto Yakushi brought him the belated news. "I got the news of the Akatsuki organization's dispatch in advance, and I planned to report it to Lord Orochimaru, but I was imprisoned by Kagura. He wanted to kill someone with a knife." That brat. Orochimaru was in a worse mood. Kagura, that bastard brat, sent Shimura Danzo to his Akatsuki village, pretending that everyone is now an ally, but secretly he is scheming to harm him as an ally. Although Orochimaru himself wanted to murder Kagura, forget it. Orochimaru couldn't continue to pursue Kagura's fault, and even had to comfort Yakushi. Kabuto, although I received the news a little late, I still want to thank you for the information you sent. At least I know that Kagura has evil intentions in the covenant with me." The battle in Akatsuki was over soon. The resurrected Senju Hashirama could not use power beyond the impure earth body, and the quality of the sacrifice was not up to standard, so his resurrected impure earth body quickly dissipated completely. The people of Akatsuki fought a big battle, but they didn't find the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. However, they didn't give up, but increased their efforts to track down Shimura Danzo. Obviously, they have to fight for a long time. In the future, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo will have to avoid the pursuit of Akatsuki everywhere, and from time to time they will have to face a team of Akatsuki members. For this, Orochimaru had to ask Kagura for help. Through Kabuto Yakushi, he asked Kagura to help dispatch Konoha's people to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization, so that they could have some breathing space. System prompt, new work task, Orochimaru, help Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo avoid the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization. This kind of task couldn't be easier to solve. Kagura sent White Zetsuari to find Nagato, and soon brought back good news. Nagato heard Kagura's plan and simply issued a new task. System prompt, new work task, Nagato, let Shimura Danzo feel the pain of this world. As expected of him, he really issued such a strange task. The Akatsuki organization did not give up the plan to hunt down Orochimaru. It's just that the Akatsuki organization will not spend all its time hunting down Orochimaru. They still need to continue to gather funds and recruit people. If the members of the Akatsuki organization find out the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo again, they will naturally go out to hunt them down, but it will no longer be the first priority. Although Nagato also hoped that Akatsuki would organize a team-building activity to hunt down Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo every day, Akatsuki's war weapon plan was the top priority. As for Orochimaru, Kagura was not vague. Kagura only needed to order her Shirato puppet, Scorpion of the Red Sand, to hunt down Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. With Scorpion of the Red Sand holding her back, Deidara alone could do nothing and could completely let Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo escape. This was a circular mining task. If it weren't for Kagura's good character and the fact that White Zetsu and Wei needed time to go back and forth, Kagura really wanted to make these daily tasks. After helping Orochimaru escape from Akatsuki's pursuit for the first time, Kagura directly dug out a large mine and obtained the latest research results of Orochimaru. Cursed Seal Technique. Cursed seals formed using natural energy can freely restrain the target's actions, control the target's body or give the target power through the cursed seal. Even if the target's chakra is exhausted, the cursed seal can provide chakra for the target. This technique is extremely useful to Kagura. Because Kagura's Tendao, Shisu, Shurdao, Scorpion and Zaodao, Hanzo all need him to provide chakra to use the technique. Exactly. The seal technique can convert natural energy into the caster's chakra. Just apply the seal on their chakra receivers to give them abundant chakra. Kagura was very interested in this technique. As soon as he got the seal technique, he tried to apply the seal to strengthen all his people. Little Karn got a seal first. The little girl had 2 marks on her wrists. One mark was in the shape of a small leaf, which looked a little black. It was the seal that Kagura applied to her. The other mark was a little lighter in color. It was Akihara Kagura's flying thunder god mark. This was when she was in danger, so that Akihara Kagura could rescue her at any time. This seal. Little Karin looked at the seal on her wrist with some curiosity. This cursed seal is the natural energy tamed by Akihara Kagura. Once it erupts, it is not as hot as a flame like Orochimaru's cursed seal. Instead, it spreads on her arm like water, making her feel the increase in strength immediately. Vajra seal. 4 chains burst out from behind little Karin. At her age, she usually releases at most 1 chain. After the cursed seal is strengthened, her strength has increased by at least 4 times. Not bad. Akihara Kagura looked at little Karin with satisfaction and patted her head. Practice well and try to learn the Sage mode by yourself. In a few years, when the diamond seal behind you can reach the standard of sealing the tailed beast, you can take part in the Chunin exam. I heard that Lady Kagura took part in the Chunin exam alone. Should I take part in it alone like Lady Kagura? Does Karin want to make friends? Little Karin shook her head quickly. Let's see the situation. Akihara Kagura thought for a while and said, if it's appropriate, I can let a Jinan in the village take you to the Chunin exam. I heard that Jinan cooks delicious food and is very strong. And Kabuto also needs to continue to participate in the Chunin exam. Find a time to get rid of Orochimaru's 2 spies and let him join your team to help. Akihara Kagura felt that the little girl she rescued was like raising another daughter, but Karin's personality was not bad. Although little Karin was only good on the surface, this little girl was only gentle in front of Akihara Kagura, and gradually became the way Akihara Kagura was in the route behind the scenes. The Uchiha in the route listened to her very much. Akihara Kagura waved at little Karin, and like her predecessor, she sat at her desk and looked through the information in Konoha village. Okay, Karin, go to the training ground and practice well, and help me call in those guys A, B, C, and D. Yes. Little Karin walked out and saw the 12 Uchiha. She was particularly unhappy with a guy named Jia among the 12 Uchiha. Because Jia is said to be the name of Akihara Kagura when she joined the route. Don't think that you can get the favor of Lord Kagura just because you have a double blood limit. I am the most suitable helper for Lord Kagura. One day when Lord Kagura is seriously injured, I can use all my blood to exchange his life back, but you can only watch Lord Kagura get injured with your Sharingan. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha passerby nodded with a headache. Although he didn't know who else could seriously injure Akihara Kagura, quarreling with a little guy at this time would make him feel embarrassed in front of his clan. Life in the route is quite peaceful. Compared with the period of Shimura Danzo, the route obviously has more human touch, and the frequency of missions has also been greatly reduced. The main reason is that the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to let Akihara Kagura and the route to carry out missions most of the time, for fear that he would get the news of the outbreak of war in the ninja world one day. The ninja world has gradually entered a peaceful period. Except for some small news made by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, there are no signs of war. The ninja world seems to be peaceful all the time. The villagers of Konoha village have gradually become accustomed to peaceful life. Akihara Kagura and Karin are also growing up. The 12 Uchiha of the route have also become adults. Even if they take off their masks, not many people recognize them. They are just used to living with masks. Time passed by little. April 4th. This is a magical day. On Akihara Kagura's 17th birthday, the first person who came to send blessings was still no accident. The people of the route caught a little white snake that sneaked into the route. The little white snake held a scroll in its mouth, and on the scroll was still the word longevity written by Orochimaru. This is the way Orochimaru likes to give gifts. This time, the scroll sent by Orochimaru did not contain any shuriken or kyune, but a detailed plan drawn up by Orochimaru. Konoha's collapse plan. This is the gift Orochimaru intends to give to Akihara Kagura on her 17th birthday. Because the Chunin exams in the second half of Konoha this year will be a grand party, and Konoha's 2 allies, Sand Village and Mist Village, will participate. Second update. Time Dafa, because I have already laid the groundwork. Chapter 177. What do you think of my plan? Konoha collapse plan. Orochimaru's name is quite good, and the project plan is also well done, even to the point of when to launch it accurately. This project plan is very innovative. Because this Chunin exam is much more grand than the last one. In order to save the expenses of the Chunin exam, and to be able to show off their genius ninjas in this Chunin exam, Kirigakure and Sand Village agreed to participate in the joint Chunin exam held by Konoha, and the 3 major alliances also showed off their muscles to the other 2 major ninja villages. Obviously, Orochimaru added some more content to this plan, such as the Kaguya clan of Kusagakure will also participate in this plan, and even people from Kirigakure will also participate in this plan. The elder Yuanshi of Kirigakure will also come to Konoha and want to meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss important matters, which is also used by Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru's plan, they will first discuss the war against Konoha with the 4th Kazakage, lure the 4th Kazakage and Sand Village into the game, and then take the opportunity to kill the 4th Kazakage. Orochimaru will pretend to be Raza and meet with the Elder Master of Kirigakure, let Sand Village and Kirigakure unite to declare war on Konoha, lure Kirigakure into the game, and then kill the Elder Master of Kirigakure, let Shimura Danzo pretend to be the Master. Finally, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo will pretend to be Raza and the Master respectively, attend the 3rd Chunin exam, and choose to lead the people of Sand Village and Kirigakure to declare war on Konoha during the exam, and cooperate with the warlike Kaguya clan of Kusagakure. In this way, Konoha will definitely collapse. It has to be said, Orochimaru's plan is perfect. Even more perfect than the plan in Akihara Kagura's memory. Akihara Kagura praised Orochimaru in his heart, stuffed the scroll back into the mouth of the little white snake, and instructed the little white snake, "This plan is not good, fight back and redo it. Tell Lord Orochimaru that we can't burn our boats and attack at the same time, we have to launch it step by step. If Konoha holds on and doesn't collapse, they will collapse first." The little white snake could only swallow the scroll and leave. This plan is too early. The Chunin exam will take more than half a year, and the graduates of this year's ninja school have not been assigned yet. Akihara Kagura took his Konoha ninja forward protector and put it on his head. Now he is the assistant of the Hokage of Konoha village, and his work tasks are quite heavy. The 17-year-old assistant of the Hokage is not a low status. The 12-year-old Korin still wore glasses and held a folder, reporting to Akihara Kagura about his busy schedule today. In the morning, he had to go to the Hokage building for a meeting, at noon, he had to go to the mission meeting place, and in the evening, he had to go to the Konoha orphanage to attend the birthday party held for him by Yakashinono. "I'm going to the Hokage building for a meeting first." Before leaving the route, Akihara Kagura specifically instructed, "Karin, help me register who didn't give me a gift. Those who gave gifts don't need to register." "Okay." Karin nodded immediately. The 12 Uchiha began to look at each other. Although Akihara Kagura is the boss, they are a little older than Akihara Kagura, and they are still a little speechless about some of their boss's childish behavior. In the past few years, these Uchiha have made rapid progress. Since they spend most of their time practicing in the limited Tsukuyomi world, their practice time is longer than others. However, because they stay in the limited Tsukuyomi time for too long, they can even immediately distinguish what is an illusion and what is real. The benefits of the illusion world to them are getting less and less, which also leads to these Uchiha having almost no feelings for the people in the illusion world. No feelings for the people in the illusion world. Naturally, there is no way to use the illusion world to awaken a Mangekyou Sharingan. Akihara Kagura doesn't need a particularly strong power. You can't let them fight each other for a Mangekyou Sharingan. What's the difference between that behavior and Shimura Danzo? Some old people who survived the night of genocide thought that after they killed Uchiha Itachi in revenge, they might be able to awaken the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan. Akihara Kagura is not in a hurry. Because Akihara Kagura is already strong enough. What Akihara Kagura needs now is more chakra to awaken the Ten Tails body in her body. She needs a suitable opportunity to absorb a lot of chakra to accelerate the awakening of the Ten Tails body in her body and promote it to a stronger 6 paths level as soon as possible. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Katoen and Udatane Kaharu have all arrived. The recent theme in this Hokage building has been discussing the issue of ninja students who are about to graduate from the ninja school, and who should be their guiding jonin for this year's graduates. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already selected a suitable candidate, but he was still a little hesitant about one thing. He really hoped that Akihara Kagura could send Korin into team. It is actually quite appropriate to let Karin join the team of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Once the 9 tails in Naruto's body goes berserk, Karin can completely control it. I think so too. Akihara Kagura nodded quickly and agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion very much. Then send Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to the route, and I will personally teach these two little guys. Once the 9 tails in Naruto's body goes berserk, I can quickly subdue it. After Akihara Kagura said this, she put forward another idea of her own. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I will definitely find a chance to reunite him with his clan members. As long as Karin takes action at the critical moment of the mission, this hidden danger can be solved. Kagura, you have grown up, and you can't act so extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen was embarrassed to take the initiative to ask Akihara Kagura for her assistant. He could only sigh and said according to his original plan, don't worry about this matter. Let's wait until these little guys graduate. With their talents, it will definitely be enough. Akihara Kagura also sighed, frowned and said, don't Naruto and Sasuke like to join the route? Third Hokage, why not let them choose their own destiny? Over the years, Uchiha Sasuke learned that Karin had made rapid progress after joining the route, and he was eager to join the route. From time to time, he would run to the Hokage building to block him. As for Uzumaki Naruto thought that joining the route was also good. Because Uzumaki Naruto didn't have many friends in the village. In addition to a few friends in the ninja school, there were only Akihara Kagura, Karin, Hatake Kakashi and Madara Shienko. Akihara Kagura and Karin were both in the route. Hatake Kakashi was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to withdraw from the Anbu 2 years ago and began to serve as a guiding Jonin, but he never found a suitable team member. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that Hatake Kakashi would leave the darkness of the Anbu and return to the light life, Hatake Kakashi did not want to withdraw and had been planning to join the route so that he would have the opportunity to carry out the task of tracking Uchiha Obito. As for Madara Shienko, this tutor has become a special Jonin. She only goes out to perform missions from time to time, and occasionally serves as the chief examiner of the Chunin exam in the village. To be honest, if Uzumaki Naruto were to choose, joining the route directly would be a suitable choice. After all, Uchiha Sasuke, the first in the class, wanted to join the route of Akihara Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto felt that he was luckier than Uchiha Sasuke. As long as he had a few words with Akihara Kagura, he could directly join the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head helplessly. He definitely did not agree with Uzumaki Naruto entering the route. It was not good for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to become extreme. It was too easy to fall into darkness. An Anbu suddenly pushed open the door and reported, Hokage-sama, the teachers of the ninja school have arrived. They have sent the test questions for this year's graduate exam. Let them in. Yes. The two walked into the office side by side. These two people are the graduation examiners of the ninja school. One is the old acquaintance Umino Iruka, and the other is the Chunin teacher named Mizuki. Umino Iruka was very serious and sincere, but Mizuki next to him kept looking here and there, not knowing what he was looking for. Umino Iruka handed over the graduation test questions they had prepared this year. This is the test question for this year's graduation exam. We have prepared it for the clone technique. According to the habits of the ninja school in previous years, most of them were about the 3 body techniques, such as the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitute technique. These techniques were all used as test questions in turn, because they were all techniques that ninjas would definitely use frequently in the future. To be honest, these test questions were very simple. Many people have always believed that ninja schools should teach some more powerful techniques and set some difficult tests in the graduation exams to prevent some civilian ninjas from learning powerful ninjutsu. In fact, the simple 3 body techniques actually opened a door for civilian ninjas. Because most civilian ninjas can condense very little chakra, which is not enough to learn or even release some powerful ninjutsu. Instead, it will further widen the gap between some children from the ninja clan and civilian children in the ninja school, and even the test is too difficult, which will cause some civilian ninjas to fail to graduate and become Jonin. Compared to delaying the growth of a few civilian geniuses, it is more important to allow more civilian children to graduate and become ninjas. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, will keep an eye on them, and some guiding Jonin will teach them carefully when they find geniuses. Let's do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision directly. Umino Iruka and Mizuki lowered their heads and left here. Akihara Kagura tapped his arm lightly with his fingers, thinking about this guy named Mizuki. He knew that guy always wanted to join Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at the Chunin named Mizuki and brought up an important topic. Why is the teacher named Mizuki always distracted? Maybe he has evil intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, and he also wanted to bring up this topic. I have been observing Mizuki all the time, and found that he is a person who is eager to get power and will do anything to get it. He always appears secretly near my house and asks about the information of the sealed book from time to time. I will kill him. Akihiro Kagura said this sentence habitually. No, there is no need to be so extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and looked at Akihiro Kagura. It just so happens that Naruto is going to become a ninja, and many people in the village are against Naruto becoming a ninja. The truth at the time can't be concealed anymore. Perhaps, it's time for someone to tell Naruto the truth of 12 years ago. This matter can't be concealed forever. Before we let Naruto become a ninja, we must let him know the truth that the villagers reject him, lest he cause the Nine Tails chakra to run wild in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Akihiro Kagura and continued, I heard that Naruto's clone technique has never been up to standard. This is because he has too much chakra in his body and cannot control it, just like you back then. There happens to be a forbidden technique in the Book of Sealing, which is most suitable for Naruto to practice, and Mizuki happens to be staring at the Book of Sealing. Multiple shadow clone technique. Akihiro Kagura remembered the forbidden technique and offered, I'll find a chance to teach Naruto. Kakashi taught me back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt so tired of talking, and tried to guide Akihiro Kagura. Mizuki is bent on stealing the sealed book in the village, and wants to learn the forbidden techniques in it. Then kill him as soon as possible. Akihiro Kagura still proposed his own extreme approach, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you are worried that I will cause a commotion if I take action, I will go back and give the order to let the people of the root secretly take him away and deal with him, and bury him in the mountains behind the village. Why are the leaders of the root acting so extreme? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his heart was also tired, and he had to speak out his thoughts. I want Mizuki, who has malicious intentions in his heart, to tell Naruto the truth about the night of the genocide 12 years ago. Perhaps his words will be more embarrassing to Naruto. That Mizuki is not good enough, right? Akihiro Kagura frowned and raised his own objection. That Mizuki knows so little. He doesn't even know Uchiha Obito. I know more. Why don't I take the time to talk to Naruto and let him know who his enemy is? You can't be strong if you have hatred in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed quietly, took a big puff of cigarette, and exhaled a big smoke ring. I plan to let Mizuki use Naruto, let Naruto learn a technique, and let him understand that there are people in this world who will use him, and there are also many people who care about him, hoping to train him to go the right way. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to hand this matter over to Akihiro Kagura. Because there is darkness in Akihiro Kagura and the root, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also wants to teach Akihiro Kagura how to correctly use some dark means. I think I understand. Let's leave it to the root. Akihiro Kagura took the initiative to take over this conspiracy. After all, the root was originally responsible for doing dirty work, so it was understandable that he did this. More importantly, Akihiro Kagura had long been eyeing the Book of Seals. Akihiro Kagura has always acted as a person who is very satisfied with his strength. He only showed that he needed strength when he encountered setbacks and difficulties. Akihiro Kagura knew that his strength was too strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not let him read the Book of Seals easily, and he never took the initiative to mention it. Sarutobi Hiruzen never mentioned this matter, as if the Book of Seals never existed. This time may be a good opportunity. Akihiro Kagura took the initiative to propose her plan to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll find someone to beat up that guy named Mizuki, and make him steal the Book of Sealing, and let him tell Naruto that the people in the village have always hated him for being the nine-tailed demon fox, but he, as a teacher, has always known that Naruto is innocent and has always cared about him, so in order for Naruto to graduate during the graduation examination, he helped Naruto steal the Book of Sealing, just so that Naruto can learn the multiple shadow clone technique in the Book of Sealing and pass the exam smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihiro Kagura in shock. Although the plan proposed by Akihiro Kagura was not bad and sounded like it should be able to impress someone, it felt like something was not right. Wait, isn't this clearing the guy named Mizuki? However, how could Akihiro Kagura's plan be so misguided? He quickly added the second half of the plan. When Naruto has learned the multiple shadow clone technique, we will arrest Mizuki and let Naruto know that a teacher went to jail for him to become a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a long time, and fell into deep thought. The third update. Daily 10,000 completed. Akihiro Kagura is a master at planning and never short-sighted. Chapter 178. If my script is great, why can't you applaud? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat melancholy. Akihiro Kagura's idea was actually in line with the root style. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a little uncomfortable. Why did Mizuki, who wanted to betray Konoha, Become a glorious sacrifice. Third generation Hokage, shouldn't we do this? Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked sincerely, in the end, Mizuki will be punished for stealing the Book of Seals. Naruto will use this opportunity to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in the Book of Seals. He will understand the truth of 12 years ago and will not be depressed because of it. My idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a while and took the initiative to say, I hope Iruka can take on the responsibility of guiding Naruto. Iruka is an excellent teacher. He has a strong will of fire and will be able to guide Naruto better in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura and pointed out the shortcomings of Akihara Kagura's plan. Mizuki is a person with evil intentions. If Naruto knows the true face of Mizuki in the future, then kill Mizuki. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his attitude still sincere. As long as Mizuki is killed, no one will know it anymore. Just like Lord Danzo taught me before, if you don't want people to know some of the truth, just get rid of the people who may lead to the truth. Don't always follow Danzo's way. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked hard, thinking of the old friend who defected, and suddenly felt depressed. Danzo is on the wrong path. What you need to do is not only to eliminate the darkness in the village, but also to explore the shining points of the ninjas in the village. You must learn to let others do things, instead of relying on power to solve everything. There are always things in this world that power cannot solve. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick smoke ring and continued to educate. When walking on a road, you can't just care about the end of the road, but also see the beautiful scenery on the side of the road. Do anything, don't ignore the process and go directly to the result. Know people and use people. This is what a future Hokage should do. Akihara Kagura has grown up, and he is more and more result-oriented. This behavior is not good, because the process of doing things is also very important, otherwise he will become like Danzo, who will do anything to achieve his goals. Then I'll add the role of Sensei Iruka. Akihara Kagura saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not satisfied, so he slightly modified the story he was writing. I will review Mizuki later and help him make reasonable arrangements. Both the process and the result should be carried out as much as possible according to the guidance of the third Hokage. Let Sensei Iruka be Naruto's life mentor. This teacher really cares about Naruto. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and even took the initiative to reveal some information. In fact, Iruka's parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Then he should hate Uchiha Obito. Akihara Kagura mentioned his other boss casually, and said, come to think of it, it makes sense for Sensei Iruka to take care of Naruto. Naruto's parents, the fourth Hokage and his wife, sacrificed their lives to save the village, so that everyone in the village survived. Uzumaki Naruto's parents are no secret to Akihara Kagura, a high-ranking official of Konoha. Until now, the civilians in the village secretly cursed Uzumaki Naruto as the nine-tailed demon fox, but that did not stop them from admiring the fourth Hokage as the hero who saved the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to smoke vigorously again. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to praise Uzumaki Iruka. Unlike other people who lost their loved ones in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, he treated Uzumaki Naruto equally like a real teacher, and even took better care of this little guy. But when it came out of Akihara Kagura's mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that what Akihara Kagura said made a lot of sense. But according to Akihara Kagura's logic, not only Umino Iruka should take care of Naruto, but the whole Konoha should take good care of Naruto for this, instead of being rejected by all the villagers like now. Forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to discuss this issue, and finally taught, since you want to do this with a root, then do it well. System prompt, new work task, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let Uzumaki Naruto know the truth of the year, let Naruto learn the multiple shadow clone technique and graduate successfully, prevent Mizuki from getting the sealed book, and let Umino Iruka complete the mission of a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really an old politician. When other bosses have this kind of task, Akihara Kagura can brush out many tasks, but here, such a task becomes a task for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then I won't go to the task gathering place in the afternoon. Akihara Kagura took the opportunity to push away her afternoon schedule. Akihara Kagura was also unwilling to stay in the task gathering place every day and deal with a group of customers who posted the employment tasks. This kind of thing should be the job of the Hokage. Ninja School. Mizuki stood in the teacher's office, looking down at Uzumaki Naruto, who was rejected by a group of children, and a hideous smile flashed across his face. Mizuki wanted to get the village's sealed book, But he didn't dare to take risks on his own, for fear of attracting the attention of the village's Anbu. He had long thought of making good use of Uzumaki Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. A red-haired girl wearing glasses walked in, followed by a group of red-eyed ninjas in gray Anbu uniforms. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. Anbu Mizuki's heart trembled, thinking that his plot had been discovered. The first thought of this Chunin teacher was to escape. He quickly opened the window and wanted to jump out of the window. A golden chain suddenly emerged from Karin's body and directly tied up his body. The golden chain pulled Mizuki's body back from the window and pulled him back to Karin's side. Karin raised her hand and punched Mizuki to the ground. "Why are you running?" Karin adjusted her glasses and whispered, "Lord Kagura is right. It seems that this guy is really guilty. Take him away." Lord Kagura Mizuki remembered the big man he met in the Hokage building during the day. The root base. A group of people escorted Mizuki to this dark base. Mizuki's fear grew bigger and bigger. He could hardly believe that there was such a dark place in Konoha. Where exactly is this? This is the root. Karin introduced her work department softly and said softly, "If nothing unexpected happens, you should have heard of this name." Mizuki felt a little incredible. Mizuki had indeed heard of this department. Because Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto in the graduating class mentioned that they wanted to enter the root, Mizuki had been wondering what kind of department the root was. He didn't expect that the root base was so dark. Obviously, this department didn't look like a legal organization. "Interrogate him." Karin waved her hands and threw a small red bottle to them, saying, "No matter what means are used, as long as he's not dead, this thing can save him." The small red bottle contained Karin's blood. "Any means necessary, isn't that a bit extreme?" The leading root ninja took the small red bottle from Karin and asked Karin hesitantly, "I remember that Lord Kagura said last time that you don't need to draw your own blood all the time. Where did this thing come from? You talk too much?" The red-haired girl glared at him, with a fierce look in her eyes. "So you are absolutely not allowed to tell Lord Kagura about this, and no. Hey, don't think that you can replace me by reporting to Lord Kagura." This group of surviving Uchiha was very troubled. They were not as old as Karin. How could they go to Akihara Kagura to report anything? They just felt sorry for Karin, a child they had seen grow up. Moreover, Karin's blood is very precious and should not be wasted on this guy named Mizuki. They have many ways to interrogate Mizuki's crimes. Moreover, this guy named Mizuki seems to be very timid. It is estimated that Karin's blood will not be used at all without any particularly cruel means to confess. Karin seems to be able to guess this and coldly said, "If you don't need it, you can keep it for yourself. It may save your life one day." "Well, you gave it to me on my birthday last time. Most of these Uchiha have Karin's blood. I don't know what's wrong with this little girl." In addition to following Akihara Kagura, she spends most of her time either practicing or staying in the laboratory. The gifts she gives to others are also strange, and she especially likes to give her own blood. However, Karin's blood is indeed very precious. Once injured or lacking physical strength, Karin's blood can save lives, although these surviving Uchiha have not performed any dangerous tasks in recent years. "Hurry up and interrogate him." Karin looked at the group of Uchiha and urged impatiently, "You'd better hurry up and don't delay us from accompanying Kagura-sama to the orphanage for a birthday party tonight." This year, Director Nono made a big birthday cake. "Yes." The group of Uchiha nodded hurriedly, dragged Mizuki to an interrogation room, and even learned a lot from Mizuki before he could be tortured. Akihara Kagura also got all the charges against Mizuki. For example, Mizuki once killed his companions in order to complete a mission, and wanted to use Uzumaki Naruto to steal the village's sealed book in order to gain power. He even said that Mizuki was jealous of and hated his old friend Umino Iruka. This little thing is actually enough to be sentenced to death. Akihara Kagura took a confession with Mizuki's handprint and said softly, "Bring him to my office, I will arrange a brilliant and magnificent life for him." Little Karin nodded in surprise. Although Karin didn't quite understand what Akihara Kagura wanted to do, she felt that Mizuki probably didn't want a glorious life. Mizuki was dragged into Akihara Kagura's office like a dead dog. As soon as he was released, he collapsed on the ground, sweating all over his body. When the Chunin teacher was lying on the ground shivering, he saw the young Hokage assistant he met in the Hokage building in the morning. "Kagura-sama. Kagura-sama. Spare me. I can help you with anything, be strong." Akihara Kagura squatted beside him and handed him a glass of pear juice with a smile. "Drink something sweet first to replenish your physical strength." I heard that you want to use Naruto to steal the Book of Ceilings. I don't want to. I don't dare to. No, it's not a question of whether you dare or not. Akihiro Kagura shook his head and seriously helped him plan his life. I feel that you are lying. In fact, you are not for the Book of Ceilings, but the technique of the Book of Ceilings. It's me. The Book of Ceilings should say the technique to unlock the seal of the Nine Tails. Akihiro Kagura patted his shoulder and tried to help him up with her own hands. You have always been jealous of Yumino Aruka for getting the position of ninja teacher before you, and hated the village for not giving you the position of Konoha teacher. You also saw that Yumino Aruka was an excellent teacher, and even treated Uzumaki Naruto, the nine-tailed demon fox who had killed his parents, equally in the ninja school. Akihiro Kagura looked at Mizuki, who was trembling and dared not stand up, and could only squat beside him affectionately and continue to help him plan in a friendly manner. So you want to steal the Book of Seals, and want to use the Book of Seals to unlock the nine-tailed seal in Uzumaki Naruto's body, and create a nine-tailed rebellion in the village again, so that Yumino Aruka will regret caring for Uzumaki Naruto in school. No, I'm not. Mizuki was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. He just wanted to steal a Book of Seals. He just wanted to steal the Book of Seals to join Orochimaru. The crime that Akihiro Kagura had put him in was too great, and Mizuki was well aware that his small body could not bear it. Be braver, and don't be limited by your thoughts. Akihiro Kagura stood up slowly. He looked at the shadow under the light, flicked his fingers lightly, and controlled Mizuki's shadow. With Akihiro Kagura's control, Mizuki's body stood up with a change of the shadow, and even stood upright in front of Akihiro Kagura. This shadow control technique, Mizuki had heard of the horror of this technique a long time ago. It is said that the shadow control technique is the secret technique of the Nara clan among the three tribes of Ino, Deer, and Joe. How could Akihiro Kagura, the assistant of Hokage, know such a terrifying technique? Shisu. Akihiro Kagura instructed casually, and then said, you will control him to complete this task. Are you really going to recreate the Nine Tails rebellion in the village? Tendao Shisu's body slowly emerged from the shadow, and looked at Akihiro Kagura hesitantly. Even if you can stop it easily. He doesn't deserve it. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Mizuki and whispered about Mizuki's fate. When he tells his conspiracy and tries to open the Nine-Tails seal on Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto's teacher Yumino Aruka will stop him. Of course, teacher Aruka will definitely not be able to defeat Mizuki, but he will tell Naruto that the Book of Sealing has a move that can defeat Mizuki, the multiple shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto learned the multiple shadow clone technique in the Book of Sealing, which solved the problem of Mizuki, the mastermind behind the scenes, and prevented the possible Nine Tails rebellion crisis in the village. He became a hero who stopped the Nine Tails rebellion like his father. My script, what do you think? Akihiro Kagura looked at Mizuki's increasingly panicked eyes and asked softly, if you think it's great, why can't you all applaud? First update. If the script is great and I update a lot, why can't you all vote for it? Chapter 179 Kakashi, you are not fit to become a root ninja. Mizuki's face was pale. There was a wave of applause in the office. Akihiro Kagura's plan was quite brilliant. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, Akihiro Kagura perfectly arranged the roles of everyone, and even Mizuki's small villain status rose to more than one level. The root ninjas took the initiative to applaud Akihiro Kagura's plan. Karin took a small notebook and looked at everyone present one by one, helping to record those who did not applaud. Obviously, everyone in the root respected Akihiro Kagura very much. Only Mizuki, an outsider, was not very sensible. Not only did he not think about applauding and celebrating, he even wanted to refute Akihiro Kagura's plan. Fortunately, Akihiro Kagura was a good person. His fingers gently controlled the shadow and then controlled Mizuki's body, causing Mizuki to symbolically clap his hands and even grinned a not-so-ugly smile. Obviously, Mizuki also chose to agree to this plan. Come to think of it. Akihiro Kagura patted Mizuki's shoulder in a friendly manner. Don't you want to surrender to Orochimaru? When we catch you, we will say that Orochimaru instructed you to do so. Then it's decided. Akihiro Kagura's fingers relaxed, and he ordered, tell him to add a charge of colluding with the S-rank traitor Orochimaru to his confession. As Akihiro Kagura stopped controlling Mizuki's shadow, Mizuki's body immediately collapsed, and he hurriedly wanted to crawl to Akihiro Kagura's side. Tendo Shiso immediately appeared in Mizuki's shadow and controlled Mizuki's body, preventing the soon-to-be stylish villain boss from doing anything rude and embarrassing. and made Mizuki add an additional charge of colluding with Orochimaru to his confession. Let's go. Akihiro Kagura waved at Tendao Shisa with satisfaction, and then looked at Karin. Remember to invite Iruka-sensei to the dinner party tonight. He took good care of you in the past. Yes. Karin nodded. Yumino Iruka felt a little strange when he received the invitation, but it happened that Uzumaki Naruto would also attend, so he simply went to the dinner party with Naruto. Konoha Orphanage. This orphanage seemed a bit lively. Over the years, the orphanage has not lacked funds. Most of the orphans that Yakashi Nono had raised have already worked or even started a family. The most promising child has become the assistant of Konoha's Hokage, and is also the child that Yakashi Nono feels the most guilty about. Yakashi Nono has been trying her best to make up for it, but she is just the director of an orphanage, and basically there is nothing she can do to help. The only thing she can do for Akihiro Kagura is probably to celebrate his birthday. There are many people coming tonight. Even Sai, who had joined the Anbu a long time ago, specially asked for leave to come back. Hatake Kakashi, Matara Shianko and Uzumaki Naruto were all frequent visitors. Yumino Iruka had visited the Konoha orphanage before, but it was his first time to attend such a celebration. A group of people had a happy party. Akihiro Kagura specially asked Yumino Iruka to stay, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was leaving, and whispered, "I didn't expect that Naruto would graduate in the blink of an eye." Yes, Yumino Iruka was a little reserved. Akihiro Kagura looked at Iruka and asked softly, "The nine-tailed demon fox in the village becomes a ninja. Many people don't want to see this happen, right?" Iruka Yumino was silent for a while and whispered, "Naruto is a brave child. I also hope that he can become an excellent ninja, but his clone technique has not been practiced very well, and he may not be able to meet the graduation standards. I heard about this from Red Bean." Akihiro Kagura stared at Iruka Yumino and continued, "However, I don't care about this little thing. This is something for the teachers of your ninja school to judge. Also, I want to remind Teacher Iruka that Naruto is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki in the village, not an ordinary ninja student." "I see." Iruka Yumino nodded quickly. Although Iruka Yumino hated the nine-tailed fox for taking the lives of his parents, as a teacher in a ninja school, he would still act fairly. Actually, the top management also has considerations. Akihiro Kagura looked at Yumino Iruka with satisfaction and continued to remind him, "The test questions you have chosen this time are good, just suitable for the top management's considerations. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is too huge to control. It is difficult for him to control chakra accurately at his age, and he will definitely not be able to pass the test of the clone technique. The third Hokage intends to let Naruto try to learn a technique that can allow his chakra to be directly released. Multiple shadow clone technique. This technique is just a little dangerous. Wait, isn't that a forbidden technique that can endanger his life?" Yumino Iruka couldn't help but blurt out. This is the consideration of the top management. They want to see if Uzumaki Naruto has the courage to pay the price of his life to become a ninja. Akihiro Kagura frowned, and when she saw Yumino Iruka calm down, she continued, "You just need to know about this. As long as he can work hard to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in order to become a ninja, he will also have powerful ninjutsu to protect himself. If he dies, it will also be a lucky thing for the village." Akihiro Kagura looked at Yumino Iruka deeply. A nine-tailed Jinchuriki who cannot become a ninja may lose control at any time. Instead of letting him continue to live, it is better to eliminate this potential threat early. But Yumino Iruka still wanted to argue, wanted to defend his student. The fact that Naruto is the nine-tailed demon fox is not his fault. 12 years ago, Naruto was just a child. The people in the village won't care about these. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Iruka and said indifferently, "The people in the village will only think that he is the demon fox who caused the Nine-Tails rebellion, instead of thinking that he is innocent and that he is a companion." Iruka Yumino was somewhat indescribably sad, because Iruka Yumino was also one of those who hated Uzumaki Naruto. "It's enough to follow orders." Akihiro Kagura looked at Iruka Yumino coldly, not caring about his concern for Uzumaki Naruto, and casually threw the black pot on the head of the third Hokage. "This is the task assigned by the third Hokage, and I am just responsible for the execution." Akihiro Kagura directly suppressed with her power, "What you have to do is to observe whether Naruto has the determination to become a ninja and to protect the village at all costs during this period, and judge whether he has the potential to become an excellent Konoha ninja. This is the benefit of being a high-level person." Akihiro Kagura can completely let the ninjas below carry out tasks in the name of orders from superiors, just like Shimura Danzo. Yes. Iruka Yumino lowered his head helplessly. You can go now. Akihiro Kagura waved and sent him off. Yes. Yumino Iruka could only leave here in frustration. When the Chunin teacher left, Hatake Kakashi sat over and asked curiously, I just saw you bullying Iruka. You don't always bully the honest people. This is the order of the third Hokage. Akihiro Kagura continued to blame his immediate superior and took a look at Hatake Kakashi. This guy won't have a comfortable future. Why haven't you found a suitable student yet? This is your third year as a guiding Jonin, right? Those kids. There's always something wrong. Hatake Kakashi picked up the pear juice in front of Akihiro Kagura. By the way, how is the transfer of me to the route? The route is not suitable for you. Akihiro Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and shook his head. I'm not suitable. Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihiro Kagura in surprise, thinking that this guy was talking nonsense. A former Enbu captain is not suitable for a route? Coincidentally, when a route ninja saw that there was no pear juice in front of Akihiro Kagura, he took the initiative to come over and help pour a glass of pear juice and put it in front of Akihiro Kagura. This is a qualified route ninja. Akihiro Kagura looked at the somewhat stunned Hatake Kakashi. Isn't this just flattering Akihiro Kagura? No wonder this guy claimed that he was not suitable to join the route. Kakashi Hatake's forehead twitched. He felt that his three views had suffered a huge challenge. He sighed and said, why do I feel that the route has become a little corrupt? I've tried my best. Akihiro Kagura sighed and waved to his subordinates beside him. When Lord Danzo was here, the atmosphere in the route was much worse than it is now. Everyone's life must follow the wishes of Lord Danzo. I have worked hard to change the atmosphere of the route over the years. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Akihiro Kagura dimly. Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more corrupt, Assistant Hokage? Fortunately, I am the Assistant Hokage. Akihiro Kagura clinked glasses with Kakashi Hatake while holding pear juice. Be thankful that the current Assistant Hokage is your friend. If Lord Danzo was still in this position, you can go to the memorial stone in the back mountain tonight to choose a feng shui treasure land for yourself. Okay. Go back and rest early. I want to go back and rest early too. Akihiro Kagura stood up and patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder. During this period, we still need to help the graduates select the Jonin for guidance. I will help you pick a few problem students. Then I really have to thank you very much? Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Hatake Kakashi didn't really think that Akihiro Kagura would do such a thing, and the third Hokage would not agree to it. He thought Akihiro Kagura was joking. You're welcome, it's my duty. Akihiro Kagura waved her hand and was about to leave. She reminded Hatake Kakashi casually, by the way, I'm not joking this time. There are indeed many problem students in this year's graduates. As long as it's not Naruto, it's fine. Hatake Kakashi shook his hand indifferently. In the past few years, Hatake Kakashi and Madara Shianko have a good relationship. Hatake Kakashi understands Uzumaki Naruto's learning progress. Madara Shianko, the tutor, is really driven crazy by Uzumaki Naruto's homework. He is not good at both cultural and ninjutsu courses. The first time Madara Shianko made up her mind to teach Uzumaki Naruto to graduate early, the second time she made up her mind to teach Uzumaki Naruto to become the top graduate. Now for Madara Shianko, it would be a great success if Uzumaki Naruto could graduate. June. The graduation season of the ninja school is coming soon. The graduation examination of the ninja school was selected as the clone technique. Yumino Iruka has been paying attention to Uzumaki Naruto, fearing that someone would hurt a student, and was also worried about the fate of this student. He was very worried that Naruto would die in the future, but he didn't know what to do. He could only take one step at a time and give Naruto a little more care. It has to be said. This made Uzumaki Naruto have a good time during the graduation season. However, this does not mean that Uzumaki Naruto can pass the graduation examination. The day of the ninja school graduation examination finally arrived. Mizuki and Yumino Iruka are the examiners of these students. The two Chunin teachers invigilated with different thoughts, and their moods were a little up and down. Until it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto could only release the clone technique honestly. The chakra in his body kept surging, but in the end, he failed to release the technique. A fake clone with its tongue sticking out lay on the ground. This technique could not be judged as passed in any case. Yumino Iruka struggled for a long time, but finally fulfilled his duties as a teacher and did not allow Uzumaki Naruto to pass the test. Instead, the examiner Mizuki smiled and praised Uzumaki Naruto's physical fitness and endurance, thinking that this child could be admitted as an exception. However, the examiner must pass both at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto did not pass the graduation examination. Most of the other children in the ninja school passed the exam, wearing the ninja forward protectors issued by the village, and gathered together to discuss when they would become Chunin and Jonin in the future. Parents also boasted about their children who passed the exam. Uzumaki Naruto sat alone on the swing in the playground of the ninja school, holding the rope of the swing tightly, and lowered his head in disappointment, not knowing what to do. Naruto. Mizuki stood beside the swing, reached out and gently rubbed his head, smiled and comforted him. I'm sorry, I didn't let you pass the graduation test. I saw your efforts and thought I could convince Iruka. Mr. Mizuki. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at Mr. Mizuki, the kind man who spoke for him. There's still a chance. Mizuki smiled and approached Uzumaki Naruto, whispering, there is a sealed book in the village, which records very powerful techniques. As long as you learn one of them, you can become a ninja comparable to Naruto. It will definitely make you a ninja or even Hokage. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of surprise again. Come with me. Mizuki patted the little guy's head, looked at Iruka Umino in the distance, chuckled and continued, we also need to call Mr. Iruka, he is also the examiner of the graduation test's second update. There's still one chapter, how can I let Lord Orochimaru stay out of it? Chapter 180 The Mastermind and the Mastermind. Ninja School. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akihara Kagura stood on a high place. The third Hokage and the young Hokage assisted in looking at a group of graduating Jonin, and also noticed the disappearance of Mizuki, Umino Iruka and Uzumaki Naruto. Are you ready? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Akihara Kagura softly. Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be on their way to steal the Book of Seals. This time I strictly followed the instructions of the Hokage, and there will definitely be no mistakes in the process or the results. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What do you mean there will definitely be no mistakes? It seems that there has been an accident now. According to his own instructions, didn't Mizuki lure Uzumaki Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, and Umino Iruka went to stop Mizuki and Uzumaki Naruto? Why did Umino Iruka follow them to steal the Book of Seals? Of course. If we are to be serious, Umino Iruka, Mizuki and Uzumaki Naruto were not going to steal the Book of Sealing, because they did not need to sneak in to steal, nor did they need to snatch it from others. Perhaps this behavior should be called taking. The group went to the home of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Umino Iruka was still hesitating whether he should go with them. Mizuki's words forced him to obey. This is an order from the top. Mizuki looked at Umino Iruka and smiled at him. The village's top leaders ordered us to take Naruto to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in the Book of Sealing, and judge Naruto's learning results to determine whether Naruto can become a ninja. Umino Iruka's heart was in a mess. Because he did receive an order for this matter, but that technique was a forbidden technique, which might endanger Uzumaki Naruto's life. However, Umino Iruka had no way to refuse. Along the way, the two brought Uzumaki Naruto to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house almost unimpeded. A root ninja kept the sealed book here. When he saw Umino Iruka and Mizuki coming together, he took the initiative to hand over the sealed book to them. Iruka Chunin, are you ordered to take the sealed book? Lady Kagura has said that you will take the sealed book and give it to you. Yes. Umino Iruka took the sealed book ignorantly. Then we will leave first. Mizuki said hello with a smile, and took Umino Iruka and Uzumaki Naruto away. Take Naruto to find a place to learn the techniques recorded in the sealed book first, in a training ground in Konoha village. Umino Iruka held the Book of Seals, feeling a little uneasy. Should we wait a little longer? Isn't it unsafe to let a child like Naruto learn forbidden techniques? After all, the techniques recorded in the Book of Seals are very dangerous. Should we? It's okay, I can do it, Teacher Iruka. Uzumaki Naruto adjusted the goggles on his head. He couldn't wait to learn the techniques in the Book of Seals, so he replaced the goggles on his head with a ninja forward protector. Hurry up. Mizuki took the Book of Seals from Umino Iruka's hands, spread it out on the ground, and said softly, the Book of Seals is a secret of the village. It's not easy for us to get it. I spent a lot of effort to get the Book of Seals. Umino Iruka suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Uzumaki Naruto still seemed unaware, still looking down at the multiple shadow clone technique recorded in the sealed book, and said with some melancholy, "I'm not good at the clone technique. How can I learn such a difficult technique?" "It doesn't matter." Mizuki patted Uzumaki Naruto's head and said with a smile, "If you can't learn it, we won't learn it. Anyway, you have tried very hard." "Huh?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mizuki and asked curiously, "But if you don't learn this technique, you can't graduate." "What a naive and cute little guy." Mizuki smiled gently and chuckled, "After today, you will become a sinner in the village, so why worry about whether you will graduate?" "Sinner?" Uzumaki Naruto's face wrinkled, "What do you mean?" "Naruto." Umino Iruka grabbed Uzumaki Naruto with one hand. At this moment, Umino Iruka didn't know what was going on with Mizuki, but there was definitely something wrong with Mizuki, and Naruto couldn't be put in danger. However, Umino Iruka's move was blocked by someone. Mizuki grabbed Umino Iruka's wrist. Umino Iruka wanted to fight him unwillingly. Mizuki's physical skills became extremely excellent at some point. He easily defeated Umino Iruka's resistance and kicked Umino Iruka away with one kick. A sinner is a sinner. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was shocked. The smile on his face gradually became ferocious. 12 years ago, you committed the same crime, Uzumaki Naruto. Shut up. Umino Iruka rushed towards Mizuki. However, Mizuki flipped his palm, raised his hand and threw out several shurikens, which directly injured Iruka. Let's continue the topic just now. 12 years ago, the nine-tailed demon fox in your body caused the nine-tailed rebellion in Konoha, causing heavy losses to the entire Konoha and killing Iruka's parents. Mizuki squatted beside Uzumaki Naruto, smiling and saying cruel words. "I have always been curious about what kind of mentality Iruka has towards you. I don't understand why he takes care of you so much. Does he think that the nine-tailed in your body will not go berserk?" So, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Is this the reason why he has been rejected by the people in the village all along? Mizuki gently stroked Uzumaki Naruto, whose face was full of shock, astonishment and fear, and continued, "So I plan to try to use the technique recorded in the Book of Sealing to unlock the nine-tailed in your body, and then have another nine-tailed rebellion for Iruka to see." Mizuki. Umino Iruka's heart suddenly panicked. Actually, this is not an easy thing to do. Mizuki looked at Umino Iruka, smiled and said, "Because the Book of Seals can only be kept by the Hokage, it cannot be obtained through any other channel. Fortunately, I got a piece of news." "What news?" Umino Iruka stared at Mizuki. "Come to think of it, you should know the source of the news." Mizuki looked at Umino Iruka, then at Uzumaki Naruto. "Remember that you attended the birthday party of Akihara Kagura, the assistant of the Hokage? There was a spy sent by Lord Orochimaru at that party, and I got a message from him. The village leaders seem to be planning to let you teach Uzumaki Naruto a forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Sealing, the multiple shadow clone technique, after Uzumaki Naruto fails the assessment. This is an opportunity to get the Book of Sealing. We grew up together, and I know that your grades are very poor. It is impossible for you to learn the forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealing. You must bring out the Book of Sealing to teach Naruto. So I tentatively took you and Naruto to try to take the Book of Sealing. I didn't expect that the person in charge of guarding it would give it to you." Umino Iruka's heart felt like it was falling into an ice cave. Even Iruka never thought that this news would be heard by Mizuki, and Mizuki even deceived himself into thinking that Mizuki had received the same order. As a result, Mizuki used him to get the Book of Sealing. This friend who grew up together was actually so thoughtful. Umino Iruka had never thought that Mizuki would be such a person. "Now I have the Book of Seals." Mizuki spread out his palms, looked at the Book of Seals at his feet, and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto beside him, grinned and revealed a ferocious smile. "As long as I learn the technique of the Book of Seals and use the technique above to unlock the Nine-Tails seal on Naruto, I can let Konoha recall the fear of the Nine-Tails rebellion 12 years ago." "Why do you do this?" Umino Iruka looked at Mizuki, gritted his teeth and ignored his own pain, struggling to pounce. "Why do you do this? You should obviously know the horror of the Nine-Tails." "Of course I know." Mizuki nodded, but kicked Uzumaki Naruto, who was still frightened beside him, and asked, "Then why do you care about this kid? You obviously know that he is the nine-tailed demon fox, you also know the horror of the Nine-Tails, and you even saw your parents die in the Nine-Tails rebellion 12 years ago. Why don't you try to kill him?" Umino Iruka fell silent. The Chunin teacher saw Naruto Uzumaki's surprised and panicked eyes, and suddenly smiled. Naruto is not a demon fox, Naruto is different. He is an excellent student recognized by me, and the disaster 12 years ago was not his fault. Naruto has always been an innocent child. The little guy is neither smart nor clever, but he can concentrate on doing one thing. He is a very good student. Many people recognize him, not just me. Teacher Iruka. Naruto Uzumaki looked at his teacher in a daze. This is what I hate most about you, Mizuki interrupted the communication between teacher and student with a cold voice, making no effort to hide his disgust. You always look like a good teacher, as if you are the most suitable teacher in the whole of Konoha. The village revoked my teaching qualifications, but let you enter the ninja school. Ayumino Iruka looked at his friend speechless, and said tremblingly, Mizuki, we are friends. Shut up, Mizuki interrupted him, with disgust on his face. I am friends with you only because you are a weak person who can be exploited, but I didn't expect you to snatch my way. Every time I see that innocent expression of yours, I feel sick. Mizuki spread his hands, clenching and releasing them back and forth like claws. So I want to get rid of you in the most painful way for you. I want you to understand your mistakes. I want to let everyone in Konoha know the mistakes they have made. I want you to regret it. I regret your humiliation of me. I will let everyone know that I am the most talented ninja in Konoha. I will let Lord Orochimaru know that I will help him destroy Konoha. I won't agree to that. Uzumaki Naruto leaped into the air and punched Mizuki. Teacher Iruka treats you as a friend. How can you treat him like this? I will not let you use me to destroy the village. Just a kid. Mizuki moved extremely quickly, and almost instantly swung away Uzumaki Naruto's arm. He raised his hand and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck. If I didn't need the 9 tails in your body, I could twist your head off with just a slight movement. After that, Mizuki threw Uzumaki Naruto out, sat down next to the book of sealed nonsense, and flipped through the book of sealed techniques that he wanted to get. Mizuki was not worried at all that Uzumaki Naruto wanted to escape, and even said coldly, Kid, don't think about running away. No one in the village will notice this place. It is still far away from the village. You can't escape from my palm this time. Umino Iruka's heart sank to the bottom. Especially Umino Iruka, a Chunin. He knew how strong Mizuki was in front of him, and neither he nor Uzumaki Naruto was his opponent. Umino Iruka never thought that Mizuki would be so terrible. Not only was his strength far beyond his peers, but he even had a mind that was far beyond that of ordinary people. He took almost everything into consideration before executing this conspiracy. If there were no unexpected factors involved, once Mizuki mastered the technique of the Book of Sealing, he would definitely set off the Nine Tails Rebellion. We must not give up at this time. We must not let the Nine Tails Rebellion happen in Konoha again, even if it costs our lives. However, Umino Iruka was stabbed with many shurikens and had no way to stand up. He might even die here at any time. Fortunately, the ignorant little guy Uzumaki Naruto still cared about him and rushed over to ask his teacher. Teacher Iruka, how are you? Naruto Umino Iruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and then glanced at Mizuki not far away. Finally, he knew that he had to pin his hopes on the student in front of him. Do you still remember your ideal? Of course. I want to become a Hokage. To become the most powerful Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto still has not forgotten his ideal, and to become a Hokage who surpasses all previous Hokage. To be recognized by everyone. Then Umino Iruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto and whispered, do you have the awareness to sacrifice your life for this? Just like the fourth Hokage, who gave his life to save the village during the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago? Do you have this awareness? Yes. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth with a determined face. Then it's time. Umino Iruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his expression more serious than ever before. Now we must stop Mizuki from learning the technique to unlock the seal. Did you just see the technique of the multiple shadow clone technique? That technique is a very powerful technique that can create many clones. As long as you can use that technique, you can stop Mizuki from using you to create the Nine Tails Rebellion. But Uzumaki Naruto hesitated and didn't dare to believe in his talent. Umino Iruka looked at the student in front of him and said in a deep voice, if you want to do something firmly, you must be willing to sacrifice your life and believe that you can do it. Naruto, do you have the willingness to sacrifice your life to protect Konoha? In fact, they have no choice but to learn that technique. Uzumaki Naruto failed all other techniques, only the physical fitness test and endurance were good. However, facing Mizuki in front of him, The opponent only needed a few shurikens to interrupt his escape. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, raised his finger, and recalled the multiple shadow clone technique he saw with difficulty. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Perhaps this technique was innately compatible with him, or perhaps it was the determination at this moment. When Uzumaki Naruto raised his finger to let the chakra flow in his body, countless shadow clones appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. A touch of joy flashed across the face of the seriously injured Umino Iruka. Naruto succeeded, which means that Mizuki's conspiracy has encountered an accident. Huh? Mizuki seemed to have just reacted. He turned around and saw countless Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones standing around, and his body trembled involuntarily. These countless shadow clones gave Uzumaki Naruto great confidence. He believed that so many people were enough to defeat Mizuki and solve the crisis of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Little ghost, do you think this can solve me? Then try it. Countless shadow clones rushed towards Mizuki. As Mizuki was knocked to the ground by a group of shadow clones, this crisis that might trigger the Nine Tails Rebellion was doomed to end, or the ending was doomed before it began. Outside this training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was hiding quietly nearby, watched this scene, with a pipe in his mouth, and nodded to Akihara Kagura beside him with satisfaction. This time, it was indeed done well, but how did you get Mizuki to agree? It's very simple. Akihara Kagura did not mention at all that he asked Tendo Shisu to use the shadow to control Mizuki. Instead, he reached out and took out Mizuki's confession. As long as he promises to act well, I can consider leaving him a whole body. After all, the mistakes he made are enough to send him to the torture class. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the charges written by Mizuki himself, and he had some expectations in his heart. It turned out that Mizuki reported that a teammate who died of injuries was killed by him. At that time, I thought that he was not suitable to be a teacher regardless of the life and death of his teammates. I didn't expect him to be so unscrupulous that he even killed his own teammates. When Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head to continue reading, he saw the last one colluding with Orochimaru, and sighed softly. This guy Orochimaru has really become the biggest danger to Konoha. Yeah, Akihara Kagura nodded, and suddenly said, however, Jiraiya-sensei thinks that Denzo-sama is the most dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent and could not speak. Both Orochimaru and Shimura Denzo are dangerous to Konoha. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and said, go back and rest early. We have to discuss the division of these graduates and the selection of guiding Jonin tomorrow. Where is the Book of Seals? Akihara Kagura looked at the Book of Seals and asked curiously, what techniques are written in the Book of Seals? Are there more powerful techniques? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispelled Akihara Kagura's idea, and said in a deep voice, the Book of Seals is just some forbidden techniques left by the second Hokage. The power is far less powerful than the wood release of the first Hokage. It is not worth learning for you. The forbidden techniques above are not only worthless to learn, but may even lead Akihara Kagura astray. There are some living people as sacrifices in the techniques, and Akihara Kagura is not a person who cares about life. Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to send the Anbu to retrieve the sealed book as soon as he returned. He didn't want Akihara Kagura to see the contents of the sealed book. But Akihara Kagura didn't care. Because when arranging the sealed book, he let his subordinates see the contents of the sealed book. It was enough to let his subordinates repeat the name of the technique and the simple content in the sealed book. There was no need for those learning steps with a lot of numbers or even pictures. The third update. Suddenly I realized that Naruto was doing well. As long as he graduated, he knew everyone. His teacher was Kakashi and his examiner was Red Bean. Chapter 181. Don't force home visits and don't try to revive students' parents. Inside the training ground, Anbu ninjas and root ninjas entered the field one after another. The ninjas from the two departments seemed to have a tacit understanding. Tenzo led the Anbu ninjas to recover the Book of Seals, and Karin led the root ninjas to recover Mizuki. Karin. Uzumaki Naruto was very happy when he saw Karin, and the little guy still had some thoughts of showing off. I defeated a bad guy. I know. Karin took out a small blood bottle and fed one to Umino Iruka, and praised Uzumaki Naruto casually. Anyway, you did a good job tonight. For Karin, as long as there was no problem with Akihara Kagura's script, Uzumaki Naruto did a good job. It was a pity that this scene was not seen by more audiences. Naruto. Umino Iruka felt his injuries healed, gave his student a thumbs up, and suggested, "I'll take you to eat ramen to celebrate your successful graduation. Hey, can you graduate now?" Of course. Yumino Iruka ruffled his hair and praised him seriously. "You are the hero of the village, just like the fourth generation who stopped the Nine-Tails rebellion." The big and the small walked towards the village. Only Mizuki was left lying on the ground with his eyes blank. Is this guy going to kill him? Someone looked at Mizuki after he was used. Karin was too lazy to pay attention to Mizuki, waved her hand and said, "Kill this guy, he knows too much," and then make public his crime of trying to create the Nine-Tails rebellion and the fact that Uzumaki Naruto stopped him. In Konoha village, Mizuki's attempt to create the Nine-Tails rebellion was exposed, which immediately caused an uproar, and all the villagers were frightened by Mizuki's idea. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto defeated Mizuki. What on earth was that guy thinking? He actually wanted to release the nine-tailed demon fox. The demon fox Uzumaki Naruto actually did a good thing. But this incident was also caused by him. If it weren't for him, the village wouldn't have to worry about this crisis all the time. You can't say that, right? After all, that demon fox boy did a great thing. This time the situation in Konoha village was polarized. Some villagers believed that Uzumaki Naruto saved the village, at least he was not a bad kid. Some villagers believed that Uzumaki Naruto, the nine-tailed demon fox, was still a hidden danger in the village and might be used by others in the future. However, Uzumaki Naruto's situation was at least much better than before. This incident improved Uzumaki Naruto's reputation a lot. Some villagers no longer looked at him coldly when they saw him. At least he was recognized by some people. Uzumaki Naruto was the real beneficiary. On the contrary, Akihara Kagura, who had been an unsung hero behind the scenes, didn't even get any benefits. He only got a task reward and some spells on the seal book. System prompt: let Uzumaki Naruto know the truth of the past, let Naruto learn the multiple shadow clone technique and graduate successfully, stop Mizuki from getting the Book of Seals, and let Yumino Iruka complete the mission of a teacher. The task has been completed, and the reward is Compound Ninjutsu. Compound Ninjutsu. Compound ninjutsu that can condense 2 or more attribute chakras in the body and release 2 or more different attribute chakras at the same time. Isn't this a bit illogical? The third Hokage himself can't do this kind of compound ninjutsu, right? Akihara Kagura had seen the compound ninjutsu of the third Hokage. First release a technique, and then add another technique to form a compound ninjutsu. Akihara Kagura raised his palm and made a hand seal. A small water dragon with electric light hovered on his arm. Does this mean that he can directly release the lightning chakra and water chakra combined to form a lightning dragon bullet? If you insist on saying it is useful, this method is indeed useful, allowing Akihara Kagura to achieve a compound ninjutsu that far exceeds the third Hokage. At least, once you take it out, you will know that Akihara Kagura has surpassed the third Hokage. If you insist on saying it is useless, Akihara Kagura has even mastered the 3 types of chakras. No, this thing is indeed useful. Akihara Kagura waved his hand to disperse the thunder water dragon bullet, raised his palm, and a ball of fire slowly burned his desk. The wood on the desk was not burned, but was instantly decomposed into an atomic state by the dust release chakra hidden inside. This move is really good. Akihara Kagura had to cite the usefulness of this compound ninjutsu, which allowed him to use more means of performing his technique, and even made another idea possible for him, such as letting the palm of the True Thousand Hands release the dust release when performing the True Thousand Hands in the future. Although the task this time is troublesome, the reward is actually not bad. But the real harvest is also behind. The forbidden techniques recorded in the sealed book are quite terrible. Akihara Kagura asked Karin, who was stationed next to the sealed book at the time, to secretly read it, record the techniques in it, and tell him the names and effects of the techniques one by one. Spiritual Transformation Technique, Konoha's S-level soul secret technique, which can freely control the separation of one's spirit and body, allowing the spirit to directly sneak into the enemy's body to kill the enemy, and the spirit can also sense the souls of other people, no matter how far away it can reach. The strength of the spirit is related to spiritual energy. This technique can make the spirit leave the body. This technique is simply out of the scope of ninjutsu. After Akihara Kagura learned this technique, he just thought he had mastered a great killer, and then he saw a technique that could restrain the spiritual transformation technique. Soul imprisonment technique can imprison a person's soul, prohibit a person's soul from leaving his body, and delay a person's death. This soul imprisonment technique must have been invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This technique can delay a person's death, but it can also imprison the practitioner of the spiritualization technique. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama is indeed the most terrifying developer in the ninja world. It seems that he can always research some strange forbidden techniques. Multiplication detonation talisman, a level infinite blasting ninjutsu. A single detonation talisman can continuously summon detonation talismans to carry out targeted blasting on the enemy until the target is eliminated. This technique is daunting. Its power is not proportional to its financial resources. For a Akihara Kagura, this technique is really unnecessary. 8 Gates of Ninja Technique. By unlocking the chakra points in the human body, the blockade of the human body is open to temporarily gain powerful strength. When the 8 gates are fully opened, you can instantly gain power beyond the 5 shadows, but it will also exhaust your life and die. 8 Gates of Ninja Technique. The legendary strongest physical technique. This is the technique that suits Akihara Kagura the most. After Akihara Kagura got her own Mangekyou Sharingan, she even thought of using her own unique technique. For example, the 8 Gates Ninja Technique in front of her. Although the body may face death after the 8 gates are fully opened, Akihara Kagura's Mangekyou Sharingan pupil technique, the left eye is the limited Tsukuyomi, which can pull people into the world of illusion. The right eye is the limit to Inkwin, which can turn her own damage into a dream within 10 minutes. This means that Akihara Kagura can completely open the limit to Inkwin technique in advance to resolve the negative damage caused by the 8 Gates Ninja Technique. This technique is a physical technique that is enough to resist enemies at the level of the 6 paths. In addition to this taboo physical technique, there are also some strange illusions and sealing techniques. Darkness technique, super high-level illusion, which allows vision to take effect, creates a dark environment, instantly deprives the enemy of light, and only oneself and teammates can see things in the environment. It's a bit of a pity. This illusion can only deprive vision. 4 Red Yang formation, requires 4 people with cage-level chakra, standing in different places and releasing it at the same time, forming a barrier in 4 directions at the same time. The strength of the barrier is extremely tough, and people from outside cannot enter, and people inside cannot escape. This technique is a technique that the Hokage must learn. In addition to the Hokage assistant and the Hokage advisor can learn it, because it requires 4 people to use it. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never asked Akihara Kagura to learn it, because Konoha has never encountered an enemy that needs the 4 Red Yang formation to deal with. Akihara Kagura, the strongest fighting force, can suppress all crises of Konoha. 4 Symbol Seal, derived from the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Using the 4 symbol cycle to seal the evil chakra, this seal will leave a mark of the technique on the target's body. Shiki Fujin, S-level forbidden sealing technique. After completing the seal, you can summon the God of Death and seal the target in the God of Death's body. Once the God of Death is summoned, a contract is reached with the God of Death, and the God of Death will capture the soul of the caster and devour it together. These are all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Akihara Kagura should not have learned Shiki Fujin, but he has always had the limit to Inkwin that can make him immune to death for 10 minutes, so it doesn't matter to learn this technique. Of course, Akihara Kagura doesn't plan to use it himself. This technique is only used when facing an enemy that cannot be solved. There is no enemy that Akihara Kagura cannot solve in the ninja world. The technique of Shiki Fujin is not important. What is really important is the solution to Shiki Fujin. Akihara Kagura was thinking about her first boss, Orochimaru, who seemed to be the candidate who could escape the Death God contract. She had to find a way to ask Orochimaru for help in the future. In addition to these techniques, there is another very important technique. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. This technique needs to be perfected by Kabuto Yakushi, but Kabuto Yakushi has just left Konoha, and Orochimaru cannot do without the information that Kabuto Yakushi passes on to him. There is no need to rush for this kind of thing. Because of the Chunin exam in the second half of this year, Kabuto Yakushi will definitely come back, and Akihara Kagura also plans to give Karin to Kabuto Yakushi to pass the Chunin exam together. Have you learned the techniques in the sealed book? Akihara Kagura asked Karin casually, and reminded her, some of the techniques above cannot be learned, such as the Shiki Fujin technique. Remember. Karin nodded. The techniques in the sealed book are indeed very attractive. Even when Karin secretly flipped through the sealed book, she couldn't help but marvel at the power of the spells on it. At present, she has only learned one multiple shadow clone technique. The people of the Uzumaki clan are naturally rich in chakra, which is very suitable for the multiple shadow clone technique. By the way, after seeing Akihara Kagura finished her work, Karin reminded, the Anbu people came to report and asked Kagura to go to the Hokage building. It seems that they are discussing the graduates of this season. What is there to discuss? Akihara Kagura felt that there was nothing to discuss. Just follow the original plan to allocate. The allocation method of the third Hokage is also quite reasonable. Inside the Hokage building, the list of this year's graduates has come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen has basically completed the allocation. According to the talents of each child, they have selected the appropriate guiding Jonin for them. There are still some small troubles. The new generation of Ino Shikacho, Team 10, the guiding Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chaji, Yamanaka Ino. There is no problem with the allocation of the new generation of Ino Shikacho. The Ino Shikacho clan followed the Sarutobi clan in the Warring States period, and there is no problem with his second son Sarutobi Asuma serving as the guiding Jonin. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura, guide the Jonin Hatake Kakashi. These little guys were divided into one team just because Sarutobi Hiruzen had to do so based on the relationship between them. Although Karin of the Root is more suitable than Hiruno Sakura, it's a pity that Karin's strength exceeds her teammates, and Akihara Kagura, the leader of the Root, is unwilling to let her go. The most troublesome team is the one with the lowest sense of existence. Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, these children are good at perception. I plan to divide them into the 8th team, and the newly promoted Yuhi Kurenai Jonin this year will serve as their instructor, but Hyuga Hinata is from the main Hyuga family. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Akihara Kagura coming, he raised his own problem. You have a certain understanding of the situation of the Hyuga clan. Someone needs to ask the Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi about his attitude to see if he is willing for his daughter to enter the 8th team. After all, they have always attached great importance to the protection of the main family, and the Hyuga clan also has its own unique training methods. This is the characteristic of the wealthy ninja clan. After all, the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan bloodline, which is an indispensable source of perception ninjas for Konoha. Most of the time, the Hyuga clan cooperates with the top leaders of Konoha. The identity of the main family of the Hyuga clan is important. Once the main family members have problems when performing tasks outside, it is very likely that the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan will be lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried that the Hyuga clan will have any objections. Originally, this matter should be asked by Hinata Hyuga's future instructor, Kurenai Yuhi. However, Kurenai's status is not high enough, so she hopes that Akihara Kagura can help ask if the Hyuga clan has any special arrangements for Hinata Hyuga. Akihara Kagura glanced at Kurenai Yuhi, who was standing in the office and was obviously a little nervous. This was a newly promoted Jonin from Konoha, who directly became an instructor. What's the result? Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, do you mean that the Hyuga clan is willing or unwilling to let Hinata Hyuga join Team 8? Let you ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette and said in a deep voice, we need to consider their opinions on this matter, instead of forcing them to agree or not. What's Hokage-sama's opinion? Akihara Kagura still stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. My opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, and finally said what was in his heart. Hyuga Hinata may be a little cowardly. This may be related to her family environment. Perhaps changing the environment will be better for her. That's easy. Akihara Kagura nodded, and put forward her own idea. Hokage-sama hopes that Hyuga Hinata will join Team 8. If the Hyuga clan is unwilling, I can persuade them to agree. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Akihara Kagura was willing to act gently, and nodded with satisfaction. Don't use violence, don't threaten Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan is a companion in the village. Don't worry. I have a mature idea, and I don't have to do it at all. Akihara Kagura thought about the information she had heard, and put forward her own idea. I heard that there was a little guy named Hyuga Niji among the graduates of the previous class. He seems to hate the main family of the Hyuga clan very much. I can lure him to destroy the entire Hyuga clan, leaving only Hyuga Hinata, the orphan. In this way, Hyuga Hinata can join Team 8, and she will become strong. Yuhi Kurenai was shocked by Akihara Kagura's idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but start to worry after listening to it. This plan made him feel a little familiar, as if someone had done it before. Isn't this Shimura Danzo's trick? The previous generation of root leader Shimura Danzo used Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. How come this generation of root leader is more and more like Danzo? I just want Hinata Hyuga to join Team 8, so that the somewhat cowardly child can change the environment and become strong, instead of letting her become an orphan and become completely strong. I'd better go and talk to Hayashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand with worry in his eyes, and gave Akihara Kagura another task. You should take Team 7's instructor, Kakashi Hatake, to understand the family situation of his future students. You two are old friends. Okay. Akihara Kagura took on this task. System prompt, new work task, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompany Kakashi Hatake to do home visits to understand the family situation of the future students of Team 7. This task is quite simple. Because there are 3 students in the 7th class, 2 of them are orphans. In fact, if Hatake Kakashi really wants to visit the elders or parents of the 2 orphans, Akihara Kagura really has a way. It's just that the method is a little bit hellish. Hiruno Sakura is easy to say, her parents are alive, then I will take Hatake Kakashi to track down Uchiha Itachi first. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and took the initiative to suggest, although Uchiha Itachi is an S-level rebel ninja in the village, he is still the only parent of Uchiha Sasuke. His brother's graduation assignment should still be asked to him, no need to force it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead jumped. Naruto's words. Akihara Kagura hesitated in thought, and continued, last year, I heard that Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization had a conflict. I resurrected a dead ninja and captured Orochimaru. I said, no need to force it. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache, rubbed his eyebrows and said, meet the people in the village, meet the living people first. Update. Hell joke. Let's have some fun. By the way, can Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato be seen in Uzumaki Naruto's body after the key is put into the vault, or before the key is put into the vault? Chapter 182 Overlapping Missions, the Kingdom of Waves and the Kingdom of Water. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a big headache. Because Orochimaru had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, it meant that this was a greater threat to Konoha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to pay attention to Orochimaru, and waved his hand to let Akihara Kagura go to work. Outside the Hokage building, Hatake Kakashi was still waiting here. When Hatake Kakashi saw Akihara Kagura, he immediately complained to his old friend, your superiors really assigned me a few problem students. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, they were both super troublesome students. Hatake Kakashi felt very melancholy, and always felt that these 2 students would have big problems in the future. This is the leader's respect. Akihara Kagura patted Hatake Kakashi's shoulder with great respect. I was planning to take you to hunt down Uchiha Itachi and ask him if he had any opinions on the guidance and assignment of his younger brother. Unfortunately, the Hokage did not agree to this matter. What kind of hell is this? Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura speechlessly. If the 3rd Hokage hadn't stopped Akihara Kagura, with this guy's personality, he would really have done such a thing. Akihara Kagura still felt a little regretful. The 3rd Hokage told me that I only need to take you to meet a living person in the village, probably the parents of Hiruno Sakura, and then we can go to Uchiha Sasuke's house to take a look. You should be very familiar with Naruto's house. Hatake Kakashi nodded. Over the years, Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura are quite familiar with Uzumaki Naruto. They have seen how messy the kid's house is. He basically doesn't even know that the milk is expired. This home visit went very smoothly. Akihara Kagura and Hatake Kakashi met Hiruno Sakura's parents, 2 very enthusiastic and hospitable couples, and then went to Uchiha Sasuke's house. The orphan left behind by the night of the genocide tidied his home in an orderly and clean manner. It's actually much cleaner than Naruto's house. Akihara Kagura took a look and flipped through the scrolls in Uchiha Sasuke's house. There were actually some scrolls of techniques left by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke has always worked very hard. As an outstanding student who has always been ranked first in the ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke is not just blessed by his bloodline limit. The word genius cannot be used to erase his efforts. Go meet your student. Akihara Kagura patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder and said softly, I have long wanted to ask the 3rd Hokage for Uchiha Sasuke and train him to avenge Uchiha Itachi, but the 3rd Hokage rejected it. You are still thinking about revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi could only sigh that his 2 subordinates had too many grievances in the past. Akihara Kagura did not hide it, nodded and said, as long as Uchiha Itachi can't live well, I will feel better. Hatake Kakashi also had a headache. But what is more troublesome is that he will soon have two subordinates who are not on good terms with him. Ninja School. 3 little brats are in the class, waiting for their guiding Jonin. Uzumaki Naruto is excited that his teammate is his favorite Haruno Sakura, but he hates that his other teammate is Uchiha Sasuke. He is still thinking about who his future guiding Jonin will be and whether he will encounter any troublesome people. As a result, Hatake Kakashi walked in. Uzumaki Naruto immediately lost interest, sat in his seat with a nonchalant look on his face, and muttered, "Who was I thinking it would be? I didn't expect it to be Kakashi." Because in the family that Uzumaki Naruto defined, Hatake Kakashi, as the head of the family, is undoubtedly the most useless guy. Facing a guiding Jonin like Hatake Kakashi, he will not become like Kakashi in the future, right? Inviting people to eat ramen and letting the younger generation pay the bill, this brat. How dare he look down on me like this? Hatake Kakashi looked helplessly at Uzumaki Naruto, and then at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura who were present. "Pack your things and follow me to the rooftop." This is the disadvantage of being too familiar. It seems that this kid has to be given a warning to let him know that he can become a ninja not just by graduating from the ninja school. As long as the instructor, the Jonin, disagrees, this kid who is obsessed with becoming a Hokage will have to stay in this ninja school to continue to study. However, the 3 little guys still passed Hatake Kakashi's test and successfully became his subordinates. The performance of the 3 little guys is indeed not bad. At least everyone will take care of their teammates, so that Hatake Kakashi thinks they are qualified enough. Even though Uchiha Obito, who once said people who don't know how to value their companions are not even as good as trash, has become a rebel ninja, Hatake Kakashi still adheres to the Uchiha Obito creed, hoping that his subordinates will not become their past selves. On the other side, Akihara Kagura returned to the Hokage building to report. System prompt: accompany Hatake Kakashi to do home visits to understand the family situation of the future Team 7. The mission has been completed, and the reward is Earth Style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Earth Style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Dive into the ground and drag the opponent into the ground, leaving only the head exposed. I am not a coach of a Jonin. Why do I need this technique? This technique is purely used to guide Jonin to bully weaklings. Akihara Kagura feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen has too many mines on his boss. He just dug out a treasure of compound ninjutsu last time, and then he dug out a small mine. However, a single compound ninjutsu is enough to practice for a period of time. However, as an assistant to the Hokage, Akihara Kagura's work is also very busy. Sometimes he has to go to the mission gathering place to be on duty, and he will meet these newly graduated kids from time to time. Some kids will also pick and choose the tasks he provides. In order to allow these kids to grow more, Akihara Kagura can only assign the most difficult garbage-picking tasks to the most stubborn kids to train their chakra control. You handled it well. The third Hokage, smoking a pipe, came to inspect the work and mentioned something in passing. I came to you because I have a troublesome task. The Hidden Mist Village sent a message that someone was smuggling on a large scale between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. There are even some nobles and ninjas from the Land of Water, which caused great losses to the tax revenue of the daimyo of the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village hopes that Konoha can investigate this issue and issue an S-level employment task to Konoha. This kind of thing is quite common. The Hidden Mist Village can actually help the daimyo of the Land of Water investigate smuggling, but this matter involves the interests of many nobles. The Hidden Mist Village is worried about offending too many nobles. They did the work for the daimyo. Will the nobles say bad things about them in front of the daimyo in the future? The Hidden Mist Village handed this matter over to Konoha. It happened that Konoha was an ally of the Hidden Mist Village, but the task involving countries must be an S-level task. What's more, this kind of thing has caused serious damage to the tax revenue of the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village does not want to be involved, and does not mind spending a small amount of money to accomplish a big thing. In the end, the daimyo of the Land of Water will pay for the expenses of this matter anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to hand this task over to the Root, and does not care about what troubles Akihara Kagura and the Root will cause when carrying out the task. It is best to use violence to deal with a group of smugglers. System prompt: new work task, Sarutobi Hiruzen, go to deal with the smugglers who travel between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, and eliminate the smugglers' base. I'll go there myself. It's a bit boring to be on duty here. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to volunteer, intending to relax her muscles and bones, and also wanted to take this opportunity to meet with Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo and others. The second half of the Chunin exam is approaching, and Orochimaru has not yet sent a new plan. Akihara Kagura plans to have a good chat with Orochimaru. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, and took the opportunity to educate. The mission meeting place is related to the lives of the ninjas in the village. We must be responsible for the ninjas in the village. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was nagging, an old man wearing glasses walked in and asked, "Excuse me, is the Konoha gathering place here?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen had to stop. "I'll go first." Akihara Kagura waved and left the mission meeting place. However, when Akihara Kagura left, she heard the old man wearing glasses also talking in a long-winded way. "I am Dazna, a bridge construction expert. I want to issue a sea-level protection mission here. Please ask the ninjas of Konoha to protect me to go to the land of waves to build a bridge." Huh? The moment Akihara Kagura stepped out of the door, finally felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. The land of waves. This name sounds a little familiar. However, when Akihara Kagura returned to the root base and used the characteristics of darkness of the ninja realm to investigate the information about the smugglers in the land of water and the land of fire, she discovered that the smugglers' base was in the land of waves, and planned to directly set the meeting place in the land of waves. "Karin, gather the people, we will go out to carry out the mission." Akihara Kagura called Karin and said, "By the way, have someone tell Orochimaru that I want to meet him in the land of waves." At the same time, in the mission meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe in his mouth, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was making a fuss in the mission meeting room, and gave the escort mission of protecting the bridge building expert Dazna to the land of waves to Team 7. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Dazna, and seemed to realize that Dazna, the employer who issued the mission, was a little untrue, but he didn't say much. Anyway, Hatake Kakashi believed that he had the ability to protect the three little ghosts. Although Hatake Kakashi has not reached the same standard as his teacher Minato Namikaze in learning the Flying Thunder God technique for so many years, he can still quickly create a Flying Thunder God array and send the three little ghosts to a safe place when he encounters danger. In theory, it is indeed the case. If nothing unexpected happens, this mission will indeed go smoothly. However, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, the two S-level rebel ninjas of Konoha, received the news sent by Akihara Kagura and immediately rushed to the land of waves, wanting to meet with Akihara Kagura to discuss what plan Akihara Kagura wants to use during the Chunin exam. Outside Konoha village. When Hatake Kakashi led the three little guys of Team 7 to leave the village, Akihara Kagura happened to be going out with a group of root ninjas. "Kagura!" Uzumaki Naruto excitedly shouted to Akihara Kagura, boasting loudly, "We have accepted a sea-level mission." A sea-level mission. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he complained, "Grandpa Hokage is still the best. Unlike you, you always give us those garbage-picking tasks." Akihara Kagura gave the little guy a strange look. Karin and a group of Uchiha from the root, who were standing behind Akihara Kagura, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with pity, as if they were looking at a poor man. "Are you going out to perform a mission?" Hatake Kakashi took the initiative to greet him, and then waved his hand and said, Forget it, the ninjas of the root cannot ask. It doesn't matter." Akihara Kagura shook her head and took the initiative to reveal the secret. "I'm going to perform an S-level mission. I will probably kill a lot of people this time. I don't know if their bodies can fill a river. If a river is filled with bodies, I will pay for you to dredge the river." Hatake Kakashi felt that he shouldn't say too much. The pink-haired girl Hiruno Sakura was trembling and shaking, and even Uchiha Sasuke next to her turned pale. Hey, Kagura. Don't take revenge." Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Akihara Kagura without knowing the consequences. "Otherwise, when I become the Hokage, I will definitely dismiss you, the unqualified Hokage assistant. Hurry up and shut up." Hatake Kakashi punched his students in the forehead. "Then you have to work hard." Akihara Kagura chuckled, and didn't care about Uzumaki Naruto's shouting, and led a group of root ninjas away from here. Everyone looked at Uzumaki Naruto with more pity when they passed by him. Naruto, after seeing Akihara Kagura and a group of root ninjas leaving, Hiruno Sakura immediately loudly accused her teammates, "Don't keep yelling, you've made us offend him again. Kagura is not a stingy person." Uzumaki Naruto supported his ninja forward protector, thinking that he knew Akihara Kagura very well. "I have known him for many years. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto helplessly. It seems that you have lived for so many years in vain, and you still haven't realized how stingy that guy is. Teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto immediately accused his teacher. Kagura is our friend, how can you say bad things about him behind his back? Uchiha Sasuke rolled his eyes, feeling that Uzumaki Naruto was really stupid. But you idiot were just provoking him. I'm just saying what I want to say. Uzumaki Naruto immediately wanted to have a fight with Uchiha Sasuke. It's time to hurry. Hatake Kakashi held up his ninja sword protector, stopped the quarrel between his two subordinates, and secretly speculated on the destination of Akihara Kagura and the Root Ninja. Which direction? Are Akihara Kagura and the Root going to the land of water? Those guys can't possibly be heading to the land of waves, right? Second update. Okay, it's time to start writing a new script. Let Konoha know the horror of Lord Orochimaru. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. 70% split, 70% is mine. In the forest. The Root Ninjas are having a dinner party. Akihara Kagura, the superior, took the initiative to catch food for his subordinates. He sat on a rock by a river, holding a fishing rod and enjoying the fun of fishing. Karin stood behind Akihara Kagura and reported the information she had sensed in a low voice. 3 kilometers away, there are 2 lurking ninjas. I am worried that they will disturb the interest of Lord Kagura. Why don't I deal with them? That's not our enemy. Akihara Kagura watched the float on the water sink, quickly picked up the fishing rod, pulled the line and took up a fish hanging on the hook. Let's stay here for a while and see who their target is, just for fun. Karin felt something was not good in her heart. Could this fun be the fun of Team 7? Because Karin also sensed the traces of Team 7, and the mission destination of Team 7 and them was the same. Could those 2 lurking enemies attack Team 7? Sure enough. Karin's prediction came true. When Hatake Kakashi led Team 7 to escort Desna, they were attacked by 2 Kurigakure ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura, who encountered a killing battle between ninjas for the first time, were so scared that they dared not take action. Instead, Uchiha Sasuke's performance was a bit eye-catching. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi, the senior ninja, solved the crisis and easily knocked out the 2 Kurigakure ninjas. When he was about to interrogate the ninjas from the 2 allied villages, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of grilled fish and heard the rustling sound of a group of people walking. This is. Hatake Kakashi's heart immediately became alert. However, before Hatake Kakashi could make any move, a familiar voice appeared in his ears. Team 7 attacked the ninjas from the allied village. This is a big mistake. According to the rules of the village, they will be deprived of their ninja status. As this voice appeared, Akihara Kagura walked out of the forest slowly with a string of grilled fish in his hand. Obviously, he was here to watch the fun. You guy. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Kagura Akihara speechlessly. Have you been watching us fight in the dark all this time? Or did you send these 2 people? It was obviously them who attacked us. Uzumaki Naruto reacted immediately and shouted dissatisfiedly, Kagura, you are too disloyal. You have been watching secretly from the side and didn't come to help. It's not me, I won't attack my allies rashly. Kagura Akihara shrugged, and the wooden thorn on the skewer in his hand was suddenly thrown away by him, and directly pierced the shoulder of a mist ninja, and the pain immediately woke him up. The severe pain instantly made the mist ninja scream in pain. Stop screaming. Kagura Akihara walked to his side, raised her finger, and fell on the wooden thorn. The wooden thorn began to slowly grow in the body of the mist ninja. Wood-released ninja. The mist ninja looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him with a painful face, thinking of the most terrifying enemy that had appeared in the hidden mist village. You are Akihara Kagura? It's me. Akihara Kagura nodded, and did not deny her identity, and continued to ask, according to the covenant between the hidden mist village and Konoha, the hidden mist village shall not undertake escort missions that conflict with Konoha, nor can it attack Konoha ninjas. Your actions have destroyed the covenant between the 2 villages. You want to start a war between the hidden mist village and Konoha, right? No, the mist ninja did not dare to admit it at all, and shook his head quickly and said, we don't want to attack Konoha ninjas. I can't say what mission we are going to do. Then you are worthless. Akihara Kagura raised her finger. The wooden thorn that was stuck in the body of the mist ninja grew instantly, and forked branches drilled out of the body of the mist ninja, and he was silent instantly. The little brats of Team 7 were all scared. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was very courageous, he could still feel the horror of the thorny branches piercing his body, and cold sweat could not help but flow down his forehead. The three little guys from Team 7 all showed a trace of panic on their faces. They saw Akihara Kagura's style for the first time. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who is always familiar with Akihara Kagura, saw Akihara Kagura working for the first time. Karin. Akihara Kagura looked at the other mist ninja who is still unconscious and ordered, "Help me wake up the other one." Yes. Karin pulled out the ninja sword from behind her, and with a sharp knife, she slashed the chest of the unconscious mist ninja, and blood splattered. As pairs of Team 7, seeing Karin act so decisively, they couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Even Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but start to miss the red-haired little girl who used to timidly follow behind Akihara Kagura. Another mist ninja was awakened by the pain in an instant. "Why did you attack the Konoha ninja?" Akihara Kagura didn't care. He stood in front of another mist ninja and whispered, "He's dead. You tell me. If none of you tell me, I won't ask any more questions. I'll just destroy the hidden mist village and the land of water. I'm not in the mood to interrogate a third person. I'll tell you." The mist ninja trembled and looked at Yasuna in the crowd. He had to reveal the content of his mission. "We were ordered to kill the bridge builder Yasuna." Everyone's eyes turned to Yasuna in the crowd. The old man with the glasses was a little frightened and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had deceived the Konoha ninja to escort and protect him to build the bridge, and even deliberately issued a C-level mercenary mission because he didn't have enough money. In fact, this escort mission was quite dangerous. Strictly speaking, the current wave country is full of thugs of smugglers, and there are even ninjas working for smugglers. It is not something that an ordinary team can solve. However, Yasuna could only do this. Yasuna hung his head in frustration and whispered about the situation in the wave country. A merchant named Cardo occupied the wave country and prohibited the wave country from communicating with the outside world. Cardo exploited the civilians of the wave country, and everyone lived in poverty. We had no power to resist Cardo, and those who resisted were killed. I had no choice but to deceive Konoha to send ninjas to protect me. I just wanted to build a bridge that could communicate with the outside world so that the wave country would no longer be poor. Yasuna looked at the Konoha ninjas present and wanted to use moral kidnapping in a clumsy way. "If no one protects me, I will be killed by them, and the wave country will still be poor. My little granddaughter can only shed tears for the rest of her life, and my daughter will hate you Konoha ninjas for the rest of her life." A group of people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Akihara Kagura nodded and proposed a solution. "It doesn't matter, I'm kind-hearted, I will kill them so that they don't have to live in pain." Yasuna was shocked. "I originally wanted to use moral kidnapping, but it turns out that this Konoha ninja who seems to be of high status has no morals. Don't scare him. We want to help you too, but your request is a B-level mission." Hatake Kakashi was helpless. He looked at Yasuna and sighed. "It's very troublesome to create a false commission. The village leaders will not want us to carry out this mission. Besides, Cardo hired ninjas from the hidden mist village. If we have a fight with our allied ninja village." When Hatake Kakashi said this, he began to hint at Yasuna, "If you want us to continue to carry out the commission, we need special permission from the village leaders. Then should we return to Konoha?" Yasuna looked at Hatake Kakashi, as if he saw some hope. "As long as we get special permission from the Konoha leaders. Let me introduce you solemnly." Hatake Kakashi's forehead jumped, and he helplessly spread his hands towards Akihara Kagura and introduced one of the Konoha high-level officials, the assistant Hokage of Konoha village, Lord Akihara Kagura. His status is second only to the third Hokage of Konoha village. "Do whatever you want to do." Akihara Kagura interrupted Hatake Kakashi and said impatiently, "Don't drag me into this. I can pretend that I know nothing. You have to be brave enough to take responsibility." Hatake Kakashi put one hand on Akihara Kagura's shoulder, put his arm around Akihara Kagura, pulled him aside and whispered, "Hey, I have always been very considerate of you. This group of little guys is performing the first ninja combat mission. We can't let this mission end in vain, right?" When Hatake Kakashi said this, he rubbed his palms and talked about the problem he was worried about. "I'm just worried about causing a conflict with the hidden mist village. Will it bring trouble to the village? No. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi and continued, you just go to get rid of the smugglers from the land of waves, and I'll take the people from the route out for a vacation. Hatake Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes and felt that he had guessed Akihara Kagura's mission. This guy threw the mission to Team 7 and took a vacation to relax and entertain himself? The land of waves is a good place for a vacation. Hatake Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. With so many powerful forces in the route, plus Akihara Kagura, the strongest force in Konoha, Hatake Kakashi immediately relaxed, even if he was asked to lead Team 7 to carry out the mission of capturing the 4th Raikage. However, the route and Team 7 did not go together. After all, Hatake Kakashi led Team 7 to practice and train, and Akihara Kagura led the route to really go on vacation. However, when Hatake Kakashi led Team 7 and Asuna to the land of waves, he immediately met his old acquaintance, a mist ninja with a scary big knife and a bandage on his face, standing on a tree, blocking their way. Hatake Kakashi, I meet an old friend again. Hatake Kakashi looked up at the guy wrapped in bandages, and remembered their previous encounter. Isn't this Zabuza Mamachi? I heard that you defected? The deceased 4th Mizukage once saved your life, and it seems that you did not obey his order to return to the village. Who is willing to obey his order again? Zabuza Mamachi cursed inwardly. Since Zabuza Mamachi was saved by Yagura Karadachi, he did not choose to return to the Hidden Mist village, but directly defected and left the Hidden Mist village. He wanted to take the position of Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village and transform the Hidden Mist village according to his own ideas. Obviously, this is a rebellion. Rebellion undoubtedly requires money. It just so happened that some nobles of the Land of Water who had been engaged in smuggling business for a long time found Zabuza Mamachi and hired him to protect their smuggling business. They even promised Zabuza Mamachi that if he succeeded in the rebellion, they would support him to become the Mizukage, as long as he agreed to cancel the covenant with Konoha and close the Land of Water again. The two sides hit it off. Zabuza Mamachi was responsible for protecting their smuggling business, and the nobles of the Land of Water were responsible for providing Zabuza Mamachi with the money and manpower needed for the rebellion. There is no doubt that Zabuza Mamachi is currently the strongest fighting force in the Land of Waves. Be careful. Hatake Kakashi stared at Zabuza Mamachi closely, reminding his subordinates to be vigilant. This guy has assassinated the former Mizukage, fought with Akihara Kagura and even escaped unscathed. If we are not careful, we may be killed by this guy. Zabuza Mamachi's forehead was bulging with a tendon. Is this bastard Hatake Kakashi deliberately poking his scar? Why was he able to escape unscathed when fighting with Kagura Akihara? It's not like that bastard Hatake Kakashi didn't know the situation. Kakashi Hatake told his subordinates to be alert, but he was not panicked at all. He thought that Kagura Akihara must be paying attention to this place. If the battle is not going well, Kagura Akihara will definitely not stand by and watch. As long as Kagura Akihara appears, Zabuza Mamachi will definitely be scared away. However, Kagura Akihara didn't pay attention to this place at all. Just as Zabuza Mamachi and Team 7 led by Kakashi Hatake were fighting, Kagura Akihara sat on the sofa in the home of the smuggler Cardo. As for the smuggler Cardo, he had become a corpse, with a snake circling around his body. It was obvious that someone else was the murderer. The murderer was Orochimaru. Danzo Shimura led his two guards, Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Kase, to stand by, half closing their eyes and saying nothing. The two Konoha S-rank rebels had just arrived at the Land of Waves when they were invited by Kagura Akihara to meet at Kado's house. They also got rid of Kado's gang who were entrenched there. Let's divide Kado's money first. Kagura Akihara didn't even look at Kado's body, and casually set the distribution ratio, 30% to 70%. How about this ratio? Only 70% for us. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, and looked at Kagura Akihara greedily. Kagura-kun, I remember you didn't have any money to spend, right? Konoha Orphanage, Root, both organizations are on my shoulders. Kagura Akihara sighed deeply, saying that her hard work was not easy. Kagura Akihara thought of this and reminded, oh, I forgot to say that 70% is mine. The third update. Today's daily update is completed. I am an old fan of Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 184 Lord Orochimaru, please be the mastermind. After not seeing each other for many years, Orochimaru sensed the subtle changes in Akihara Kagura. The former experimental subject had grown up and became more and more bullying. No wonder Kabuto Yakashi had not dared to stay in Konoha village for a long time. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Akihara Kagura with the eyes of a poisonous snake ready to attack, but there was a dangerous smile on the corner of his mouth. Are you willing to give us only 30%? 30% is for your treatment. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and a flash of lightning spread across his fingertips. This lightning suddenly penetrated a long snake hovering over Cardo's body. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, who was still calm, and took the initiative to propose, if you don't like it, funeral expenses are also fine. This is a bit too much? Orochimaru's palms were slightly raised, ready to join hands and seal at any time. Akihara Kagura, this little guy, clearly wanted to suppress him. Did he think that he had done nothing in the past few years? In order to get the body of Akihara Kagura, Orochimaru has been working very hard to rob graves and has many impure world reincarnationists in his hands. If he didn't have a deep trump card, how could he take Shimura Danzo and a group of burdens to avoid the pursuit of Akatsuki organization all these years? Okay. Shimura Danzo realized the tense atmosphere between Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura, tapped the ground lightly with his crutches, and said coldly, now is not the time to care about these trivial matters. We gather here to discuss how to deal with the monkey's plan. Shimura Danzo is the oldest. He used to be the superior of Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura, and now he is their ally. Both Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru must give Shimura Danzo a face. After all, the old man will not live long. Since Lord Danzo said so, Akihara Kagura stood up and cooperated with Shimura Danzo's words. Then let's first formulate a plan for the collapse of Konoha. Your plan is indeed good in the early stage, but it has some flaws in the later stage. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Do you have any ideas? Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura. Of course. Akihara Kagura looked at them and chuckled. According to the plan you made earlier, Orochimaru will disguise himself as the fourth Kazekage Raza, and Danzo will disguise himself as the elder master of the Hidden Mist village. However, it still needs some small changes. First, Danzo will come forward and lead the people of the Hidden Mist village to rebel. The ninjas in the village will definitely subconsciously attack the enemy to protect the village and our Hokage. But when Danzo reveals the true identity of the third Hokage, the ninjas in the village will panic and no longer trust the Hokage in the village. At that time when Akihara Kagura said this, she looked at Orochimaru next to her. If Orochimaru leads the ninjas of the Hidden Sands village to suddenly take action, will anyone still protect the third Hokage? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. It has to be said that the appearance order formulated by Akihara Kagura is quite useful. If he and Shimura Danzo acted at the same time, the Konoha ninjas would certainly share the same hatred and both sides would be desperate. However, once Shimura Danzo took the initiative and hit the morale of the Konoha ninjas, he could take advantage of the Konoha ninjas' hesitation and then act more effectively. Wait a minute, Shimura Danzo frowned and stared at Akihara Kagura coldly. Kagura, do you mean to use me as a sacrifice? The plan was not bad. But Shimura Danzo was very dissatisfied. Because before he defected from Konoha, he was used as a sacrifice by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After defecting, he wandered outside for several years and thought he could return to Konoha, but he didn't expect that he would be used as a sacrifice by Akihara Kagura to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter what, he had to be used as a sacrifice? Of course not. Akihara Kagura shook her head and comforted her old boss with a smile. I will take action at the critical moment and bring people to bring Danzo back to the root base. In this way, Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and continued, I can just avoid the battle with Lord Orochimaru and let Lord Orochimaru and the third Hokage have a good reminisce. This little guy has thought it through quite carefully. Danzo Shimura nodded slightly, thinking that there was indeed nothing wrong with Akihara Kagura's arrangement. As long as he was brought back to the root base, his safety could be guaranteed. Orochimaru thought for a while and thought there was nothing wrong with Akihara Kagura's idea. He just laughed suddenly. Kagura-kun, I only have one question. Orochimaru mentioned the problem of the distribution of benefits of the Konoha collapse plan. We took great pains to kill my teacher, but you became the vested interest. Lord Orochimaru, look further ahead. Akihara Kagura shook his head and sighed, persuading his boss not to be too short-sighted. As long as the Konoha collapse plan succeeds, as long as Lord Danzo returns to Konoha to take power, as long as I can become the Hokage, you can get our full support. Whatever experiments you want to do in the future, you can do it. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm, looking like she was good at drawing cakes. You can take all the forbidden techniques and resources of Konoha. Except that I can't give you a Konoha ninja position, I can give you anything you want. This cake is very big. Akihara Kagura said it very temptingly. When Akihara Kagura said this, she was moved by herself. When Orochimaru sent me to Konoha, he just gave me a Konoha position. Now I can give him everything except a Konoha position. However, Orochimaru remained calm. Akihara Kagura could only continue to add to the offer and talked about what Orochimaru cared about most. In the future, if there is a genius body that you take a fancy to, I can send it to you after I have the power. For example, you like my wood release and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Among the graduates this year is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke is a genius and very handsome. It so happens that Uchiha Sasuke has also come to the Land of Waves to perform a mission. You can see how he performs. I can send him to you in the future. No, Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo Shimura interrupted Kagura and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Sasuke is the continuation of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. The future of Konoha still needs him to reproduce more bloodlines with Sharingan, so that there will be enough experimental materials to create dual bloodline ninjas. You are worthy of being Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura was moved by Danzo Shimura's spirit. Even though Shimura Danzo had become a traitor, he still cared about the interests of Konoha, and this interest could only be realized after Shimura Danzo had lived for 100 years. However, Orochimaru did not care about the interests of Konoha. He just licked his lips, chuckled and said, but my body can no longer support me. I can only support it for more than a year at most. I must find a suitable body. As long as the Konoha collapse plan succeeds, you can have whatever you want. Shimura Danzo did not look at Orochimaru, but said coldly, the monkey's subordinates still have a bunch of wood release and Sharingan dual bloodline ninjas. When the time comes, just pick a suitable body for you. Uchiha Sasuke is different. He still has Uchiha blood in his body. That's fine. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the dual bloodline ninjas of wood release and Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's body is not important. Orochimaru is also very interested in dual bloodline ninjas. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru coveting his subordinates, but he didn't care about their arrogance in his heart. Instead, he chuckled and said to them, I have already selected a suitable body for Lord Orochimaru. Some double-blooded ninjas that Kakashi and I found before were assigned to the route. What a pity. These experimental subjects don't have the blood of the Uchiha clan, and they can't close their Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru has replaced their bodies at this time, and he can't close his Sharingan. It is inevitable that someone will find the abnormality in his eyes when Konoha collapses the plan. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with greed. Akihara Kagura and the root ninjas under his command are very tempting. The abilities of these people make Orochimaru jealous. If it weren't for the fact that they fell out, Orochimaru would have wanted to capture Akihara Kagura and the root ninjas immediately. Unfortunately, the power he has accumulated is not enough. Alright. Shimura Danzo interrupted Akihara Kagura's big talk, and like the host of this alliance, he ordered in a deep voice, everything will wait until their plan is successful. As long as you pull Monkey down from the position of Hokage, you can do whatever you want, but you can't damage the interests of Konoha. As expected of you, Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura once again praised Shimura Danzo. The former leader of the root had a high level of thought, even he, the current leader of the root, was far behind. Humph! Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, and didn't care about Akihara Kagura's flattery. He just thought that Akihara Kagura was pretending to be humble before he was about to step into the position of Hokage. But we still have a little trouble. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and mentioned the recent work progress. The fourth Kazakage Raza of the Sand Village is very ambitious. After hearing that I have a way to deal with you, he agreed to cooperate with us. The Sand Village can be used by us. At this point, Orochimaru changed the subject. However, the Mist Village is not so good. They don't want to cooperate with us directly. Even if we kill the Elder Master of the Mist Village, rashly letting Danzo use the erasing face technique to replace him and issue orders will arouse the suspicion of the Mist Village. There is a Byakugan in the Mist Village. It's not easy to use the Mist Village. Danzo Shimura also nodded, looked at Akihara Kagura, and talked about the source of their difficulties. They are scared by your reputation. Only when they hear the news of your death as a wood-release ninja, will they consider cooperating with us. Akihara Kagura frowned immediately, and seemed puzzled and said, how dare they think of such a thing? How dare they think that I will die? Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. This bastard, he is so shameless. Even the first Hokage of their Konoha, Senju Hashirama, died, didn't he? Can't others even think about the possibility of your death? Forget it. Since their idea is wrong, let me handle it. Akihiro Kagura thought for a second and gave a solution. I just happen to have a smuggling case that needs to be dealt with. Lord Orochimaru might as well get involved. I will make it so that some ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village have colluded with Lord Orochimaru to report to the third Hokage, and use this to demand that the Hidden Mist Village must hand over the ninjas involved in the smuggling, forcing them to rebel against Konoha. Danzo Shimura couldn't help but look sideways. Akihiro Kagura's level of political struggle has improved a lot in recent years. In such a short time, he can come up with such an upright move. This is a good idea. Danzo Shimura approved of Akihiro Kagura's idea and looked at Orochimaru. Then let's make this a fait accompli and force the Hidden Mist Village to join in. When the Elder Master of the Hidden Mist Village goes to Konoha, we will kill that old stubborn man in the name of a meeting and let me replace his identity, so that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will not retreat when they are in the lead. Okay. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Let's do it. Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru with satisfaction and proposed her own plan. Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 happen to be here too, so Orochimaru will be the mastermind behind this and teach them a lesson, and let them report to the third Hokage. Kill Hatake Kakashi. Shimura Danzo had his own unique idea. He stroked his eye sockets. Help me get Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan, or one of Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. This may not work. Akihiro Kagura raised her own difficulties. Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 have long known that I am also in the Land of Waves. If something happens to them, the third Hokage will definitely suspect me. Let's follow the plan first. Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru and said softly, when they are in danger, I will play the role of the savior. Let me test Lord Orochimaru's strength, so that our plan for the collapse of Konoha will not become a joke. I won't let you down, Kagura-kun. Orochimaru half supported his palm, squinted his eyes, chuckled and responded, maybe you will lose. This is an opportunity. Orochimaru immediately realized that this opportunity was hard-won. This is an opportunity to test Akihiro Kagura's strength. Once the impure world reincarnation technique user under his control can deal with Akihiro Kagura, it means that Akihiro Kagura is no longer a threat to him, and he can calmly make a plan to seize his body in the future. Akihiro Kagura seemed unaware of Orochimaru's sinister intentions. She was still conspiring with the snake and talking about the results of the plan to herself. If Lord Orochimaru can beat me, it means that we are strong enough and there will be no accidents in this plan. If Lord Orochimaru loses to me, it will just happen that Konoha will relax its vigilance and think that as long as I am here, no accidents will happen in Konoha. It can also make us understand. Orochimaru looked at Akihiro Kagura and chuckled, if these plans don't have your cooperation, we can't do anything, right, Kagura-kun? Lord Orochimaru, please don't speculate on my thoughts with malice. Akihiro Kagura smiled embarrassedly on her face, and waved her hand modestly, we are allies standing on the same line. If it weren't for you, there are many things I can't do. You saying such things will only make me feel. However, the next moment, Akihiro Kagura's smile was retracted in an instant after being humble. Akihiro Kagura's expression was cold and ruthless, as if the two allies in front of her were just dispensable tools, and she added the last word she wanted to say. You are very smart. First update. I may have something to do tonight. Chapter 185 I defeated him with just one move. It was 2 moves, you used 2 moves. Akihiro Kagura left the house. Before leaving, Akihiro Kagura looked back at the house, as if he regretted that the house could not belong to him but only to Orochimaru. The top floor of the house. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo stood here, watching Akihiro Kagura leave through the glass, and both of them had a depressed gloom in their eyes. Be careful. Shimura Danzo slowly turned his head with his crutches and reminded in a deep voice, that kid has a deep mind. It is inevitable that he will kill us directly as a tool for him to get to the top after the plan is completed. Shimura Danzo was deeply touched by this. Because Shimura Danzo was the first victim. Until now, Shimura Danzo still remembers that Akihiro Kagura pretended to be loyal to him, and looked like he would kill anyone who made him unhappy at any time, so that even if Danzo did not believe in Akihiro Kagura, he would not be able to do anything to him, but he was fooled by Akihiro Kagura. Of course I know he's not simple. Orochimaru chuckled, as if he had already recognized the true face of Akihiro Kagura, But he felt that the old guy Shimura Danzo was still a little confused. If the gap in strength between allies is too big, everyone will use their allies without hesitation and choose to throw them away directly. Orochimaru turned his head and looked at Shimura Danzo, chuckled and continued, only by having the ability to threaten and check allies can allies comply with the covenant. No one likes weak allies. Weak allies can only be regarded as a tool that can be discarded at any time. However, Akihara Kagura's idea is not like this. Once Akihara Kagura left Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, he showed his respect for his old boss in front of Karin. They are not my allies, they are people I respect. They were our guides in the past and will be our pavers in the future. I understand. Karin nodded seriously. Although Akihara Kagura's words were quite obscure, Karin immediately understood the essence of the situation. Isn't this just letting Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo be stepping stones? How is Kakashi? Akihara Kagura casually asked about the situation of her old friend and whispered, if that guy can't beat Momochi's abuser, I will go over and laugh at him. Mr. Kakashi and Team 7 won. Karin thought of the situation she had sensed throughout the whole process and hesitantly talked about the result. But it's an ugly win, right? Akihara Kagura seemed to have guessed the result. Yes. Karin thought that Kakashi Hatake and Team 7 did not win in a very good way, and she still tried to defend her classmate, but this battle was indeed exciting. Kakashi Hatake led the 3 Jinin of Team 7 and an ordinary person like Desna, facing Zabuza Momochi, the rebel ninja of the mist. It was already very good that they could win. Zabuza Momochi is very powerful. Karin was not stingy in praising the loser, and whispered, after all, he almost put Team 7 in a desperate situation in an instant. He is worthy of being a person who can escape unscathed from facing Lady Kagura. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin puzzledly, and recalled in surprise, why do I remember that Zabuza Momochi was caught by me in one move? After that, Akihara Kagura did not hesitate to praise Zabuza Momochi. That guy looked very fancy when he made hand seals. He made more than 40 hand seals in one breath without making any mistakes. Fortunately, my ninjutsu only requires 1 or 2 seals to complete, otherwise there will definitely be mistakes. Karin's eyelids twitched. Karin thought of the battle she had spied on. Zabuza Momochi was indeed very fancy when he made hand seals, and he made more than 40 hand seals in one breath. Hatake Kakashi also copied more than 40 hand seals with his Sharingan. The so-called escape unscathed. Karin's eyes were more puzzled. Akihara Kagura pondered her memories of 6 years ago and talked about the truth at that time. If I remember correctly, the 4th Mizuka Jagura Kiridochi was still alive at that time. He taught me a unique ninjutsu as a deal, and I'll let Zabuza Momochi go. Is that the truth? Karin thought of the time when she was eavesdropping nearby. That guy Hatake Kakashi vowed to use Akihara Kagura to compare and remind Team 7 how terrible Zabuza Momochi was that they were going to face. In the end, he escaped unscathed. A prisoner being released is also called an escape unscathed. On the other side, the battle between Team 7 led by Hatake Kakashi and Zabuza Momochi had just ended, or it could be said that it was forced to end, because Zabuza Momochi was already dead. A masked pursuit ninja from the hidden mist suddenly appeared and killed Zabuza Momochi with a sunbun. He then claimed to Hatake Kakashi and others that Zabuza Momochi was a traitor to the hidden mist village and asked to take Zabuza Momochi's body back for disposal. After the pursuit ninja from the hidden mist took Zabuza Momochi away, he placed Zabuza Momochi's body in an open area. When he reached out to remove the bandage on his face, a voice suddenly appeared and interrupted his action. Yo! A young Konoha ninja came over with a red-haired girl, and a group of ninjas wearing masks but with scarlet eyes followed behind them. That is, the pursuit ninja from the hidden mist was so scared that he dared not move. The people who came were Akihara Kagura and his root ninjas. Are you a pursuit ninja from the hidden mist village? Akihara Kagura walked up to them and looked down at the corpse on the ground. Isn't this Zabuza Momochi? How did this guy die? Are you going to deal with his body? Yes, the masked pursuit ninja from the hidden mist village was frightened. Akihara Kagura looked at him very sincerely. The hidden mist village and Konoha are allies after all. You can't handle it alone. Let us help you chop him into pieces. No need, you're too polite. Akihara Kagura waved her hand and chuckled. I want to ask you something. Have you seen our Konoha's Hatake Kakashi Jonin? I'm looking for him. He's just in front. Thank you. Akihara Kagura nodded, and left with his subordinates. Then we'll go first. and we'll see each other again if there's a chance. After Akihara Kagura and this group of root ninjas left, the body of Zabuza Mamachi suddenly sat up, and he quickly took off the senbon from his neck. This Kurigakure pursuit ninja is a fake, and is a companion of Zabuza Mamachi. He just took the opportunity to use senbon to make Zabuza Mamachi fake his death, and then rescued Zabuza Mamachi. Don't be so rude. This fake pursuit ninja also tried to persuade Zabuza Mamachi. Hurry up. Zabuza Mamachi's eyes widened, and he said in a deep voice, we must leave here immediately. That guy actually came to the land of waves. Who is that guy? This fake pursuit ninja took off his mask, revealing a particularly cute face, with a very gentle look between his eyebrows. Is there anyone else that Zabuza-sama is afraid of? The name of this faker is Bai, and he looks only 15 or 16 years old. It is Zabuza Mamachi's companion who has always been with him, and it is also the person Zabuza Mamachi found when he was collecting bloodline ninjas after he was defeated by the wood-release bloodline. I'm not afraid of that guy. Zabuza Mamachi retorted angrily. Although Zabuza Mamachi never thought that he was afraid of Akihara Kagura, he knew that he was definitely no match for Akihara Kagura, but he didn't want to lose face. Zabuza Mamachi tried hard to make his body move, but due to the symptoms of suspended animation he couldn't control his body for the time being. He moved his body while speaking in a deep voice. That guy is a troublesome guy. I fought him 6 years ago. The fighting environment was not favorable to me, so I lost a little bit to him. When Zabuza Mamachi said this, he seemed to still feel a little ashamed, and his face flushed a little. Although I have got the beheading sword now, this is not the time to fight him, not to mention he has a lot of helpers around him. That's true. Bai did not deny the danger of the other party. Thinking about the group of guys he had just met, I saw that the people behind him had Sharingan like Hatake Kakashi. Help me up. Zabuza Mamachi stretched out his arm towards Bai, and said in a deep voice, we must leave quickly, lest that guy notice. Lord Zabuza's face is so red. Bai stretched out his hand to support him, and couldn't help smiling on his face. I didn't expect that there is someone who made Lord Zabuza admit that he lost a move. Zabuza Mamachi's face turned even redder, and he gritted his teeth and said, take me away quickly, I just lost one move. The next time I see him, I will definitely win back. Cough cough cough. A cough was heard. A familiar voice appeared in the ears of Zabuza Mamachi and Bai, and asked helplessly, well, I remember I only used one technique at that time, right? Zabuza Mamachi's heart trembled. Even fear could not suppress his sense of shame. There was no situation that made Zabuza Mamachi feel more embarrassed than being exposed for bragging. Bai's eyes changed, and he slowly turned his head. He saw Akihara Kagura and the group of Konoha ninjas who had just left right behind them, and his eyes immediately became nervous. 2. Mamachi Zabuza turned around and looked at the familiar wood-release ninja. He gritted his teeth and told the truth that he had never forgotten every day. At the beginning, you only used 2 techniques throughout the whole process, one technique to protect Yagura, and one technique to defeat me. A smile flashed in Bai's eyes. It's really unexpected that Zabuza Mamachi, who has always been called a demon man and has always been cold and ruthless, would actually show a tough side. However, this smile was restrained by Bai in an instant, because the enemy situation in front of him meant that it would be difficult for him and Zabuza Mamachi to leave here alive. Did I use 2 techniques at that time? Akihara Kagura looked at Zabuza Mamachi, shook his head and sighed, forget it, it's been too long, I can't remember it clearly. After all, you are not a big shot, and there's nothing to brag about if I beat you. You bastard. Zabuza Mamachi was furious. Lord Zabuza. Bai hurriedly supported him, fearing that he would get angry. Well, there is no friendship between us, so let's stop reminiscing about the past. Akihara Kagura waved her hand indifferently and reminded, now you can choose to resist and then be arrested, or be beaten and then arrested. It is best not to choose suicide. When Akihara Kagura said this, she also explained in a friendly way, because if you die here, it will be very troublesome to clean up the bodies. Zabuza Mamachi gritted his teeth in hatred. Zabuza Mamachi hated the timing of Akihara Kagura's appearance. He had no fighting power at this time, and with Bai's strength, there was no possibility of changing the outcome. However, Bai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly raised his fingers and threw a bunch of water splashes. Water style, 1,000 killings water flying. One by one, the thousands of water made once flew towards Akihara Kagura's direction. Earth style, earth flow wall. Karin flew in front of Akihara Kagura, raised her hand and pressed it on the ground. A hard wall floated up from the ground, and a statue of Akihara Kagura floated on the wall. All the thousands of blades were stuck on the wall of the earth flow wall. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. Bai raised his finger. An ice wall suddenly appeared around Akihara Kagura and Karin, surrounding them directly. If possible, Bai still wanted to use his ability to wrap up all the enemies, but his strength was not enough, so he could only do this, but this was enough. Akihara Kagura, the guy without a mask, was obviously the leader. As long as he could defeat and capture him, he might be able to escape with Zabuza. Is this an ice escape? Bloodline limit. Karin frowned and looked at the ice walls surrounding her and Akihara Kagura. The ice walls formed a closed area like a mirror. Very interesting bloodline ability. Akihara Kagura praised seriously. The next moment, Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. Don't stop me from protecting Master Zabuza. Bai's words fell into their ears. The guy's figure was reflected in the mirrors of the ice wall. He actually shuttled through the mirrors very quickly. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. It was impossible to see which mirror Bai's figure was in, and there was no trace of Bai at all. Fancy. Golden chains instantly drilled out from behind Karin. The golden chains directly blocked the movement of all the mirrors. The bottom of the golden chains drilled directly into the mirrors, tied up Bai's body, and pulled him out in an instant. All the ice walls quickly cracked. Bai's ice escape bloodline secret technique collapsed directly. Karin grabbed Bai's neck with one hand and threw him to the ground. Then please don't stop my determination to protect Lady Kagura. It's also 2 moves. Akihara Kagura did not praise Karin, but looked at Mamachi Zabuza and chuckled. Karin used the first technique to protect me, and used the second technique to defeat your companions. Mamachi Zabuza stared at Akihara Kagura hatefully and was speechless. Because he was also caught by Akihara Kagura in 2 moves. At this time, no matter how angry he was at Bai's incompetence, he couldn't say that Bai was a waste. Take them away. Akihara Kagura raised his palm and signaled his subordinates to catch them. What he cared about most was still his mission. Their business in Wave Country is over. Find a quiet place to interrogate them and find out how many people in the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water are involved in smuggling. Second update. The past and the present are always symmetrical. I have something to do today, but it won't delay my daily update. Chapter 186 Akihara Kagura's interrogation methods are always gentle. On a rock by the sea. Akihara Kagura was holding a fishing rod in his hand, sitting here leisurely fishing. Karin and the Root Ninja stood behind him, holding Zabuza Mamachi and Haku so that they could not resist. Just kill us. Zabuza Mamachi snorted coldly with great backbone. Akihara Kagura, do you think the ninjas from the Blood Mist Village are afraid of death? I won't tell you any information. Isn't that too easy for you? Akihara Kagura turned around and looked at Zabuza Mamachi reproachfully, and said gently, we are old acquaintances after all. How can we be worthy of our acquaintance if we don't make good use of you? No matter what, you are the enemy that I wasted 2 moves to defeat, you bastard. Zabuza Mamachi immediately felt humiliated. Please don't insult Lord Zabuza. Bai stared at Akihara Kagura in front of him, and pleaded gently, what do you want to know? I can tell you. As long as you are willing to let go of Lord Zabuza. Don't say it. Mamachi Zabuza knew very well that Bai would really leak the information, and scolded in a deep voice, Bai, don't be weak in front of the enemy. If you say it, I would rather die here. But Bai looked at Mamachi Zabuza, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Sir Zabuza, those people just treat us as chess pieces. I treat them as chess pieces. Mamachi Zabuza cares about his face very much. Although Mamachi Zabuza knew very well that what Bai said was the truth, and that group of nobles from the water country did treat him as a chess piece, but Mamachi Zabuza also believed that he was using them, and he was the one who controlled the rules of the chessboard. Is there any difference? Akihara Kagura looked at Mamachi Zabuza in surprise, and asked curiously, you don't have a good relationship with them, why can't you tell them? That's because... Mamachi Zabuza looked at Akihara Kagura coldly, his eyes full of stubbornness and anger, and said coldly, I would rather die here than let you get any information. I understand. Akihara Kagura nodded, waved his hand and said, take Mamachi Zabuza away first, let me have a good talk with his companions. The Root Ninja immediately took Mamachi Zabuza away. Mamachi Zabuza looked at Bai fiercely, and said with a sinister face, Bai, don't tell them anything, do you hear? If you tell them any information, even if we go to the underworld, I will never forgive you. Bai could only lower his head and remain silent. However, when Momochi Zabuza was taken away, Akihara Kagura did not ask anything, and was still fishing quietly, as if he could understand Bai's entanglement. I know what you want to say. I also know you're afraid that Zabuza will be angry. Don't worry, I won't ask anything now. Akihara Kagura even took the initiative to comfort Bai, which made Bai feel a little favorable towards Akihara Kagura, and even politely thanked him. Thank you. Come fishing with me for a while. Akihara Kagura swung the fishing rod and said casually, if I can catch a fish today, I will let you and Zabuza go today. Anyway, your strength is not that good, and there is no threat to me. I'm just teasing you. Bai's eyes flashed with surprise. Karin and other root ninjas said nothing, as if they were accustomed to Akihara Kagura's behavior. These guys knew how casual their boss was. Bai's eyes immediately looked at Akihara Kagura's fishing rod, and silently prayed for Akihara Kagura in his heart, hoping that he could catch a fish immediately. Maybe Bai's prayer worked. It's more likely that Akihara Kagura's skills are superb. Half an hour later, Akihara Kagura suddenly pulled up his fishing rod, and a big fat fish was thrown onto the shore by him, which made Bai's eyes flash with joy. Do you keep your word? Of course, go and call Momochi Zabuza over. Akihara Kagura waved his hand, indicating that they should bring Momochi Zabuza over. Without waiting for Momochi Zabuza to react, he directly ordered his subordinates to help him untie the ropes. Let them go. Lord Zabuza, we can go now. Bai looked at Momochi Zabuza with surprise on his face. Momochi Zabuza did not make any move, but his expression became more and more gloomy. Bai, did you tell him the list? I didn't. Bai tried hard to explain. Yes, he didn't. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to help explain. Then why did he let us go? Momochi Zabuza stared at Bai's eyes, anger rising in his heart. What did you talk about during this time? I didn't say anything. Bai shook his head quickly and explained in a panic, we really didn't talk about anything. It was this adult who said that he would let us go as long as we caught some fish. Oh, yes, that's it. Akihara Kagura nodded and took the initiative to help explain. Everyone present can testify that I will let you go as long as I catch some fish. This little guy didn't say anything, and didn't tell us the names of any of the people involved in the smuggling. Akihara Kagura said the truth. Even the root ninjas present can testify. Even if Bai felt a little strange in his heart, he had to admit that Akihara Kagura was telling the truth. This person is still a very generous person. Asshole. The moment Zabuza Momochi was untied, he punched Bai in the face without caring. He watched Bai fall to the ground and said coldly, I told you not to tell this guy anything, but you disobeyed my order. Now you are useless as a tool. But Bai tried to stand up and wanted to say something. Akihara Kagura interrupted Bai and looked at Zabuza Momochi with a frown, as if she didn't understand why Zabuza Momochi suspected Bai of lying. Zabuza, I made an agreement with this little guy named Bai. The reason I chose to let you go was to catch a fish. Asshole. Zabuza Momochi gritted his teeth and looked at Akihara Kagura, then at Bai. Are you taking me for an idiot? Can't you hear such an obvious lie? There was some sadness and grievance in Bai's eyes. However, before Bai could say anything, Akihara Kagura added, Zabuza, Bai did everything for you. I am a man who keeps his promises. I caught a fish, so I let you go because I was in a good mood. Do you think I'm that stupid? Momochi Zabuza glared at Akihara Kagura and Bai with hatred, ignoring Bai and turning around to leave. No matter how you look at it, Akihara Kagura must have gotten the list from Bai. Especially Akihara Kagura, who looked calm and even pretended to let him go because he caught a fish. How could a Konoha ninja be so stupid? Did he think he was also a fool? Moreover, in order for him to survive, Akihara Kagura only needed to threaten Bai a little, and this fool would definitely give the list to Akihara Kagura in order to save him. When Momochi Zabuza thought of this, he felt a little regretful, because Bai also provided the list to save him, and perhaps he shouldn't lose his temper for this. Wait a minute, Akihara Kagura called out to Momochi Zabuza. A group of root ninjas directly blocked Zabuza Momochi. You have got the list. Zabuza Momochi looked at Bai angrily, then looked at Akihara Kagura. What else do you want to do? If you want to kill me, do it as soon as possible. Your beheading sword. Akihara Kagura gestured to show the beheading sword to Zabuza Momochi, and casually put forward a condition, but if you want to take your beheading sword, go and help me deal with the people on the list, so that I don't have to go a long way. Zabuza Momochi was very angry. This bastard actually wanted to use him at this time. However, Bai, the idiot, gave the list to Akihara Kagura. Those nobles of the water country will definitely not let him go. Either kill them or be killed by them. For Zabuza Mamachi, is there still a need to choose? Zabuza Mamachi looked at his beheading sword and said in a deep voice, I will bring their heads and come to get my beheading sword back. This deal is very cost-effective. Akihara Kagura nodded and agreed to Zabuza Mamachi's request, and added, before the construction of the connecting bridge between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire is completed, you'd better be able to rush back, otherwise I can't guarantee that our deal can be reached. And one head is missing, you don't have to come back. Don't worry. Zabuza Mamachi was very confident in his killing skills. After Zabuza Mamachi finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Bai on the ground, and turned away on his own, as if he really threw away this tool. Lord Zabuza Bai immediately got up and wanted to follow. Bang! A vine suddenly drilled out from the ground, dragging the beheading sword and flying directly up. The sword fell in front of Bai and blocked Bai's way. Akihara Kagura swung the fishing rod again and whispered, before that guy comes back, you keep his beheading sword first. When he comes with a head, I will return both you and the beheading sword to him. Why? Bai's body collapsed immediately, sitting in front of the beheading sword, staring at his reflection on the blade. Why doesn't Lord Zabuza believe me? Why did he abandon me? I really didn't say anything. I can help you. Akihara Kagura didn't even look back, as if everything was under control. When Zabuza comes back with a head, he will definitely want to take you away. At that time, you have to help me do something. You don't want Zabuza to abandon you again, right? What is it? Bai looked at Akihara Kagura. Bai seemed to see the hope of returning to Mamachi Zabuza's side. Don't let him get involved in the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village. Akihara Kagura picked up the fishing rod again and slid in a big fish. The waves in the ninja world are very strong. He is just a fish that likes to bite the hook. Lord Zabuza is the most powerful man. Bai still wanted to protect the dignity of Zabuza Mamachi. Akihara Kagura took the fish and put away his fishing rod, but I didn't even hang the bait. He took the bait on his own initiative. The fish in the sea know to bite the hook only when they see the bait. But Zabuza bites when he smells a little fishy smell. Mamachi Zabuza might be smart enough. However, he still fell for Akihara Kagura's simple alienation plan after all, and even took the initiative to assassinate the nobles of the Land of Water who were involved in smuggling, so that Akihara Kagura could have more free time. Bai was a little at a loss. I feel I am getting gentler and gentler. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin, waved her hand and said, Karin, come and help me collect the fish. Karin raised her hand to signal the two root ninjas to help collect the fish, and took the initiative to ask, Lord Kagura, is this the end of the day? Let's go visit the wounded. Akihara Kagura nodded, indicating that today was over. Hatake Kakashi's victory was not exciting enough. He must be injured, right? Yes. Karin nodded hesitantly. Should Akihara Kagura visit the wounded or mock Mr. Kakashi? On the other side, at Dasnu's home, Hatake Kakashi was lying on the bed recovering from his injuries. The three brats of Team 7 sat by the bed. Hiruno Sakura looked at their instructor Jonin with concern. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were also a little nervous. Hatake Kakashi suddenly sat up and mentioned the incident of Kirigakure chasing ninjas killing Mamachi Zabuza, and said, I feel something is wrong. The guy who killed Mamachi Zabuza seemed to have used a senbon similar to a medical needle. This way of killing is too gentle, and the location of the stab seems to be the acupuncture point of suspended animation. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? The group of kids in Team 7 tilted their heads in confusion. Kakashi, I'm here to see you. A voice came from outside. Akihara Kagura brought Karin and Haku, as well as a group of root ninjas, and crowded in. The beheading sword on Haku's shoulder immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey! Isn't this the sword of the guy named Zabuza? Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the beheading sword behind Haku in surprise. Is the guy named Zabuza really dead? Lord Zabuza is still alive. Haku immediately opened his mouth to refute. You are. Hatake Kakashi recognized Bai's figure and frowned. You are in the same group with Mamachi Zabuza, right? Yes. Bai lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Although Akihara Kagura promised that Mamachi Zabuza would definitely need him again, Bai didn't dare to believe it, and was worried that Mamachi Zabuza would really abandon him. Don't ask so many questions. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, signaling the root ninja to carry the two big fish over to show Hatake Kakashi on the bed. Come and see first. These two big fish I caught today. Each fish weighs more than 100 pounds. The corners of Hatake Kakashi's eyes twitched. How could this guy still be the same as before? Akihiro Kagura looked at the surprised and shocked expressions of a group of little brats with satisfaction, and took the initiative to say, "You don't have to worry about Zabuza. I will help you solve this crisis. You are meddling again." Hatake Kakashi glanced at Akihiro Kagura. Hatake Kakashi originally intended to treat this as a test for Team 7, but he didn't expect it to be easily solved by Akihiro Kagura. Although I don't know how he solved it, this guy must have solved it. How can he test the three brats of Team 7? Is there a more suitable enemy in the Land of Waves? The third update. Today's 10,000 completed. Chapter 187 is coming, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Hatake Kakashi was lying on the hospital bed, feeling quite helpless. Because Akihiro Kagura directly solved the trouble of Mamachi Zabuza, his hope that Team 7 would take the opportunity to gain some experience was dashed. However, Hatake Kakashi could not expose this meaning, and could only helplessly watch Akihiro Kagura leave with the root ninjas, and even refused to let Karin help him treat his wounds, leaving them with only two big fish. Forget it. Hatake Kakashi could only treat this as an ordinary sea-level escort mission, and planned to wait until his injuries were healed, lead Team 7 to protect Asuna and build a bridge connecting the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, and get rid of the Kato group entrenched in the Land of Water. Anyway, let these little guys participate in a battle. While he was recovering from his injuries, Hatake Kakashi let the three kids in Team 7 practice climbing trees, treading water, and exercising their chakra control. Asuna's family learned about Akihiro Kagura's identity and that Zabuza Mamachi, the strongest helper under Kato, had been dealt with, and they felt relieved. A week later, Asuna continued to repair the bridge. After Hatake Kakashi recovered, he led Team 7 to protect Asuna. The bridge was full of fog and no one could be seen. Didn't Kato send anyone to stop it? Hatake Kakashi looked around with some doubt, stroking his chin and thinking, was Kato also eliminated by Kagura? Could it be that Team 7 was sent here to travel? While Hatake Kakashi was still thinking, Hiruno Sakura saw a black shadow appearing on the bridge in the fog, and quickly spoke to remind her companions. "Everyone, it seems that someone is coming." Huh? Team 7 looked at the bridge in surprise. On the foggy bridge, a figure in the fog walked towards them, and it seemed that his movements were a little sluggish, and even a little staggering. It doesn't look like an enemy. Hatake Kakashi looked at the newcomer with some doubt. However, the next second, the man who was still a black shadow in the mist suddenly closed his palms, and a huge wave of water swept towards Team 7. Water style, water rush wave. This group of water waves spun like a tornado, and when it was about to approach Team 7, it suddenly turned into a turbulent river, trying to wash away all the people on the bridge. This level of water style Hatake Kakashi quickly blocked the three little guys of Team 7, raised his hand to make a seal and said hurriedly, "Everyone retreat behind me." This level of water style is more terrifying than that of Zabuza Mamachi. Just a water rush wave technique gathered a big river on the bridge. The other party is not a simple character. Earth style, multiple earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi's palms quickly formed hand seals, and stone walls with dog heads carved on all four sides appeared around them, surrounding them to prevent them from being attacked by the waves. The enemy is very strong. Hatake Kakashi pressed his hands on the ground and solemnly warned his subordinates, "You must be careful, don't." Water style, water break wave. The enemy suddenly cast another spell. Crack. The stone wall of the multiple earth flow wall was instantly penetrated by a stream of water. This stream of water was like a high-pressure water gun, cutting the entire earth flow wall apart, revealing Team 7 and Asuna and others hiding inside, and the water flow instantly flooded in. "Everyone step on the water. Protect Mr. Asuna," Hatake Kakashi quickly warned. Fortunately, he had conducted emergency training for the three kids in Team 7, and these little guys were also quite skilled in using chakra attached to their feet to step on water. However, Hatake Kakashi looked at the cut in the earth flow wall. Even though Hatake Kakashi was well informed and had mastered thousands of ninjutsu, he had never seen this kind of water escape technique. He was shocked by this water escape technique and looked at the smooth and neat cut surface of the cut earth wall in disbelief. "You take Mr. Asuna away first." Hatake Kakashi realized that something was wrong. The next moment, someone is underwater. Uzumaki Naruto felt someone grabbing his feet. He just shouted a reminder and was dragged into the water and sank. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke quickly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's palm and wanted to help him out of the water, but he was also pulled into the water. The enemy is underwater. Hatake Kakashi rushed over quickly, grabbed his two subordinates with one hand, and rescued Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The figure that was originally holding the two little guys underwater was also dragged out by him, which also allowed Hatake Kakashi to see the appearance of the person coming. The man had silver hair and red eyes. He was wearing a close combat suit, a layer of blue armor on the outside, and a ninja forward protector on his head. The vortex-shaped mark on the forward protector made the Konoha ninja present couldn't be more familiar. Teacher Kakashi, is he a Konoha ninja? Hiruno Sakura looked at the Konoha village mark on the enemy's forward protector with some surprise, and asked curiously, but why do I feel that he looks familiar? Have we seen him before? Of course I have. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Kakashi Hatake's forehead, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Even if he had not seen the person in front of him, he had seen his statue before. Kakashi Hatake looked at the enemy in front of him with a nervous face, and asked the visitor in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with the second Hokage of Konoha?" Kakashi Hatake had guessed a lot, but he could not imagine that the man who came was the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru tasted the sweetness of the impure world reincarnation, so he would not give up on resurrecting the powerful second Hokage Senju Tobirama, especially since the second Hokage was a person that Orochimaru admired very much. This is the land of waves. It is just right for ninjas who are good at water escape to fight. Orochimaru directly sent a second Hokage to deal with Hatake Kakashi and Team 7, which can be regarded as a great respect for this team. Konoha's ninjas. Senju Tobirama frowned, staring at Hatake Kakashi and a group of little brats in front of him. With his wisdom, he immediately distinguished what kind of team this was, a guiding Jonin, and three little brats seemed to be Jinan. After many years, Senju Tobirama had never thought that after his resurrection, he would be controlled by others to attack Konoha's ninjas. This was undoubtedly a shame for a Konoha Hokage. However, Senju Tobirama did not care, and said his identity without hesitation, intending to take this opportunity to solve the crisis of the impure world reincarnation. "I am Senju Tobirama." Senju Tobirama looked at Hatake Kakashi and explained his situation in a deep voice. "A guy named Orochimaru used the forbidden technique I invented, the impure world reincarnation technique, to resurrect me." Orochimaru. Hatake Kakashi remembered that night. When Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Hatake Kakashi was ordered to stop Orochimaru, but he was forced by Orochimaru's murderous aura and dared not move, just like the group of kids in Team 7 were frightened by Zabuza Mamachi's murderous aura not long ago. That was an extremely terrifying guy. Of course. The person in front of him was also terrifying. It's really the second Hokage. Hatake Kakashi looked at Senju Tobirama in front of him, and his heart surged like a tide. He never thought that he would meet such a terrifying enemy in the land of waves. Second Hokage. The three little guys in Team 7 were all scared. They had less experience than Hatake Kakashi, and never thought that they would meet the previous generation of Hokage of Konoha. Aren't they all legendary figures? After realizing the situation, Tobirama Senju quickly began to talk about his solution. "Orochimaru is controlling me to attack you, but the impure world reincarnation technique cannot allow me to exert my full strength. Come and defeat me according to what I say." When Tobirama Senju said this, he suddenly noticed that there was a Sharingan in Kakashi Hatake's eyes. He subconsciously interrupted himself and asked, "Huh? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" "No." Kakashi Hatake shook his head, stretched out his hand to throw away Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and replied softly, "I just transplanted my friend's eyes. It seems that you have friends in the Uchiha clan." Tobirama Senju looked at Kakashi Hatake, and seemed to remember the Uchiha he knew. He wanted to say something nice. The people of the Uchiha clan are passionate and treat their friends well. Teacher Kakashi's friend defected. Uzumaki Naruto added on the side. A traitor. Senju Tobirama frowned immediately, thinking of the first Uchiha who defected from Konoha. His face immediately drooped, and he said in a deep voice, "Most of the Uchiha clan are born evil, even if some of them." "What did you say?" Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned scarlet in anger. Even if the person in front of him was the second generation Hokage of the village, it was not okay to humiliate a surname like this. Even if he was the only one left in the Uchiha clan, he would protect the reputation of the Uchiha. Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, saw the little guy's exposed Sharingan, looked at the forward protector and clothes on the kid's head, and planned to tell the kid the story of the Uchiha clan. However, Hatake Kakashi knew about some of the unpleasantness between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and whispered to the second Hokage in front of him, "Second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and now there is only this little guy left in the village. Is that so?" Senju Tobirama's attitude immediately softened. Senju Tobirama wanted to ask about the thing he was most concerned about, but his consciousness suddenly felt invaded by Orochimaru, and Orochimaru personally controlled his body to take action. Hatake Kakashi also realized that the other party seemed to have changed. Senju Tobirama quickly rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi could only rush towards him quickly and stop the second Hokage. The two men fought each other. While the consciousness of Senju Tobirama was resisting Orochimaru's invasion, he started talking about a way to crack the impure world reincarnation. "You defeat me first, then my body will be forced to recover and unable to move. You can take this opportunity to seal me up." Hatake Kakashi felt a little complicated. Did the second Hokage overestimate them? The first step to defeat this Hokage was a big problem. With the graduating class he led, it would be easy to defeat a Hokage. His subordinates were not that guy Akihara Kagura. Wait, Akihara Kagura? Hatake Kakashi immediately had an idea. He didn't need to worry about these problems at all. He just had to delay until Akihara Kagura came here. Of course, he also had to pray that Akihara Kagura had learned the sealing technique. However, it was not easy for Hatake Kakashi to delay. The second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama felt that he had figured out Hatake Kakashi's strength, and took the initiative to continue to provide a battle plan. "You use that Uchiha kid as bait, and when I rush over to kill him, you can take the opportunity to break my body. I can't sacrifice my companions." Hatake Kakashi felt a little weird. Although the battle plan provided by the second-generation Hokage seemed to be a little correct, Hatake Kakashi believed in companions first, so how could he use his subordinates as sacrifices? "But you are not my opponent." Senju Tobirama's figure moved quickly along the waves and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke, and a kunai appeared in his hand. Obviously, once the second-generation Hokage got closer to Uchiha Sasuke first, with the physical skills that Uchiha Sasuke was good at now, there would definitely be no good end. "Sasuke, come to my side." Hatake Kakashi quickly joined Uchiha Sasuke. However, there was another person who got there first. Uzumaki Naruto was closer to Sasuke. A red chakra coat suddenly appeared on his body, and there was a red chakra tail behind him, blocking Sasuke. Is this the chakra of the Nine Tails? Senju Tobirama immediately realized the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, and his consciousness fiercely fought against Orochimaru. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was very important to Konoha. Were they forced to retreat? Hatake Kakashi also noticed the chakra code on Uzumaki Naruto, and he also saw Senju Tobirama's retreat. "Are you still worried about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of the village? But anyway, it's a good thing. As long as the second-generation Hokage is not completely controlled, they are not without hope." Hatake Kakashi took the opportunity to approach his two disciples and block them. "Everyone come here." Hatake Kakashi called out to his disciples loudly, raised his palm and slapped it on the ground, and a black magic circle appeared on the ground. "Stand inside the magic circle first. As long as the second-generation Hokage bypasses me and attacks you, I will come here immediately." "This is..." Senju Tobirama looked at the black magic circle on the ground that was more than 1 meter wide, frowned and identified what it was. "It feels like the Flying Thunder God mark. Doesn't this Flying Thunder God mark look a bit novel?" However, Senju Tobirama immediately thought of a solution based on the Flying Thunder God mark, and said in a deep voice, "Wait, don't let these little ghosts stand in the Flying Thunder God mark. Let them set up detonating talismans and traps around the Flying Thunder God mark. You can teleport me directly to the trap near the Flying Thunder God mark, and you can use the trap to break my body directly." Hatake Kakashi immediately understood it. This second-generation Hokage is very clear about the effect of the Flying Thunder God technique, and his battle ideas and wisdom are also quite amazing. He found a solution so quickly. At the bridgehead, Orochimaru stood here, still recording the information of this battle, summarizing the lessons learned from this battle. "No, We must destroy the consciousness of these impure world warriors, otherwise once there are some masters with too high IQ, they can easily come up with a plan on how to defeat them, especially the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The wisdom of this Hokage is extremely amazing no matter in which era. In just a short period of time, he gave Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 a solution. But even if the second Hokage is solved, what can it do? Orochimaru glanced at the other coffin beside him and chuckled, there are people more terrifying than him. Come and meet the source of your power quickly, Kagura-kun first update. A little late today. But it won't delay the day's update. Chapter 188, Senju Tobirama, hate yourself for not having Sharingan. On the bridge deck, Hatake Kakashi and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama were entangled. The other little guys in Team 7 were not idle either, and they were seriously setting traps in the Flying Thunder God formation that was more than 1 meter wide that Hatake Kakashi had placed. Uchiha Sasuke was entangled in the barbed wire with a gloomy face, and he hung sharp blades on the barbed wire one after another, wishing to cut the chattering second Hokage Senju Tobirama into pieces. What do you mean that Uchiha is born evil? Then let you see what evil Uchiha is. Although this battle plan was proposed by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, it was exactly what Uchiha Sasuke wanted. The little guy had a bad impression of Senju Tobirama. That's about it. While fighting with Hatake Kakashi, Senju Tobirama paid attention to the situation on the Flying Thunder God mark, and said in a deep voice, it is indeed an evil Uchiha. He arranged so many sharp weapons. Do you want to kill your captain as well? Hatake Kakashi was also a little helpless. How come the second generation Hokage is so at odds with the Uchiha? And the trap set by Uchiha Sasuke is indeed very dangerous, and he might die in the trap with Senju Tobirama when he uses Flying Thunder God. It's not Senju Tobirama's fault. Because when Senju Tobirama saw Uchiha Sasuke with the Sharingan activated, he felt that this kid looked too much like his nemesis Uchiha Izuna from the Warring States period. He was simply the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna, and it made people feel disgusted just by looking at him. Humph, Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and reminded in a deep voice, Teacher Kakashi has the Sharingan, which can see the flaws in the trap. People who fall into the trap and can't get out should only hate themselves for not having the Sharingan. Senju Tobirama felt that his fists had become hard. This sentence made Senju Tobirama feel a little familiar. No matter how long it has been, Senju Tobirama will never forget his nemesis from the Warring States period. The temper and way of speaking of this kid, named Uchiha Sasuke, are too much like Uchiha Izuna. What that bastard Uchiha Izuna likes most is to show off their family's Sharingan bloodline when he has a little advantage, and say things like he hates not having Sharingan. But the last time that bastard Uchiha Izuna showed off his Sharingan, he was killed by me with Flying Thunder God Slash. This time, Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. If possible, should I find a way to get rid of this brat called Uchiha Sasuke? This brat is an Uchiha from Konoha, but he is too similar to Uchiha Izuna. In the future, he may awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan like his nemesis Uchiha Izuna. But how can I do it in a more obscure way? If someone accidentally finds out about the flaw, it will inevitably affect the trust of the ninjas in the village in the Hokage. Although Senju Tobirama hates Uchiha, he will definitely think more about the political impact. How can I push it to Orochimaru who controls him? While Senju Tobirama was still thinking, Hatake Kakashi took the blow from Senju Tobirama and grabbed the wrist of the second Hokage. The next moment, the two of them instantly teleported to the side of the Flying Thunder God seal. Hatake Kakashi used his Sharingan to see through the only way out of the trap, stretched out his hand and pressed the second Hokage into the trap, and a sharp blade instantly pierced into the body of the Hokage. Seal me quickly. Senju Tobirama ordered them in a deep voice, while raising his hand and throwing out shurikens. That Orochimaru guy can still control me to escape. According to Senju Tobirama's estimation, these shurikens will probably hit Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and most of them are even directed at Uzumaki Naruto, but most of them are not fatal. On the contrary, the shuriken shot at Uchiha Sasuke are more fatal. However, Senju Tobirama saw that Uchiha Sasuke actually flew in front of Uzumaki Naruto, and was immediately shot on the back by the shuriken. Blood oozes out of Uchiha Sasuke's back. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto quickly hugged Uchiha Sasuke and sat down. Senju Tobirama felt a little ashamed in his heart, but it quickly disappeared. Maybe he killed the wrong Uchiha like Uchiha Kagami, but if the Uchiha clan is completely destroyed, there will be no more people who are dangerous to Konoha. Wait, it seems that he can kill him? Senju Tobirama watched the pink-haired girl help Uchiha Sasuke treat his wounds and apply medicine. He also felt that the little brat called Uchiha Sasuke might not die, because Uchiha Sasuke was not fatally injured. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to let go. Idiot, I'm fine. Uchiha Sasuke still had the strength to scold Uzumaki Naruto. Let me go quickly, I just don't want you, an idiot, to die in the hands of a guy I hate. Senju Tobirama watched this scene, as if he saw the figures of his brother and Uchiha Madara. He didn't know how to judge the future, so he could only sigh and say, okay, you guys seal me up quickly, this injury of the impure world body will recover soon. Everyone present looked at Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi fell into silence, recalling the techniques he was good at, and when he was thinking about which sealing technique to use to seal the impure world reincarnationist, a vine suddenly threw his body away, directly destroying the trap set by Team 7, and rescue the second Hokage Senju Tobirama who fell into the trap. Teacher Kakashi, the second Hokage and Yan is out of trouble. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hatake Kakashi nervously. This is. However, Hatake Kakashi was not in the mood to pay attention to these. He stared closely at the vines and tree roots that continued to spread and grow on the ground, and looked at the forest that was gradually growing on the bridge. Why would wood release attack me? Hatake Kakashi looked at the forest that grew on the bridge, and also saw a figure that was gradually walking towards them. A figure wearing red armor. This person's appearance was also very familiar, vaguely seen somewhere. After meeting the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Hatake Kakashi was already prepared in his heart, and he recognized the identity of this latecomer. The first Hokage. When Hatake Kakashi saw the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, appear, his heart seemed to sink into the abyss, because he knew very well how strong Hashirama Senju was. If the former Konoha ninjas had no idea of how powerful the first Hokage was, after seeing Akihara Kagura use the techniques left by the first Hokage, they would understand how powerful the first Hokage was. Akihara Kagura was just an experimental product created by transplanting the cells of the first Hokage, but she was so powerful. How high could the real first Hokage reach? Under the guidance of the second Hokage, Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 finally defeated the second Hokage, but they could never be the opponent of the first Hokage. Brother, have you been resurrected too? After his body was repaired, Tobirama Senju recovered his mobility. He remembered his elder brother's strength and realized the urgency of the situation. His expression immediately darkened and he said sternly, "Juniors, run away. You can never be my brother's opponent, especially when my brother and I join forces. Yes. This team can't be my elder brother's opponent. Even if his elder brother doesn't have the strength he had before his death after his resurrection, if he can exert a little bit of his strength, they won't be able to deal with him. Maybe he doesn't even need wood release." Senju Tobirama knows his elder brother's strength very well. With just the physical skills he has experienced in countless battles during the Warring States period, he can easily deal with a group of immature little guys in Team 7. Even though the strength of the little guy named Hatake Kakashi in front of him fluctuated a bit strangely, he could never be the opponent of his big brother. "Don't think you have a chance to defeat Big Brother." Senju Tobirama looked at Team 7 and said in a deep voice, "Even if the 9 tails in this little guy's body appeared here, it would not be the opponent of Big Brother. The first Hokage is not used to deal with him." A figure appeared behind the first Hokage, grinning and saying, "Even the second generation is not used to deal with them, although I didn't expect that they could defeat you under the command of the second generation." Orochimaru. Hatake Kakashi stood up with all his strength. "Orochimaru. Is this guy the mastermind behind the Land of Waves?" Even after the battle just now, Hatake Kakashi's chakra was almost exhausted and he was even severely injured by the vines. He had to stand up at this time because he was the guiding Jonin of Team 7. In the past, Hatake Kakashi had been afraid of Orochimaru's killing intent, but this time, Hatake Kakashi did not want to retreat. He stood up with difficulty and coughed up blood. Hatake Kakashi heard Orochimaru's words and roughly guessed what Orochimaru was thinking. "You want to deal with Kagura? Do you know he's here too?" "Yes." Orochimaru stood beside the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, licked his lips and said, "The whole ninja world knows that if you want to destroy Konoha, you must first get rid of Akihara Kagura. You are worthy of being the 3 ninjas of Konoha." Hatake Kakashi looked at Orochimaru and whispered, "Other people don't have the courage to think about this when facing Kagura. He's improving too fast." A sharp light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, because he was the one who knew best how fast Akihara Kagura was improving. Akihara Kagura, who is it? The second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama asked beside him. An experiment I made. Orochimaru spread out his palms and chuckled, an experiment made using the cells of the first Hokage, an experiment that needs to be recycled. You actually used my brother's cells for experiments. Senju Tobirama's eyes immediately became cold. Isn't that what the second generation left behind? Orochimaru's questioning left Senju Tobirama speechless. Orochimaru looked at Senju Tobirama, smiled and continued, if it weren't for the impure world reincarnation technique invented by the second Hokage, I would not dare to have the idea of recycling the experimental subjects. This is thanks to the wisdom of the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama didn't want to pay attention to Orochimaru, and looked at Senju Hashirama beside Orochimaru. Brother, why don't you speak? Because I used a talisman to destroy the mind of the first Hokage. A kunai with a talisman appeared in Orochimaru's hand, and he explained with a smile, of course, the second Hokage will do the same soon. After all, the enemies we are going to face next are quite troublesome. If the first Hokage and the second Hokage don't cooperate with me, our chances of winning are too low. If Orochimaru hadn't witnessed with his own eyes how crazy the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was, he wouldn't want to destroy their wisdom, but the feeling last time was really not good. If Senju Hashirama made the slightest mistake, he might be directly suppressed by Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru controlled Senju Tobirama to move instantly to his side, reached out and stuffed the talisman in his hand into the back of Senju Tobirama's head, causing the second-generation Hokage to immediately lose his mind and become a controlled puppet. Kagura is very strong. Hatake Kakashi watched Orochimaru's actions, and had no way to stop him. He only hoped to delay the time temporarily, until the arrival of Akihara Kagura, and by the way, help Akihara Kagura increase his chances of winning the battle. If the first and second Hokage are just puppets controlled by you, it won't be so easy to defeat him. We have to try, right? Orochimaru stretched out his tongue very long, and his eyes swept over Hatake Kakashi and the people of Team 7 one by one. His eyes stayed on Uchiha Sasuke for a moment and then moved away. In this world, people always think that many things are impossible to achieve, just like the dead can be resurrected. Can't the impure world reincarnation technique do this? Hatake Kakashi looked at the two Hokage who had lost their minds, and whispered, is it considered resurrection to desecrate the dead and make them puppets controlled by others? My concept is different from yours. Orochimaru shook his head, not agreeing with Hatake Kakashi's idea. As long as a goal can be achieved, no matter what method is used in the middle, it is right, right. You are right. A voice appeared on the bridge. A person led a group of people slowly walk towards them from the fog, and continued with Orochimaru's words, as long as the result is right, it doesn't matter what the process is. Finally here Hatake Kakashi's heart was relieved. Although the words spoken by this voice were a little wrong, Hatake Kakashi already knew the identity of the visitor, and Team 7 could at least survive this crisis safely. Akihara Kagura led the ninjas of the route and walked over, whispering, take away everyone present, this place is no longer suitable for them to stay. Be careful. Hatake Kakashi did not refute, but just reminded Akihara Kagura, the people next to Orochimaru are the first Hokage and the second Hokage. I know. Akihara Kagura nodded, indicating that she understood how weak the other party's current strength was. After all, they were just puppets controlled by Orochimaru. Second update. One more update. Chapter 189 How to lure the two Hokage into participating in the Konoha collapse plan. Team 7, withdraw from here immediately. Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru and the two unconscious puppets, and ordered Hatake Kakashi and Team 7, take these little brats away. What about you? Hatake Kakashi stopped. What do you think I can do? Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and said, Orochimaru has set up a trap here. If I don't jump in, it will disappoint people, right? Actually, you. Hatake Kakashi wanted to persuade Akihara Kagura. Because any ninja in the entire Konoha is not as important as the safety of Akihara Kagura, and his existence is the cornerstone of Konoha's strength. Okay. Akihara Kagura interrupted Hatake Kakashi directly and whispered, there may be spies in the village, or perhaps senior personnel, otherwise Orochimaru would not have found out that I left Konoha, or even knew that I would come to the Land of Waves to carry out a mission route. Hatake Kakashi immediately became suspicious. The route has never left my sight. Akihara Kagura shook her head and continued, not many people know that I came to Wave Country to carry out a mission. Maybe this is a trap set by some people and Orochimaru, or they deliberately asked me to carry out this mission. It may also be someone from the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village. Hatake Kakashi frowned. Yet, Akihara Kagura took advantage of the situation and began to throw dirty water on the Hidden Mist Village. Orochimaru must have colluded with the people of the Hidden Mist Village, otherwise Orochimaru would not have appeared in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is just a smuggling base for the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Only those who are connected with the Hidden Mist Village can appear here for no reason. Akihara Kagura felt that the dirty water she threw was not convincing enough, and provided another strong evidence. These big ninja villages like to collude with the rebel ninjas from other villages, and want to use the rebel ninjas to deal with the hostile ninja villages. For example, I also colluded with a rebel ninja Mamachi Zabuza from the Hidden Mist Village a few days ago, and used him to do things for me. The corners of Hatake Kakashi's eyes twitched a little. Over the years, Hatake Kakashi has seen many people throwing dirty water on others, but he has never seen a basin of dirty water thrown on himself, saying that others are also dirty. But Akihara Kagura's words make sense. This guy wants to remind Konoha to be vigilant against the Hidden Mist Village as an ally. By the way, it is your mission to protect Asuna and build this bridge, right? Akihara Kagura looked at Asuna, then at the people in Team 7, wait until I defeat them, and then protect Asuna and build this bridge. When you go back, remember to give me the reward for this mission. I helped you eliminate the enemies twice. Hatake Kakashi was a little embarrassed again. Is this the time to worry about the reward? Hatake Kakashi knew that Akihara Kagura was joking, and wanted to make his friend relax, so he nodded, indicating that he understood what Akihara Kagura meant. Okay, but as a guiding Jonin, I can only get a portion of the reward, and I have to ask these brats for the rest. Give all of mine to Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto was very loyal. He didn't understand what was going on, and even wanted to stay and help. I can stay. Akihara Kagura knocked on Uzumaki Naruto's head. Now you can't even beat Karin. It's good enough that you don't hold me back. I don't want any of my reward. Uchiha Sasuke had no objection to this. I don't want it either. Hiruno Sakura quickly agreed with Sasuke. You talk as if I'm bullying a child. Akihara Kagura ruffled Uzumaki Naruto's hair and chuckled. Okay, let's go quickly. Karin and the Root Ninja will stay to help me. Okay. Hatake Kakashi could only nod. He was the only one who could help Team 7, but he was also injured and didn't have much chakra in his body, so he could only temporarily lead Team 7 to retreat. After they left, Karin ordered the Root Ninjas to retreat to the bridge, and she looked at Akihara Kagura. Lord Kagura, I can. Karin thought that her Kagura heart eyes could help, and if Akihara Kagura was injured, she could drink her blood, but she was interrupted by Akihara Kagura's words. You should stay there too. Akihara Kagura waved her hand and asked her to wait by the bridge. Help me set up the fishing rod, and when you clean up the place where I fish, it will be almost over. Yes. Karin could only lower her head and retreat to the bridge. On the entire bridge, only Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru, as well as the two Hokages, Hoshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, were left, and the fog slowly spread over the bridge. Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and asked softly, actually, I'm curious about one thing. If there is a ninja student in the village who holds two sharp kunai and wants to challenge you who holds the Kusanagi sword, how would you feel? Orochimaru thought for a while and didn't expect Akihara Kagura to ask this question. After a second, he smiled and gave the answer, maybe you pity his ignorance and fearlessness. The ninja students of Konoha Ninja School basically don't even understand the three body techniques, and their physical skills can't be particularly good. How could they be his opponents? After Orochimaru finished speaking, as if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Kagura-kun, do you mean, I am the child holding the beautiful kunai in his hand? Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded unceremoniously, and said softly, it seems that you can understand my mood before the battle. No matter how sharp the kunai is, it is held in the hands of a child after all, not to mention challenging the hardest sword in the world, the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he whispered, Kagura-kun, you just transplanted the cells of the first-generation Hokage, but I hold the real first-generation Hokage in my hand. Even if he can't exert his full strength, you can't compare to him. When Orochimaru said this, he continued, what's more, the impure world reincarnation is an immortal existence. I have greatly enhanced his self-healing ability, so he can recover even if he is fatally injured. Lord Orochimaru. Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru, sighed and said, "Do you want to consider removing their talismans and let them tell you the truth?" Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, not believing Akihiro Kagura's nonsense. Because he knew how unreliable the first-generation Hokage was, and the second-generation Hokage's IQ was too high. What if Akihiro Kagura solved his impure world reincarnation? Let's try it first. Orochimaru's body slowly retreated and raised his finger. "Kagura-kun, let me show you how powerful the two Hokage are." As soon as the voice fell, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama rushed towards Akihiro Kagura at the same time. "Then I'll let you see clearly." Akihiro Kagura shook his head helplessly and said softly, "How can a child holding two sharp kunai threaten an adult holding the Kusanagi sword? Kagura-kun, don't look down on me." Orochimaru suddenly raised his finger and sternly ordered the two impure world puppets, "Catch him, or just kill him." Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama rushed up. Akihiro Kagura raised her hand and clasped the wrist of Senju Hashirama, judging the strength of the first-generation Hokage. "No, I was wrong at the beginning. The child was not holding a sharp kunai, but a beautiful kunai." The next moment, Akihiro Kagura suddenly twisted Senju Hashirama's wrist, hit his chest with an elbow, directly smashed his chest, and then kicked him away. The first-generation Hokage, who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, immediately fell into a state of recovery. "Your taijutsu." Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. Akihiro Kagura looked at Senju Tobirama, who stopped in place, and then looked at Orochimaru. Because learning other techniques is too easy, there is no need to study them deliberately. The only energy can only be used on the taijutsu that you are not good at. Water style, water rush wave. Senju Tobirama instantly raised his hand and released his own water style ninjutsu. Water style, water rush wave. Akihiro Kagura raised his hands to seal at the same time, and a more turbulent wave of water overturned and submerged Senju Tobirama's body instead, and the entire bridge surface turned into an ocean. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Senju Tobirama's movements did not stop. His figure instantly emerged from the water. His fingers quickly formed three hand seals, and a huge water dragon rushed out directly from around him. In this environment, the water dragon bullet technique became extremely huge. Ninjutsu, thunder water dragon bullet technique. Akihiro Kagura's hand seal was not fast. He just raised his fingers, and a water dragon with lightning emerged from the water, smashed Senju Tobirama's water dragon into pieces, rushed over and grabbed Senju Tobirama's body. "Is this a composite ninjutsu?" Orochimaru frowned, feeling something was wrong. "No, the old man's composite ninjutsu requires the release of two different techniques to combine. How can it be possible to release a composite technique in an instant? I am a candidate for the Hokage of Konoha. It is natural to surpass the Hokage, right?" Akihiro Kagura raised his hands, and two balls of white flames flew out in an instant and landed on Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Fire escape. Orochimaru stared at the white flames, and shook his head quickly. "No, there are other attribute chakras in it, because under the burning of the flames, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were burned into nothingness." The combination of fire escape and dust escape. Orochimaru immediately understood Akihiro Kagura's composite ninjutsu. He was once again shocked by how difficult this guy was. The two reincarnated Hokage really couldn't do anything to Akihiro Kagura, because the more severely the body of the reincarnated was broken, the longer it would take to recover. No. Orochimaru suddenly realized that something was wrong. The body of the impure world reincarnated could be restored, but the talismans he cast on the two Hokage could not be restored. As expected, after Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju recovered, the two Hokage actually regained consciousness at the same time and immediately realized the situation on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama looked around curiously, and first saw his younger brother Senju Tobirama, and immediately began to accuse him. "Tobirama, it's all your fault that you insisted on developing this technique to desecrate the dead." "Brother, let's get the situation clear first." Senju Tobirama frowned. He saw Akihiro Kagura in front of him, and also saw the other party's Konoha forward protector. He asked in a deep voice, "Kid, are you a ninja from Konoha? Who is the enemy?" Senju Hashirama looked around and counted the people on the bridge. That Orochimaru is Tsuna's friend, and this little guy is a ninja from Konoha. Where is the enemy? That Orochimaru is a rebel ninja from Konoha. Senju Tobirama was deeply worried about his brother's judgment. "Brother, you were fooled by that guy." Ah. Senju Hashirama looked at Orochimaru in a trance. Was he fooled? This guy lied to him that he was Tsuna's friend? Orochimaru didn't care about being exposed. His expression was a little gloomy. He hurriedly controlled the two Hokage to continue attacking Akihara Kagura. Don't care about these details. Anyway, you can't resist my control. Kid, you are the Akihara Kagura they are talking about, right? Senju Tobirama was forced to attack Akihara Kagura. He had to bring up the old things again and taught her seriously. It's useless to teach you how to crack the impure world reincarnation now, because you can't be the big brothers, right? Bang! The chakra in Akihara Kagura's body suddenly burst out, and directly overturned the two rushing Hokage. This momentum even blew the sea surface in an instant, raising waves. Even if Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were strong when they were alive, their strength at this moment could not compete with this chakra. The two Hokage could only raise their arms to block in front of themselves, and flew out directly, half kneeling on the ground in embarrassment. This chakra Hashirama Senju looked at Akihara Kagura in shock, and then turned his head to look at Orochimaru. Hey, that kid who claims to be Tsuna's friend, this little guy in front of you may be stronger than when I was alive, even if you resurrect me, it's useless. Orochimaru clenched his fist tightly, stared at Akihara Kagura, gritted his teeth and said, that guy is obviously just an experiment I cultivated with a first generation of cells. How can a fake be exactly the same as the real thing? Senju Tobirama's eyes were also full of disbelief. However, in Senju Tobirama's perception, the Akihara Kagura in front of him, who was wearing a Konoha Ford protector, was almost as powerful as his brother during the Battle of the Valley of the End. Hearing what Hashirama Senju said, Tobirama Senju frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with his elder brother's words. Brother, this little guy is at most as strong as you. After that, Senju Tobirama himself was silent, because who in the history of the ninja world could reach the strength of his elder brother? One Senju Hashirama can end the Warring States period. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure instantly appeared beside Senju Hashirama. Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. You even know my technique? When did you leave the Flying Thunder God mark on me? Akihara Kagura slapped Senju Hashirama's body with one hand, and a vine instantly wrapped around Senju Hashirama, absorbing his chakra. It's a pity. The amount of chakra of the resurrected Senju Hashirama is a little less, but the chakra is endlessly restored, which does not seem so regrettable. He can use my Flying Thunder God jutsu, and my elder brothers would release. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and had to admit the excellence of this little guy, the little brat named Akihara Kagura. You are ninja of Konoha? Who is the current Hokage? It's the third Hokage. Akihara Kagura walked towards Senju Tobirama step by step, raised his hand casually, tied up the second Hokage with a wood release, and then introduced himself. The third Hokage is almost 70 years old this year, and I am his assistant Hokage. Senju Tobirama nodded slowly, and did not care about Akihara Kagura's eyes. It seems that you are the next generation Hokage of the village. I may have to leave Konoha. Akihara Kagura looked at Senju Tobirama, who didn't care about her eye drops, sighed and continued, someone colluded with Orochimaru and ordered me to come here to carry out a mission, but I didn't expect to step into this trap, just like the previous Hokage assisted Danzo and stepped into the trap. Before returning to the village, he was hunted down by the villagers and had to leave Konoha, but the village announced that he became a traitor. I may also leave Konoha. Senju Tobirama suddenly fell silent, and after a long time he spoke. Danzo defected? Someone forced him to defect. Yes. Akihara Kagura didn't say much. After all, it was himself who forced Shimura Danzo to defect. Senju Hashirama became a little curious and asked in surprise, why do you want to leave Konoha? Someone in the village colluded with a traitor to force you to defect. Can't you just get rid of him? Brother. Senju Tobirama interrupted his brother. This eldest brother's political sensitivity is too low. He didn't realize the problem at this time. A person who is so powerful but serves as the assistant of the Hokage, who is obviously the candidate for the next Hokage, was actually ordered to carry out the mission and was forced to leave Konoha. Who else can do it except those who are more powerful than him? Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and asked, when you defected and became a rebel ninja, you were not killed by the third Hokage. You have always obtained resources for scientific research and even learned the forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealing. Who supported you behind the scenes? Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura in silence. Although Orochimaru didn't know what Akihara Kagura's purpose was, he knew that Akihara Kagura must want to throw ink on the third Hokage in front of the two Hokage. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his conscience ached slightly. Orochimaru quickly realized that he had no conscience and no morals, and grinned. Kagura-kun, shouldn't you have guessed who is supporting me? Because that person's status is too high, you don't want to believe it. Third update. It feels weird to even lie to the dead. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Seeing Akihara Kagura, Orochimaru feels much more noble. Some things don't need to be said explicitly. Especially when you want to frame someone. Through some ambiguous words, you can let others figure it out for themselves. When Orochimaru heard what Akihara Kagura said, he realized that this guy wanted to frame the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the two Hokage, and he subconsciously cooperated. Orochimaru has always known that he is not a noble person. However, the meanness of Akihara Kagura far exceeded Orochimaru's cognition. Orochimaru never thought that Akihara Kagura was so mean that he would even deceive the emotions of the dead. Although Orochimaru himself has deceived the dead, Orochimaru believes that it is more noble to take advantage of it. But this matter is also beneficial to him. How interesting. Orochimaru didn't mind continuing the topic with Akihara Kagura, and even took the initiative to cooperate. The previous Hokage's assistant and the current Hokage's assistant both know the answer, but you don't want to believe it, and there is no way to change it, right? There will always be darkness in an organization. However, when the source of darkness comes from the person at the top of the organization, it represents the collapse of will. You will find that these darknesses cannot be eliminated. Either choose to leave the darkness or choose to integrate into the darkness. There is no other choice. When Orochimaru talked about these philosophies, he took the opportunity to throw dirty water on his teacher in a whitewashing way. However, you should not blame him. He did everything for Konoha, even if he was contaminated with darkness for this. Maybe I also looked down on his style and left Konoha early, but I have to admire his sacrifices for Konoha. What are you talking about? Senju Hashirama was still a little confused about the situation. However, Senju Tobirama had already figured it out. He roughly understood from the ambiguous communication between Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura that something had happened to his disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is 69 years old and still sits in the position of the third Hokage and holds power. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen did some dark and dirty things for Konoha. But how did Sarutobi Hiruzen hold power for so long? Senju Tobirama recalled that when Sarutobi Hiruzen was 30 years old, he handed over the position of Hokage to this disciple. He did not expect that this disciple has been in charge of Konoha for nearly 40 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been in charge of the position of Hokage for nearly 40 years, is definitely not upright. He does not have the power of the first Hokage, and he must do some dark things for Konoha. These are all natural. It's just that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was too extreme. He forced Shimura Danzo to defect, and also framed and killed this little guy named Akihara Kagura. Senju Tobirama recalled the chakra eruption from Akihara Kagura, and quickly understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen did this, because this little guy was too strong and posed a threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen's power, or he was dissatisfied with the dark things done by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kid? Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me first, what has the monkey done over the years? What is the current situation in Konoha?" Huh? What's wrong with the monkey? Senju Hashirama turned his head curiously. The first Hokage hadn't reacted yet. Why did you suddenly mention the little monkey? Brother, shut up first. Senju Tobirama hurriedly asked his elder brother to shut up, so as not to destroy the image of the first Hokage in Konoha's younger generation. He couldn't let everyone in Konoha know that the founder of Konoha was a political idiot, right? You speak first. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura again and continued to ask, "Tell me everything in detail, I can help you solve it." This. Akihara Kagura hesitated and looked at Senju Tobirama, and whispered, "I only know one thing. The third Hokage personally destroyed the Uchiha clan and used the cells of the first Hokage and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to create a double bloodline ninja. After this matter was discovered by us and Danzo, the third Hokage pushed everything onto the assistant of the previous Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and forced Danzo to leave Konoha." What? Senju Hashirama's face was shocked, and he said in disbelief, The Uchiha clan was destroyed? Aren't they companions in the village? Brother, shut up. Senju Tobirama's expression was also a little unhappy. He knew about the demise of the Uchiha clan when he met Team 7, and he was mentally prepared for this. Monkey really went too far in this matter. If it was Senju Tobirama in that position, he might also use the Sharingan to conduct human experiments, but he might do it more covertly. This is a bit too much? Senju Tobirama was very dissatisfied with his brother's attempt to make a big deal out of a small matter. He really wanted to protect everyone in the village. Tobirama, Konoha was founded by us and the Uchiha clan. No matter what, we should not attack our companions. It's not his fault. Orochimaru smiled. He saw the political situation of Konoha more clearly than anyone else. He took the opportunity to continue playing the dirty hand of the third Hokage. Because of the order of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has always been independent of the village and cannot be accommodated in the village no matter what. Tobirama. Senju Tobirama glared at his brother. The Uchiha clan is very dangerous. Senju Tobirama ignored all this and had his own reasons. I just helped them find a suitable position, and also prevented the emergence of dangerous people like Madara in the future. But Akihara Kagura glanced at Senju Tobirama and whispered, the real reason for the demise of the Uchiha clan is because they helped the third Hokage to clean up the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage was worried that the Uchiha clan would leak this matter, so he destroyed them in order to destroy the evidence. Everyone present looked at Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's basin of dirty water not only shocked Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, but even Orochimaru looked at him in surprise. No, Kagura-kun, is there too much dirt in this basin of dirty water? Orochimaru has never denied that he acted in a despicable way, but at this time, Orochimaru thought that he could actually be called noble. However, Orochimaru quickly figured out the essence of the matter, shook his head with a chuckle, and took the opportunity to discredit his teacher. I didn't expect that you also found out about this. No wonder the teacher asked me to deal with you. Teacher. Senju Tobirama frowned at Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, are you Monkey's student? What on earth did you do for Monkey? What is going on with the fourth Hokage of Konoha? What role did the Uchiha clan play in it? I am the teacher's disciple, what can I do to help him? Orochimaru grinned and continued along the line of thought provided by Akihara Kagura. The teacher did accept 3 disciples in total, and I did not deceive the first Hokage. Tsunade is indeed my friend, but she is the descendant of the first Hokage and the most suitable successor to the position of Hokage. It's a pity that the teacher thought that Tsunade's ideas were not in line with the policies he formulated, and let her leave Konoha early. Tsunade Senju Hashirama thought of his most beloved granddaughter. Jiraiya has been helping the teacher find a suitable and obedient successor, to prevent people in the village from gossiping about him serving as Hokage for a long time. I, a not-so-good disciple, am not upright enough, so I can only help the teacher do some dirty things. When Orochimaru said this, his eyes looked at Akihara Kagura. Since you and Danzo have found out the truth of the matter, it seems there is no point in hiding it any longer. The fourth Hokage was indeed very obedient before he took over, but after he became Hokage, he even wanted to change the teacher's policies. The teacher could only secretly lure an Uchiha who had opened the main Gekiyo Sharingan, claiming that he was willing to let that Uchiha become Hokage, and let that Uchiha control the Nine Tails, create chaos in the village, and kill the fourth Hokage. Finally, he regained power without any danger. Akihara Kagura showed a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. She felt that Orochimaru was a despicable person, and directly compiled the ideas she provided into a complete story. Obviously. Orochimaru spread out his hands, his expression gloomy. The Uchiha clan's wolf ambitions must not be left behind. They dared to kill the fourth Hokage for power, so they may naturally threaten the safety of Konoha. Orochimaru said this, looked at Akihara Kagura and said, it just so happened that Danzo reported to the teacher that the wood release experiment on you was successful. After you grew up, the teacher used your power to destroy the Uchiha. Unexpectedly, some of the Uchiha who escaped the net told Danzo the truth. For Konoha, this is a necessary sacrifice. Orochimaru grinned and continued, the teacher originally wanted to kill Danzo, but because he is an old friend for many years, he let him go, hoping that he would be more obedient. Unexpectedly, Danzo was still dishonest and told you these things. There is no way. I'm just a student who helps the teacher deal with troubles. When Orochimaru said this, he followed Kagura Akihara's thinking and made everything come round. Since there is a being that may endanger Konoha, it must be dealt with. I have overestimated you enough, and even resurrected 2 Hokages at the cost of the impure world reincarnation. But we didn't expect you to be so strong. Is it really like this? Kagura Akihara looked at Orochimaru in shock, and seemed unwilling to believe it. I always thought that Danzo was lying to me. How could that little monkey become like this? Hashirama Senju frowned, his face full of uneasiness. Tobirama Senju's expression was also full of shock, but as a politician, Tobirama Senju understood his disciple's behavior very well, but he just couldn't accept it. How dare the monkey? It's okay to manipulate the destruction of Uchiha. How dare the monkey use Uchiha to kill another Hokage in the village, and even force the more outstanding genius in the village to defect? A Hokage who has been in charge of Konoha for nearly 40 years, and is almost 70 years old, has not yet properly trained the future successor. How can he still be obsessed with the power of Hokage? In recent years, Konoha has produced so many talented people that you can't give up a genius comparable to your elder brother? Even if you know the truth, what can you do? Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura, chuckled and continued, can the ending of the story be changed? All the ninjas in the village will only choose to support my teacher. Akihara Kagura dropped her shoulders in silence. Leave Konoha, Kagura? Orochimaru licked his lips and took the initiative to persuade, as long as you leave Konoha and don't reveal all the secrets, the teacher will no longer want to kill you, because no one in the village is stronger than you. Maybe you can also protect Konoha in the dark like me. This is not Konoha. Senju Hashirama frowned, and wanted to break free from the vines with an angry look, and even his will wanted to break free from Orochimaru's control. Senju Hashirama recalled what he had said to Uchiha Madara, looked at Akihara Kagura who was a little depressed, and persuaded in a deep voice, if anyone threatens the existence of Konoha, no matter who it is, even if he is the Hokage, he must be eliminated. Senju Tobirama sighed with a complicated expression, and also looked at Akihara Kagura, kid, big brother is right, what you have to do now is to eliminate the existence that threatens Konoha. The existence of the monkey is already a cancer for Konoha. Although Senju Tobirama believes that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did is a politician's method, all interests should be prioritized for Konoha, not for his power. This little guy named Akihara Kagura is a unique genius, and the foundation for Konoha to continue to dominate the ninja world in the next few decades. How can such a genius be forced to defect, and even want to assassinate this genius with his disciples? Akihara Kagura hung his head and was a little at a loss. Because Akihara Kagura was seriously thinking about a question, can the boss issue orders even if he is dead? System prompt, new work task, Senju Hashirama, for the sake of Konoha, kill any existence that threatens Konoha, and clean up Konoha's cancer, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. System prompt, new work task, Senju Tobirama, for the sake of Konoha, kill Konoha's cancer, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at any cost. Kid, kill this guy named Orochimaru first. Senju Tobirama seemed to understand Akihara Kagura's problem, and took the initiative to propose a plan, even if the caster dies, as long as the impure world reincarnation is not lifted, the impure world reincarnation can still move freely. Take me and my brother to Konoha to see Monkey, and I will help you solve the monkey's problem. Akihara Kagura raised his head suddenly, and a light seemed to appear in his eyes. Can you please not kill me? Orochimaru chuckled and took the initiative to say, actually, I'm also worried that the teacher wants to get rid of me as an insider. After all, I have done a lot of dirty things for him. When Orochimaru said this, he seemed to add, as if to remind, Kagura-kun, don't forget, Shimura Danzo is in my hands, and I am the only one who knows the whereabouts of Danzo. It was you who took Danzo away. Akihara Kagura clenched her fists in anger. That's right. Seeing that Akihara Kagura was still performing soberly, Orochimaru smiled again. Who made him think that I was also a rebel ninja who was driven out of Konoha by the teacher? He thought that I also had evidence of the teacher in my hand, and he always wanted to come to see me. My identity as a rebel ninja can help the teacher attract a lot of enemies and solve a lot of problems. He was caught easily. The first update. A little late. Because it's not easy to write a blackpot article. Damn, I feel that my way is a bit strange. Chapter 191 Karin, Lady Kagura, you are actually a good person, right? Shadame-sama, Nidame-sama. For the safety of Shimura Danzo, Akihara Kagura looked like she had to agree to Orochimaru's request. Sama Danzo is my guide, I have to. I can understand your feelings. Senju Tobirama appreciated this very much, because Shimura Danzo was also a student, but he still looked at Orochimaru. This guy is very dangerous, Are you sure you can control him? No matter what, I must protect Lord Danzo's safety. Akihara Kagura shook her head, as if she didn't have the confidence. As long as I can rescue Lord Danzo, I can do anything. You are really loyal and righteous. Orochimaru's smile was a little sarcastic, and he continued with a smile, I'm setting the trap here just to help the teacher do the last thing. If you want, I can stand with you to resist the teacher. Konoha has indeed become corrupt under his rule. Solve the monkey's trouble first. Senju Hashirama still had some anger left. Because Hashirama Senju never thought that the Konoha he founded would become like this, a Hokage secretly manipulated conspiracies to gain power, killed his companions in the village, and forced the outstanding ninjas in the village to defect. Kagura-kun's power is enough. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura, smiled and said, Teacher has always been worried that you might rebel with force, so he has been suppressing you politically. Orochimaru raised his finger, chuckled and continued, but, Kagura-kun, can you let go of the two Hokage first? I have to ensure my safety before you can meet Danzo. You can wait for my news first. I won't let you down. Akihara Kagura had to let go of the vines. Orochimaru took the two Hokage away, leaving Akihara Kagura alone on the bridge. Karin had been observing this place with Kagura's mind eyes, and immediately walked towards Akihara Kagura. Kagura-sama. Karin looked at Akihara Kagura with some uneasiness, and whispered, Did the third Hokage really do those things? Of course not. Akihara Kagura shook her head, not wanting to be responsible for the lies she made up. That was just a bait to seduce Danzo-sama. Orochimaru will definitely tell Danzo-sama everything when he goes back. They must have conspired to deceive the two Hokage. But black is black, white is white. What the third Hokage did wrong, no matter what, are mistakes he has to admit, and what the third Hokage did not do, sooner or later he will be cleared of suspicion in the confrontation. Confrontation. Karin frowned. Yet, Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and chuckled. Danzo-sama can point out the wrong things that the third Hokage did, but he thought he could slander the third Hokage, but forgot that he himself is the most unclean person. Karin nodded thoughtfully. Let's go. Akihara Kagura walked to the fishing rod that Karin had set up, and said slowly, although a big fish has been caught today, let's still cast a few rods. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he suddenly said, by the way, let that guy named Asuna come to repair the bridge. Let Team 7's mission be completed as soon as possible. Team 7 was indeed worried about Akihara Kagura. However, when they saw that Akihara Kagura was safe and sound, they were relieved, especially Hatake Kakashi, who didn't want to see Akihara Kagura die here. Time passed quickly. Dasuna was working hard to repair the bridge. Hatake Kakashi was practicing hard with Team 7. Akihara Kagura continued fishing with the root ninjas. Before the bridge was about to be completed, Mamachi Zabuza returned to the Kingdom of Waves with a bunch of heads of the Water Kingdom nobles. This guy's fighting power is indeed not weak. I'll take back my beheading sword. Zabuza Mamachi dropped the pile of heads in front of Akihara Kagura and said coldly, no one is missing from the smuggling list, you can count them yourself. I want to count them. Akihara Kagura looked at Zabuza Mamachi with some innocence in his eyes. The key to the problem is that I don't know the list of smugglers at all. You bastards still want to deceive me at this time. Zabuza Mamachi cursed and looked at Bai, who was carrying the beheading sword. Seeing Bai's eyes were a little wet, he suddenly realized something. At this time, Akihara Kagura seemed to have no need to lie to himself. Bai really didn't tell you the list. Zabuza Mamachi felt that he seemed to have made a mistake. He recalled what happened that day. Did he fall into a trap? But at this time, Zabuza Mamachi was not in the mood to care about those things. Because Zabuza Mamachi had been missing this little guy who had been with him all the time during his absence from Bai. He already knew that he couldn't leave Bai. However, Zabuza Mamachi was stubborn and didn't want to apologize. Looking at Bai, who was carrying the beheading sword, he coldly scolded, why don't you come quickly and follow me with the beheading sword? What are you doing there? Lord Zabuza. Bai ran towards Zabuza Mamachi quickly. Wait a minute. Akihara Kagura's words made Bai stop in his tracks. He looked at Zabuza Mamachi slowly and said, Zabuza Mamachi, I only promised to return the beheading sword to you. Bai's my tool. Zabuza Mamachi's face was full of anger. The beheading sword is also your tool. Akihara Kagura continued to hang the bait and cast the rod indifferently, and continued nonchalantly, besides, didn't you throw both tools away in the Land of Waves a long time ago? Now you can only choose one, you'd better think it through. There is only one beheading sword. Zabuza Mamachi fell silent. This is a difficult decision. The beheading sword can enhance his strength. Once he chooses Bai, it means that he has lost the beheading sword, which will greatly damage his strength. It is simply a dream to want to seize the hidden mist village. However, this is not a difficult choice. Because when Zabuza Mamachi killed those nobles of the Land of Water, he knew that it would be difficult for him to seize the power of the hidden mist village again. It would be better to retire with Bai. Zabuza Mamachi chose Bai and gave up his ambition. He knew what kind of life he should choose. Zabuza Mamachi snorted coldly and looked at Bai without hesitation. His attitude towards Bai was still arrogant. Throw the beheading sword to this bastard. Lord Zabuza. Bai's eyes were filled with tears of surprise. Although Zabuza Mamachi's attitude was still fearless, he chose to abandon the beheading sword for himself. Bai no longer had to worry about it. He directly threw away the beheading sword that he had been carrying on his back and flew towards Zabuza Mamachi. Be quiet. Zabuza Mamachi ruffled Bai's hair, only glanced at the beheading sword with nostalgia, and said coldly, "Hey, Konoha and Kirigaki are allies, help me return the beheading sword." "What are you dreaming about?" Akihara Kagura looked at Zabuza Mamachi, as if this guy had not woken up. "The beheading sword is my trophy, you don't have to worry about how to deal with it, right?" "You bastard!" Zabuza Mamachi was furious. However, before Zabuza Mamachi could say anything more, Bai hurriedly pulled his arm and left here, fearing that Zabuza Mamachi and Akihara Kagura would cause any conflict. Lord Kagura Karan glanced at the figures of Zabuza Mamachi and Bai leaving, and could still hear Zabuza Mamachi cursing and Bai's voice persuading him. "What's wrong?" Akihara Kagura was still looking at the water seriously, as if he had done nothing, as if Zabuza Mamachi and Bai had never been here. Lord Kagura Karan stood beside Akihara Kagura and murmured cautiously, "He is obviously a good person." "I think so too." Akihara Kagura nodded in agreement and said, "Go and send this beheading sword to Orochimaru. Let him take it as a gift to the people of Kirigaki." A group of root ninjas felt that Karan's myopia had deepened, and felt that Akihara Kagura, their boss, really didn't know much about them. Wave Country. In Kato's house. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were still plotting carefully. Shimura Danzo learned that they had received active help from the two Hokage this time, and he was overjoyed and determined that this time the plan to collapse Konoha would be foolproof. With the active completion of the Wave Country Bridge, Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 returned to Konoha, and Akihara Kagura returned with the root ninjas. Coincidentally, the Anbu also sent an order, requiring Akihara Kagura to return to Konoha as soon as possible. Because the second half of the Chunin exam is about to begin. As the assistant of Konoha's Hokage and the village's fighting force, Akihara Kagura must appear in the village and cannot stay outside for vacation. After all, the people sent by Sans village to participate in the Chunin exam this time are a bit troublesome, and it would be best if Akihara Kagura could rush back to Konoha before the Chunin exam. Konoha Village. Mission meeting place. Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 finally returned from the mission. Their mission was a big experience. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura, it might be difficult to return safely. However, when Team 7 handed in the mission, the reward for their first completed sea-level mission was not given to them. Because the person on duty secretly kept it. "I will accept this money first." Akihara Kagura wrote down the evaluation of the completion of the mission for Team 7 and accepted their mission reward. "By the way, you should not have forgotten what you promised me. The reward for this mission will belong to me." No. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little reluctant in his heart. After all, this was the reward for completing a sea-level mission for the first time in his life. Okay. Akihara Kagura reached out and put down the stack of mission rewards, and continued nonchalantly, "I know how hard you have worked to complete the mission, and your rewards." "Hey." Uzumaki Naruto's face lit up with joy. However, Akihara Kagura's next sentence made Uzumaki Naruto's face immediately fall. "I will spend this money well, it will be enough to eat barbecue." Uzumaki Naruto's forehead was filled with black lines. "Okay, go back and rest early." Akihara Kagura waved her hand, motioning them to go back and rest. "Don't forget to accept the employment commission tomorrow, and don't forget that you still owe Anko a lot of tuition fees." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Akihara Kagura with a gloomy face. "So give us more high-level tasks. In this way, I can pay the money back to Sister Anko earlier." "You can't even handle a sea-level task." Akihara Kagura shook her head, strongly disagreeing with his idea. "You almost died in the Land of Waves this time." "Fortunately, I went to the land of waves to carry out the mission, speaking of which Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura and asked, does the third Hokage know about the land of waves? However, if you were here, Orochimaru would not dare to sneak into Konoha, right? Akihara Kagura frowned and continued, it's hard to say about this matter. That guy is a desperate person, but the matter of the land of waves has been reported. The third Hokage is very angry about Orochimaru's behavior, but he has no time to pay attention to it for the time being, because there are more important things in the village. System prompt, go and deal with the smugglers who travel between the land of water and the land of fire, and eliminate the smugglers' base. The mission has been completed, and the reward is the Shuriken Giant Body Technique. Shuriken Giant Body Technique, summon a shuriken and make the shuriken giant. When Akihara Kagura went to submit the mission, she mentioned the matter of the land of waves to Sarutobi Hiruzen, by the way, reminding him that Orochimaru might have some ideas about Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was more concerned about the joint Chunin exam. Because this Chunin exam is related to the alliance between Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, and also to the attitude of other small countries towards Konoha. After Akihara Kagura sent Hatake Kakashi and Team 7 away, she stayed in the mission meeting room to continue her duty and saw an old Jinan who came to submit a mission. Mariboshi Kasuke Jinan. After Akihara Kagura certified that he had completed the task, she suddenly called out to the Jinan, I've always heard from people in the village that you have good survival skills in the wild and that you cook delicious food. Not bad. The old man, with a black pot on his back, scratched his head embarrassedly. Maybe no one likes to eat Bingley and Meru, which makes my cooking skills seem good. I have a commission. Akihara Kagura glanced at her assistant and continued, my assistant is going to take part in this Chunin exam, but she has no teammates and needs an experienced Jinan. I'm afraid I can't do that. Mariboshi Kasuke shook his head and said softly, I don't want a promotion. Don't worry, I won't promote you. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and continued, I just want you to take Karin through the second level of the Death Forest. You can give up on the third level by yourself. At that time, I will arrange another teammate for you. He should also give up at the third level. This. Mariboshi Kasuke hesitated for a while and decided to take the initiative to remind him, Lord Kagura, the Chunin exam in the village is not a joke. Wild survival skills are also knowledge that ninjas must master. If the wild survival skills are not up to standard, it is better to. She will not go out on dangerous missions in the future. Akihara Kagura looked at Mariboshi Kasuke and continued to add, also, I invited you to participate in the Chunin exam because the scale of this Chunin exam is too large. I hope you can help watch over the little guys in the village to prevent them from having any accidents in the examination room. Second update. Akihara Kagura is not a bad person. He who tricks Danzo is not a bad person. Chapter 192. Gaara, how long has it been since you got beaten? So arrogant. Mariboshi Kasuke agreed. This 10,000-year-old Jinan of Konoha village did not want to be promoted, but he could not refuse the request to protect Konoha. He also heard that the momentum of this joint Chunin exam was very huge. As an old man of Konoha, it is his duty to sacrifice for the future of the village. If Akihara Kagura forced him to give an order, he would have to obey. Kagura-sama. Karin looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, and asked curiously, why do you want me to take the exam with that old man? Because he cooks delicious. The reason given by Akihara Kagura was quite pure and honest. When I took the Chunin exam, I didn't even have someone to help me cook. Finding a teammate who can cook for you can make you more comfortable during the exam. Karin slowly lowered her head. Lord Kagura. An Anbu appeared instantly, knelt on one knee beside Akihara Kagura, and whispered, the third Hokage asks Lord Kagura to rush to the Hokage building immediately. I'll be there right away. Akihara Kagura nodded and disappeared instantly. Karin, what's wrong with you? A root ninja looked at the stunned red-haired girl in surprise. I'm fine. Karin still stayed where she was, looking at the ninja Ford protector left by Akihara Kagura on the desk in the mission meeting place, and carefully helped him put it away. But, Lord Kagura who takes care of his subordinates like this, how can people not love him? Inside the Hokage building, a group of Jonin stood in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk with a pipe in his mouth, and explained what he wanted to say to the group of Jonin seriously. The people I gathered today are all the guiding Jonin in the village. You should understand what I'm talking about, the Chunin selection exam. Hatake Kakashi had heard about it a long time ago. Asuma Sarutobi looked up and recalled that when he was shopping with his girlfriend Kuroniyuhi recently, he met people from other ninja villages. We did meet people from other villages in the village when? Kuroniyuhi asked nervously. I wanted to come earlier. Sarutobi Hirozen blew out a smoke ring, picked up a letter on the table, and said softly, but there is news from the Hidden Mist village. They may come a little later. Let's set it on July 3rd to start the joint Chunin selection exam. Do you have anything to add? Sarutobi Hirozen looked at Akihara Kagura and the two Hokage advisors sitting on the other side. We still need to be careful during this period. Yuta Tenkaharu raised her objection and said softly, after all, this is a Chunin selection exam jointly held by 3 major countries and a group of small countries. There are many ninjas from other villages coming to Konoha. Be careful that there will be no disputes or conflicts among them. Mito Kataoin also put forward his own opinion. Also, we must be careful to avoid any impoliteness in the reception. It will be bad if any controversy is caused. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura poured tea by herself, and even poured a cup for the two Hokage advisors in a friendly manner, and spoke slowly. If anyone dares to cause any controversy in the village, they will be careful when they take the Chunin exam again after 13 years. Will troublemakers be banned from taking the Chunin exam for 13 years? Yuta Tenkaharu glanced at Akihara Kagura, frowned and said, isn't this punishment too severe for a ninja? Advisor Yuta Ten misunderstood what I meant. Akihara Kagura took a sip of the tea before saying, 13 years is the time for them to reincarnate and grow back to 12 years old. Cough cough cough. Mizuto Menayan almost choked to death. Everyone present had strange expressions. Hatake Kakashi had the most contact with Akihara Kagura, so he was not surprised by this. He just rolled his eyes helplessly. This guy. Killing him directly will cause greater disputes. Yuta Tenkaharu was very dissatisfied with Akihara Kagura's attitude, and said in a deep voice, it may even trigger a war. It is better to use gentler means. It is indeed a bit too extreme. Mito Kataoin also nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but said, no one will come to participate in the Chunin selection exam held by Konoha in the future. This will affect our relationship with our allies. I will send the Anbu to maintain order. After Sarutobi Hirozen finished speaking, he looked at the guiding Jonin present. Do you have any recommendations for Jinan to take the exam? Inform, as long as there are Jinan who have participated in more than 8 missions, they can participate in the Chunin selection exam. It is all up to you to make recommendations. Although Jinan with twice the experience in performing missions may be the most suitable, maybe it is a little early for them now, but it also depends on your thoughts. Who will speak first? Let me take the lead. Akihara Kagura gave his boss a lot of face and took the initiative to say, I would like to recommend a suitable team, Kabuto Yakushi, Karin, and Maruboshi Kasuke. They have sufficient experience in carrying out missions. Karin has carried out more than 8 S-level missions in the route alone, which is enough to cope with the Chunin exams. The instructors present at the scene all changed color. Because Karin's data is indeed quite outstanding, even some Jonins have not carried out as many S-level missions as Karin in their entire lives. Can Jinan also carry out S-level missions? It's normal for root ninjas to go on S-level missions. That's a bit too scary. While the other guiding Jonin were still discussing, Sarutobi Asuma knew that Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura were very familiar with each other, and took the initiative to ask, hey, Kakashi, how strong is that little girl named Karin? Hatake Kakashi looked up at the sky and thought. He had never seen Karin fight, so he could only tell the truth seriously, I don't know, but she is very strong. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he mentioned another person, but that person named Maruboshi Kasuke sounds familiar. Where did you hear him? Is Kasuke also going to take the Chunin exam? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen knew Maruboshi Kasuke, and took the initiative to say, if Kasuke wants to be promoted, he doesn't have to take the exam. Let him be promoted to Jonin directly. Junior Jonin. The guiding Jonin present all knew the content of Akihara Kagura's team. He doesn't want to be promoted. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, not caring about her arrangement in the Chunin exam. Maruboshi Kasuke is just a chef for a team, helping to cook in the second exam. After all, I was hungry for a whole day in the second round of the Chunin exam. Is that so? Sarutobi Hirozen couldn't help but chuckle, remembering his first contact with this little guy, nodded with satisfaction and said, Kagura, you are really good to your subordinates. After Sarutobi Hirozen finished speaking, he looked at a group of guiding Jonins, Is there anyone else who would like to recommend their subordinates to participate in this Chunin exam? Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Hiruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, the above 3, in the name of Hatake Kakashi, recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, the above 3, in the name of Yuhi Kurenai, recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Team 10, Naruto Kamaru, Akimichi Chaji, Yamanaka Ino, the above 3 people, in the name of Asuma Sarutobi, I recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Following Akihara Kagura's first recommendation, the other instructors and Jonin quickly recommended their subordinates, but after they finished speaking, they immediately caused discussion. It hasn't been 5 years, right? The new Jonin graduating this year will directly participate in the Chunin exam. Will it be too dangerous for them? Please wait a moment. Umino Iruka stood in the ranks of Chunin and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop them, saying, "Maybe I am a little nosy. The above 9 people were my students in the ninja school. If you think you are nosy, don't say it." Akihara Kagura interrupted Umino Iruka and chuckled, saying, "Teacher Iruka, have you forgotten that Karin is also your student?" "Karin is different." Umino Iruka stuttered and tried to explain. "Karin graduated early and is an extremely outstanding student in the ninja school. Are the 9 little guys so bad?" Akihara Kagura asked curiously. "That's not what I meant." Umino Iruka hurriedly explained, but was interrupted by Akihara Kagura. He felt that he couldn't explain himself clearly. After all, Naruto and the other 9. They are no longer your students. Hatake Kakashi interrupted Umino Iruka and whispered a fact. "Now Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Hiruno Sakura are my subordinates. You can't always keep them under your wings. Iruka, I understand how you feel." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted their communication and whispered, "But give these newcomers a special preparatory Chunin exam." While they were communicating here, an Anbu rushed in and knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage, a group of children in the village had a conflict with the Jonin of the Sand Village. Kill those Jonin of the Sand Village." Akihara Kagura waved his hands mercilessly, as if the matter could be easily resolved. "Send another letter to ask the 4th Kazekage Raza whether the ninjas of the Sand Village are mentally ill and want to cause trouble in Konoha. Do they want to provoke a war between Konoha and the Sand Village?" The Anbu was a little dumbfounded. Everyone present was a little helpless. This way of handling it seemed like Akihara Kagura wanted to provoke a war between Konoha and the Sand Village. However, they were used to it. Just a group of kids playing around. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, glanced at the crystal ball on the table, waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't worry about these little things. Everyone go back and notify your subordinates to prepare." "Yes." The Anbu could only lower his head. Akihara Kagura was very interested and stood up. "I'm quite interested, take me over to have a look." "Kagura." Sarutobi Hiruzen called Kagura and warned in a deep voice, "Those are just children, don't kill anyone." "How could that be?" Akihara Kagura waved her hand, pushed open the Hokage's office, and left only one sentence, "I won't bully children, I will only kill the Kazekage." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura's back, frowned, waved his hand and said, "Everyone go down first." "Yes." A group of ninjas filed out. After these people left, Utane Kaharu said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, this kid is still a little unqualified. He has too much desire to kill." Mito Kadawan also nodded and continued, "It is very suitable for him to be the leader of the route. He can help the village deal with some troubles." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while before he said, "Send someone to send a message to Jiraiya immediately and ask him to come back as soon as possible. Jiraiya is also very suitable." The 2 Hokage advisors nodded with satisfaction. On the commercial street of Konoha, several boys and girls stood here and confronted each other. Originally a Jonin named Kankuro from the Sand Village, he was bumped by a group of little brats from the Konoha Ninja School. He wanted to bully this brat to show the strength of the Sand Village ninja, but was stopped by Uchiha Sasuke, and the 2 sides had a small conflict. A ninja named Gaara in the Sand Village controlled the flying yellow sand and easily subdued Uchiha Sasuke. As a result, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't stand it and had a conflict with Gaara, which led to the expansion of this conflict. Then Karin happened to pass by. Regardless of the identity of Konoha Ninja or the classmates who grew up together, Karin couldn't sit idly by and directly fought with Gaara. The 2 were evenly matched. "You are very interesting." Gaara raised his hand to control the yellow sand to gather and turned into a huge sand claw. He grinned and said, "If I kill you, it must be a sense of accomplishment, and it will be very happy. Then let's try it." Karin adjusted her glasses, and diamond chain slowly emerged from her back. The curse seal on her arm was also slowly activated, and she could enter the curse seal state at any time. Because this guy named Gaara is very strong. Just when the two red-haired guys were about to fight, a voice stopped the conflict between them, or wanted to provoke a bigger conflict. "Killing me would give me a greater sense of accomplishment, right?" Akihiro Kagura stood beside Karin, looked at Gaara who was controlling the sand claw, and put on a mocking smile. "Let me see who this is. He thinks he is the son of the Kazekage and dares to cause trouble in Konoha. Has it been a long time since he was beaten?" Gaara's face suddenly turned ugly. If Gaara were to evaluate the psychological shadow of his childhood, his uncle Yashamuru who assassinated him would be ranked first, and Akihiro Kagura who repeatedly beat him in Shukaku would definitely be ranked second. Akihiro Kagura, Kankuro and Temari who were standing beside Gaara also recognized the appearance of Akihiro Kagura. They had never seen Akihiro Kagura committing a crime, but they knew that this person often beat Shukaku. "Well, let me see, the three children of the Kazekage are all causing trouble in Konoha." Akihiro Kagura recognized Kankuro and Temari. He had occasionally seen them when he was in the Sand Village. It turns out that letting Raza alive is too redundant. He is still so careless in teaching his children. "It seems that I really need to find an opportunity to kill your useless father." The third update. Today's day is done. The Chunin exams are finally about to begin. Chapter 193, Chunin Exam. Chief Examiner, Akihiro Kagura. You. Kankuro's face was a little angry. As the son of the fourth Kazekage Raza and a ninja of the Sand Village, Kankuro must protect Raza's reputation. When he heard that Akihiro Kagura was always talking about killing the fourth Kazekage Raza, he immediately wanted to mock Akihiro Kagura regardless of the consequences. "Kankuro." Gaara interrupted Kankuro and said coldly, "Let's go. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you." Kankuro quickly closed his mouth. Gaara stopped looking at Akihiro Kagura and was about to take Kankuro and Temari away from here. He didn't even want to pass by Akihiro Kagura and planned to take a detour to the hotel. "Are you not hurt?" Akihiro Kagura looked back at Karin and the group of little guys. "No." Karin shook her head and took back her diamond chain. The curse seal that had just spread on her arm quickly shrank back. She frowned and talked about Gaara. "Lord Kagura, it seems that the guy's body. Don't worry, you can do it." Akihiro Kagura patted her little head and chuckled. "Just as you guessed, this Chunin exam is very interesting." "Yes." Karin nodded. "This Chunin exam is indeed quite interesting." The Jinan who came to the Hidden Mist village to take the exam also arrived in Konoha soon. The leader of the team in the early stage was the old acquaintance Manzuki Hazuki. This 17-year-old Jonin was no longer as high-spirited as before. His face was a little pale, as if he had a serious illness. No one thought that the future of the Hidden Mist village was already suffering from illness. Fortunately, the future of the Hidden Mist village is not just him. The Jinan of the Kurigakure followed Meijetsu Hazuki with high spirits. Among them was a very arrogant kid who looked very similar to Meijetsu Hazuki, Meijetsu Hazuki's younger brother. This kid named Meijetsu Hazuki looked around and said unscrupulously, "Konoha is not that good, it's still not as comfortable as the Kurigakure. I don't know why that old guy Yuanchi insisted that we come here to participate in the Chunin exam. Suzuki, this is very rude." Meijetsu Hazuki's teammates hurriedly persuaded him. "What's rude?" Meijetsu Hazuki carried a big sword on his shoulder that was almost the same as his. It was the beheading sword of the Kurigakure. After Orochimaru sent this beheading sword to the Kurigakure, Meijetsu Hazuki grabbed it directly because his talent was indeed enough to become a member of the Kurigakure's high-end combat force, 7 ninja swordsmen, and there was no objection in the village. After getting the beheading sword, Sujetsu Hazuki was obviously a little complacent, as if he felt that there was no enemy in the world that he could not solve. If his brother Meijetsu Hazuki was not still alive, this little guy would really become lawless. "Hey, Konoha people." Sujetsu Hazuki carried the beheading sword on his shoulder, and while looking at Konoha, he looked at the Konoha ninjas who came to greet them. "Let's start quickly, I want to chop off everyone's heads." Then challenged that guy named Akihiro Kagura. Although the relationship between the Hidden Mist village and Konoha is maintained well, how could the Hidden Mist ninjas forget the humiliation imposed on them by Konoha? Especially the guy named Akihara Kagura, who almost broke through the hidden mist village and kidnapped the 4th Mizukage in public. The Konoha ninja who came to welcome the hidden mist village was Hatake Kakashi. He looked at Hazuki Sujetsu and could only praise him. Your brother is very energetic, he is not smart enough. Hazuki Mainjutsu glanced at his brother and said softly, the child is still ignorant, and he speaks and acts a little recklessly, which may be rude. Hatake Kakashi thought for a while, and still warned, it is better to warn him that these words can be said here. If others hear it, it may cause unnecessary trouble, and may even cause a war between the two villages. Cough 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 cough. Hazuki Mainjutsu coughed several times in a row. There is no difference between adults and children in the world of ninjas. Hatake Kakashi solemnly warned, just like when killing someone, you will only think that he is a ninja, and you will not ask how old he is. Just like Akihara Kagura, when killing someone, you never care about the identity of the other party. For example, Akihara Kagura at this time was arranging the root ninja to kill. Because Kabuto Yakushi was going to take part in the Chunin exam, he returned to Konoha with 2 teammates assigned to him by Orochimaru, Agato Kabuto and Ken Misumi. Before he arrived at Konoha village, he was surrounded by a group of root ninjas on the way back. What happened? Kabuto Yakushi frowned, thinking that something had happened in Konoha. However, these root ninjas reluctantly mentioned the order given by their superiors. Lord Kagura arranged for Lord Kabuto to be your teammate, because Karin is taking part in the Chunin exam for the first time and needs an experienced person. I understand. Kabuto Yakushi said he understood. At the beginning, Karin wanted to use her own blood to save Dean Yakushi Nono, but was rejected by Dean Yakushi Nono. However, the Dean and Kabuto have always liked the little girl Karin, and Kabuto Yakushi has no objection to this. Seriously speaking, Karin is like a daughter raised by a group of people. Moreover, Kabuto Yakushi has long been disgusted with the 2 spies of Orochimaru around him. Hey, Kabuto. Ken Misumi and Akira Kai, 2 spies planted by Orochimaru, looked at Kabuto Yakushi in shock. What is going on? What do you want to do? Please help me get rid of them. Kabuto Yakushi tilted his head slightly, looked at a group of root ninjas and continued, it is better to kill them, lest they show up and cause trouble again. A root ninja nodded, Lord Kagura has reviewed your report. When we went out on a mission this time, the villages Jinan Akira Kai and Ken Misumi were unfortunately killed. They desperately covered the medical ninja Kabuto Yakushi back to the village. You guys. A flash of rage flashed in Ken Misumi and Akira Kai's eyes. They haven't seen this kind of operation before. They are still alive, but they are dead in the battle report. As the assistant of the Hokage and the leader of the root, Akihara Kagura can naturally review the battle report of a Jinan on a mission at will. It seems that the follow-up of this matter has been completed. I'm leaving first. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and waved away, returning to the root base. This time, Kabuto Yakushi had good news to tell Akihara Kagura. Over the years, Kabuto Yakushi had been trying every possible way to study the impure world reincarnation technique, and had figured out how to strengthen the ability to control the impure world reincarnation. The only thing left to solve was the issue of the sacrifice. We only need to add Hashirama cells to the materials used by the impure world reincarnation, and we can strengthen the control over the impure world reincarnation. However, the stronger the mental energy, the easier it is to control the other party. The only thing that needs to be solved is the problem of the sacrifice. Orochimaru once injected Hashirama cells into the sacrifice, which could restore the power of the impure world reincarnation when he was alive to the greatest extent. However, the will of the impure world reincarnation is too strong, and it is still easy to get rid of control. And I got some of Orochimaru's treasured materials. He holds the materials of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, but the fourth Hokage has never been able to be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. There's no rush for these things. Akihara Kagura is not in a hurry about these things, because after the resurrection of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he also got a new characteristic reward. Master of Forbidden Techniques. Any technique is not an obstacle in front of the Master of Forbidden Techniques. He can crack all the techniques in the ninja world, easily master the principles of techniques, strengthen the techniques he has mastered, perfect and research more powerful techniques, and achieve the effect the Master of Forbidden Techniques wants. The effect of this feature has not been seen yet. After Akihara Kagura learned the impure world reincarnation technique, she has realized the power of this feature. Impure world reincarnation technique. using living organisms as sacrifices, communicating with the souls of the netherworld through the corpse materials of the dead can be reborn from the impure world reincarnation, allowing the dead to have the same power as before. The stronger the vitality of the living organisms, the stronger the strength of the dead reborn from the impure world reincarnation. In addition to these techniques, the other techniques that Akihara Kagura mastered have also been strengthened, such as the most common Great Fireball technique. With the blessing of the chakra of the god of ninjas and the characteristics of the master of forbidden techniques, the power of the technique can also far exceed that of others. Perhaps it can also be achieved that a class of people can perform water escape to block the Great Fireball technique. Let's go back and see the dean first. Akihara Kagura took out a Chunin exam registration form and handed it to Kabuto Yakushi, and continued to instruct, then you and Karin go and submit the Chunin exam registration form. Don't be like me and haven't submitted the registration form yet when the exam is almost over. I know. Kabuto Yakushi could only smile helplessly and nodded. The Chunin exam registration venue. A group of shinin gathered here waiting to register. When Akihara Kagura brought Kabuto Yakushi and Karin here, the village's Maruboshi Kasuke shinin was carrying a black pot and had been ridiculed by other shinin for a long time. Are you still going to take the exam at such an old age? Grandpa, you'd better be a shinin for the rest of your life. The Chunin exam will kill you, so you'd better go back and don't participate, lest you hurt your old bones. And one of his legs seems to be disabled. He's still carrying a pot, who is so unlucky to be his teammate. Maruboshi Kasuke didn't care about it at all. As a person who had personally experienced 3 Hokages, Maruboshi Kasuke had participated in countless battles and wars, witnessed countless deaths, and didn't care about any rumors at all. Just at this time, Karin and Kabuto Yakushi rushed over, heard a group of people mocking Maruboshi Kasuke, and stepped on the ground. Boom! A wide gap appeared in the ground. All the shinin who took the exam were shocked by this blow. This kind of strength, what a joke. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but chuckle beside him. Karin watched the shinin close their mouths one by one, and then walked to Maruboshi Kasuke. Sorry, I kept you waiting here for a long time, let's submit the registration form now. This old man was the teammate that Akihara Kagura kindly helped her choose. No matter how strong this old man is, at least it seems that he is really good at cooking. It wasn't too long. Maruboshi Kasuke shook his head and hammered his old waist. Do I need to introduce myself? Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses and said softly, I am Kabuto Yakushi, a medical ninja. Maybe my medical ninjutsu is not as good as Karin's, but barely. Lord Kabuto. Karin immediately interrupted Kabuto Yakushi and said a little embarrassedly, my medical ninjutsu is taught to me by you and Dinono. 2 medical ninjas. The old man Maruboshi Kasuke nodded, as if he understood why Akihara Kagura wanted him to take the 2 little guys to participate in the exam. He understood the role of medical ninjas better than anyone else. It was because of medical ninjas that many people survived on the battlefield. The team matching pattern of the ninja world changed because of the appearance of medical ninjas. However, the role of medical ninjas is very important, but their combat effectiveness is not strong enough. Maruboshi Kasuke thought he understood Akihara Kagura's idea and planned to take the 2 precious medical ninjas through the exam. Unfortunately, he could only take them to the 3rd exam. Because a few years ago, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi participated in the Chunin exam alone, making the 3rd exam a single-player combat assessment. I'm Maruboshi Kasuke. Maruboshi Kasuke took the initiative to extend his hand to Kabuto Yakushi, nodding slowly and saying, except for the medical ninjutsu that I'm not very good at, I know a little bit of everything else. We are here to accompany you in the exam. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and held the old man's hand, because I have participated in the Chunin exam many times, I know a little more. According to Kabuto Yakushi's understanding of Karin, he is here to help Karin solve her doubts and run procedures. Maruboshi Kasuke should be helping her survive in the wild in the 2nd Death Forest. These are the difficulties that Akihara Kagura encountered when she participated in the Chunin exam. Kagura really took care of Karin, a little guy with a poor life experience. After Kabuto Yakushi greeted Maruboshi Kasuke, his eyes slowly turned to look at the candidates present, intending to collect some information. His eyes fell on many shinin. Team 7 immediately attracted Kabuto Yakushi's attention. To be precise, it should be the cool-dressed little guy who led Team 7, who was walking towards the registration room upstairs with his 2 teammates. Uchiha Sasuke Kabuto Yakushi smiled lightly, as if he remembered something happy. Haha, Uchiha Itachi's brother and that guy from Sans Village Karin saw Temari and Gaara from Sans Village. This exam is very interesting. Maruboshi Kasuke nodded. His eyes were on Kirigakure's Sujetsu Hazuki, especially the beheading sword Sujetsu Hazuki was carrying. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was still assigning tasks. The chief examiner of the first exam was Marino Ibuki from the torture department, the chief examiner of the second exam was Matera Shienko, and the chief examiner of the third exam was Gekao Hayate. These people are all special Jonin. Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe in his mouth, looked at Akihara Kagura and assigned him a task. You will be the chief examiner, and everyone else will cooperate with your work until the successful conclusion of this Chunin exam. Okay. Akihara Kagura nodded. System prompt, new work task, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ensure the smooth completion of the joint Chunin exam, first update. And more. Chapter 194, Orochimaru's sudden appearance. Chief examiner. This is an important task. However, Kagura Akihara knows how boring this task is. A group of Jonins accompanied Kagura Akihara, sitting in the monitoring room and observing the candidates for the Chunin exam, because the first round was just a written test. Ibuki Marino came to report to Kagura Akihara about the first round of the Chunin exam. In fact, there was nothing special about the questions. In addition to testing the students' ability to explore intelligence in the written test, there was also an additional question to test the cohesion of the Jonin team and test their determination. Ibuki Marino stood in front of Kagura Akihara and whispered about the first written test. As long as these Jonin teams are determined to participate in the Chunin exam and continue to take the second exam, they will be allowed to pass. That is, the most important thing is the last question. Kagura Akihara sat in the monitoring room, looking at the candidates in the monitoring with some boredom. Even if some candidates can't do a single question, they can still pass the exam, right? Ibuki Marino was silent for a while, shook his head with a smile and said, "This has never happened in the previous Chunin exams." Kagura Akihara shook his head and said nothing more. He just looked at the situation in the preparation room through the monitoring, waved his hand and said, "Okay, go and prepare for the exam." "Yes, Lord Kagura." Ibuki Marino nodded and left. Although Kagura Akihara was much younger than him, Kagura Akihara's status and strength far surpassed many people in Konoha, and he had saved Konoha on the night of the genocide. No matter how extreme Kagura Akihara's personality was, no one dared to disrespect him. Someone is fighting. He looked at the situation in the surveillance with some surprise. Asuma Sarutobi looked at the monitor on the monitor. He recognized the forward protector on the beater's head. The one who beat him is from Atagakure village? Isn't Atagakure village a nomadic village? Did they also send people to take the exam? The guy who was beaten seems to be a Jonin from the village. Whose subordinate is he? The one I recommended. Akihara Kagura sat in the main seat, watching the picture displayed on the monitor calmly. In it, a little guy from Atagakure village suddenly punched Yakashi Kabuto for no reason. Akihara Kagura half lay down holding the back of her head, and said slowly, "Okay, it's just a small matter, no need to make a fuss here. It's normal for a group of little guys to have conflicts. After the exam, we will destroy Atagakure village and make the little guy who beat people homeless." The guiding Jonin present all looked at Akihara Kagura speechlessly. No need to be so extreme, right? Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead. He was the one who had a good relationship with Akihara Kagura among the Jonin present, and he took the initiative to smooth things over. Let's take a look at the first exam first. Speaking of which, Might Guy recalled how difficult it was for him to take the first written exam, and felt it was a torture. The first exam was super difficult. None of the Jonin present agreed. Perhaps the first exam was indeed difficult for everyone at the time, but that was only because they were young. At this age, they all thought it was just an ordinary test. If they were asked to take the written exam again, they would definitely be able to calm down and pass it easily. Perhaps only Might Guy, a serious guy, thought it was still that difficult. Akihara Kagura picked up the pear juice on the table, nodded seriously and agreed. The class I participated in was very difficult. There were only 2 people who passed the first round. Hatake Kakashi remembered the first blame he had taken on himself, rubbed his forehead and said, "Because of you, the first exam of that class became so difficult. And didn't you pass the exam without taking the exam? Let's take a look at the exam first." Akihara Kagura put down the pear juice in her hand, shook her head and said, "Let's see how many little guys have any new cheating methods." The Chunin exams conducted collectively by Konoha, Sand Village and Mist Village, the Shunan of the three major ninja villages can use their own methods, which is eye-opening. The examiner of the first written exam is not very good, right? Akihiro Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and took the initiative to say that Uchiha Sasuke was cheating with the Sharingan openly. Did the examiner see the problem? Send someone to inform Marino Ibuki quickly. Is it so strict? Sarutobi Asuma was a little surprised. Hatake Kakashi didn't want to talk, but when it came to his subordinates, he also knew the grudge between Akihiro Kagura and Uchiha, so he had to speak up. Normally, these are all allowed. Those examiners didn't find out or raise any objections, which proves that cheating with the Sharingan is allowed. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he sighed helplessly and said, "This is originally an exam to test cheating. You must be really smart or really stupid to choose to do the questions yourself. For example, Naruto." Akihiro Kagura specifically pointed to another subordinate of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi helplessly supported his forehead. His dumbest subordinate was still fidgeting in the examination room. He could neither do the questions nor cheat. Fortunately, the last question of the first written test, Uzumaki Naruto insisted on taking the exam with a fearless attitude and passed the most important question of this written test. He even passed it by luck by handing in a blank paper. In the invigilation room, after the first exam, Kagura Akihiro stood up and stretched, then said, "The boring results are finally over. Let Ibuki Marino write a report that the first round of the Chunin exam should be a little more interesting. We can't always test these empty things. We should be more pragmatic." Others thought that the first written test was quite good, because it can test the Shinan's ability to collect intelligence and their team cohesion. It is quite suitable for the exam, right? The chief examiner of the second round, Kagura Akihiro, looked at an old acquaintance in the invigilation room. "Red Bean, I remember that people can die in the second round, right? It's too boring. I want to see rivers of blood. I can only try my best." Anko Materashi smiled very sweetly. "This is not what you should say." Kakashi Hatake looked at Kagura Akihiro and Anko Materashi helplessly. In the written test classroom, the first exam has just ended. The examiner of the second exam, Materashi Anko, jumped in from the window and announced that she was the examiner of the second exam. When Uzumaki Naruto saw her, he could hardly suppress the joy on his face. "Ah, big sister Anko." Uzumaki Naruto was very happy that the examiner was an old acquaintance of his. Unfortunately, Materashi Anko had no intention of reminiscing with him. Instead, she smiled and said cruel words, "Naruto, if you fail the second exam, I will kill you. Someone wants to see the second exam bloodshed, hey?" The smile on Uzumaki Naruto's face froze. "All those who take the second exam, follow me." Materashi Anko waved her hand, indicating that all those who passed the exam should follow her to the examination room. "There are many people who passed this year. Let's eliminate half of them first. This is the rule of the second exam. Because the battle for the Heaven and Earth Scroll in the Forest of Death is destined to eliminate at least half of the people, and there was even one person who tried to eliminate everyone. However, there are indeed many people who take the second exam this year." Just a quick look showed that there were at least 20 to 30 teams, with Kurigakure, Sandagakure and Konoha accounting for the majority, and some from Omegakure, Tokigakure and Itagakure as well, and even members of the Kaguya clan from Kusagakure village passed. Moreover, many of the people who participated in the second exam had extraordinary strength. There were even some people who shouldn't have been there. Akihiro Kagura was still sitting in the monitoring room, watching the situation before the second round of the Death Forest began, his eyes fixed on a tall man on the monitoring monitor. The second exam. The test was about the candidate's ability to survive in the wild and to fight in emergency dangers. In addition to their teammates, the Death Forest was full of dangerous enemies. In addition to beasts and poisonous insects, there were also competitors who could appear at any time. The chief examiner, Materashi Anko, did not waste too much time. He asked all the candidates to sign the consent form for participating in the exam, and then directly opened the entrance to the Death Forest and let all the candidates in to take the exam. Unfortunately, as soon as Materashi Anko let the people in, someone came to inform him that a candidate from Kurigakure had been killed, and even his face had been peeled off. Obviously, someone used the identity of this candidate to sneak into the examination room. "I know who it is. Madara Shianko could recognize who used this technique to take away the faces of these candidates. Her palm gently stroked a mark on the back of her neck. There is no doubt that this is that guy's. That guy came to Konoha. Who? A group of examiners looked at each other at a loss. Orochimaru. Madara Shianko immediately made up her mind and said in a deep voice, "Go report to Kagura. I will track down the whereabouts of that guy first, and ask him to send someone to replace my position quickly." Yes. A group of examiners had to obey her orders. Inside the Death Forest, a group of experienced candidates began to look for hiding places nearby, or searched for the enemy's hiding places. The youngest group of candidates this year will undoubtedly be targeted. Karin's team Maruboshi Kasuke looked too old, Karin was too young, and Yakashi Kabuto was too weak. They were immediately targeted by some people who didn't know how to live or die. Let's eat first. After entering the Death Forest, Maruboshi Kasuke began to perform his mission, collecting food from the Death Forest and cooking a pot of delicious food. Thank you. Kabuto Yakashi took the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Maruboshi Kasuke. It smells so good. Karin was very grateful to Kagura for helping her find this teammate. It was quite easy to participate in the Chunin exam this time, because Kabuto Yakashi understood the rules of the Chunin exam throughout the whole process, and another teammate Maruboshi Kasuke could cook. As for Karin herself, her perception ability was enough to sense the movements of everyone in the entire Death Forest, and she didn't have to worry about being attacked by the enemy. I'll go and solve some small troubles first. Karin had already sensed that a team of enemies was rushing towards their team, and planned to go out and solve the enemy first, and then come back to continue eating. Let me go. Maruboshi Kasuke gestured to the little girl to eat first. As a combat ninja, Maruboshi Kasuke never thought of letting the medical ninja fight. The rule among ninjas is that medical ninjas must not be allowed to fight until the last person loses his combat effectiveness. Even the preciousness of medical ninjas makes other enemy ninjas not attack medical ninjas in war, but mainly take them as prisoners. Maruboshi Kasuke picked up the ninja sword himself and left for a few minutes. When he came back, he had an extra scroll in his hand. Obviously, the old man had defeated his opponent in such a short time. Karin sensed the whole process of the old man's battle. He easily defeated his opponent with swordsmanship alone. He didn't look like an old Jinan at all. It was obvious. Maruboshi Kasuke's ability is not only cooking. Compared with Karin's treatment, the treatment of Team 7 is not so good. They met the most dangerous person in this Chunin exam. A guy named Orochimaru met them on the way. After a fierce battle, Orochimaru left a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's neck before letting them go. If other people look at it, Uchiha Sasuke may not be that good, but Orochimaru can see the difference of Uchiha Sasuke. There is darkness in the heart of this child. Of course. Team 7 is not an exception. There are too many people who emerged in this Chunin exam. Orochimaru likes some excellent children very much. In this grand Chunin exam, he can't help but want to select some people as alternative containers. Orochimaru also set his sights on a little guy named Hazuki Sujetsu. Because when he was discussing the collapse plan of Konoha with the hidden mist village, he happened to see the excellence of Hazuki Mainjutsu when he performed the water transformation technique. It was impossible to kidnap Hazuki Mainjutsu, the seriously ill patient, and Orochimaru planned to kidnap Hazuki Sujetsu. However, Orochimaru didn't have time to rush over. Madara Shianko finally found his trace. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, who was abandoned by Orochimaru in Konoha when he defected, Madara Shianko hated Orochimaru as much as she loved him. Orochimaru, don't even think about escaping this time. Madara Shianko directly attacked and stopped Orochimaru, who was about to leave. She raised her hand and clasped Orochimaru's arm, nailed their palms together with a kunai, and said with gritted teeth, "Lend me your palm, and die with me. It seems that you only caught a clone." Orochimaru's real body slowly emerged from behind Madara Shianko, and looked at his former disciple with a chuckle. "Anko, your power is too weak. If you want to stop me, you should at least let Akihara Kagura come, right? I have sent someone to notify him." Madara Shianko stared at Orochimaru, and there was no despair in her heart. Instead, she once again gave birth to a hint of fighting spirit. "As long as I can stop you at all costs, Kagura will be here soon. That guy is good at flying thunder god technique, and he will be here soon." But Orochimaru gently squatted down, looked down at his disciple, and said gently, "I'm leaving soon, Anko. You can't stop me, Just like you can't stop the impending doomsday of Konoha, remembered to stay away at that time when Orochimaru said this, he pulled out his kunai and stabbed it into Madara Shianko's shoulder. As if he was not satisfied yet, he crushed her bones with one hand, torturing his former disciple. Madara Shianko's wailing echoed in the forest of death. Orochimaru lowered his head slightly and looked at the mark on Madara Shianko's neck. This time many people will die. Maybe I don't even know who will die. Orochimaru was obviously the one who stabbed Madara Shianko, but his voice was still gentle as if he was saving her. But, you have to survive for me. After saying that, Orochimaru watched Madara Shianko faint from the pain, and suddenly disappeared in front of Madara Shianko, his body suddenly moving quickly in the forest like a snake. When Orochimaru left, Akihara Kagura appeared in front of Madara Shianko, followed by a group of examiners and Jonin. Send her to the hospital. It seems that she won't be able to move for 2 or 3 months. Second update. Madara Shianko is one of the means by which Orochimaru resurrected her. Chapter 195 The Growth of the Young Generation. Fortunately, we arrived in time. An examiner looked at the miserable state of Madara Shianko and felt a little sad. If we had been a little later, she would have been killed by Orochimaru. Send her to the hospital. Akihara Kagura shook her head and did not answer any more. It was a disaster for Madara Shianko to be seriously injured by Orochimaru, but who knows whether it was a blessing or a curse to be able to avoid a greater disaster? What should we do about this exam? An examiner looked at Akihara Kagura. Should we report to the third Hokage and have the whole village search for the whereabouts of Orochimaru? A senior ninja looked at Akihara Kagura. Aren't you talking nonsense? Akihara Kagura frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and report to the third Hokage. Orochimaru is so idle that he is looking for death. A group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. As for this exam, Akihara Kagura flexed her fingers and smiled gently. Let me take over. Make it harder for these little guys. Make it harder. A group of people looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. Notify them every hour. While Akihara Kagura was still thinking about how to make the exam go faster, an Anbu ran over quickly and conveyed the order of the third Hokage. The Hokage has sent an order. If something unexpected happens to Red Bean, let Yumino Aruka take over the position of examiner in the Death Forest. This group of candidates had no idea that the examiner had been changed. However, no matter how bad the environment is, no matter how many enemies there are, they can't stop the strongest group of people. Gara of Sand Village, with Temri and Kankuro, easily killed a team of rain ninjas and took the scrolls they needed from them. Kirigakure's Kazuki Hozuki wielded a beheading sword and split a team of Tokigakure ninjas in half, taking away the scrolls they needed. Karin and Konoha is just like on vacation. The girl and Kabuto Yakashi were well protected by Maruboshi Kasuke along the way. Basically, this team doesn't have to worry about food or enemy attacks wherever they go. Maruboshi Kasuke's strength is enough to easily deal with most of the enemies in the forest. However, the leisurely and peaceful journey still came to an end. Many years ago, the tower at the end of the Death Forest fell into disrepair. During an exam, there were quality problems and it collapsed in a battle. The tower was rebuilt. When Karin's team approached the tower, they happened to meet the Hazuki team and Gara team who had a smooth journey. It was inevitable that there would be a little conflict. Konoha ninja. Hazuki carried a beheading sword and felt that he had a beheading sword. In this Chunin exam, it was like playing house. Seeing that Karin's team was old, weak, sick and disabled, he didn't care about their status and rushed up without saying a word. Hey, prepare to die. There's no need to fight at this time, right? Maruboshi Kasuke drew out his ninja sword and easily blocked the attack of Hazuki Sujetsu. He frowned and said, since everyone has reached the end, there's no need to start an unnecessary fight, right? Yes, Sujetsu Hazuki Sujetsu's teammates were also persuading him. I don't care. When Hazuki Sujetsu pressed down the beheading sword fiercely, but could do nothing to the opponent, the corners of his mouth suddenly grinned and he suddenly raised his fingers. Water escape, water iron cannon technique. A splash of water like a bullet flew out from his fingertips. This is the secret water escape technique passed down from generation to generation by the Hazuki clan. It is so powerful that it can directly penetrate the human body. This is. Maruboshi Kasuke's body was pierced instantly. Fortunately, this team has 2 healing ninjas. Yakashi Kabuto understood Karin's power and took the initiative to assume the responsibility of a medical ninja. He used the palm fairy technique to quickly heal Maruboshi Kasuke while asking, Karin, can you get rid of him? I can still fight. Mariboshi Kasuke tried desperately to stand up. Old man, you should take a rest first. Yakashi Kabuto held his shoulder and said softly, thank you for protecting us along the way. Karin still needs to walk some roads by herself. The third exam is a one-man show. You can't help her. Mariboshi Kasuke could only sigh. The violent girl with glasses Hazuki picked up her beheading sword again, and looked at Karin, who came out with a smile. Do you also want to try to be killed by me? I'm not that violent. Karin held up her glasses. A diamond chain suddenly came out from behind Karin. The diamond chain tied up Hazuki's body in an instant, and rolled her directly to Karin's side. Karin waved her fist and hit Hazuki's body rolled and flew out. Hazuki felt the swelling on his face, looked at the chains tied to him with some panic, and also looked at Karin, who is walking over. Wait, has my water transformation secret technique failed? Hazuki's personality is completely different from his brother's. Once he encounters an advantage, he likes to take advantage of it, and once he encounters a disadvantage, he wants to retreat. Hey, Chijiro, save me. Hazuki quickly called out to his teammates. Hazuki Manayu's teammate Chijiro was a little helpless. However, Chijiro has been placed high hopes by Hazuki's brother Hazuki Manayu since he was a child. He is not a tough character. Seeing Hazuki trapped, he had to act quickly. Water style, mist hiding technique. Chijiro quickly released a cloud of mist, trying to use the mist to cover his sight and take the opportunity to rescue Hazuki. He did not think he was Karin's opponent. Unfortunately, Karin's perception ability is far beyond the cover of the mist hidden art. Chijiro just tried to get close to Hazuki, and was hit by a punch in an instant, flying backwards. Another teammate from the Kazuki village also rushed up, but ended up flying farther than Chijiro. Don't go too far, woman. Hazuki looked at Karin, who was approaching with a stern look. I already know I was wrong. Hazuki looked at Karin, who was approaching, and her face became more and more panicked. Don't hit me in the face. Hazuki made her last request. I don't have to care about your face in the future. Karin picked up Hazuki's collar, as if she was waving her fist and wanted to kill this guy on the spot. Water style, exploding water wave. Chijiro closed his palms and formed a seal, and spit out a huge wave of water. This seemingly cowardly little guy could actually perform such a technique, instantly sending Karin flying. At the same time, Hazuki also took the opportunity to break free. A huge water monster suddenly appeared in the water. Hazuki hid his body in the water and grabbed Karin with his claws and teeth. I was wrong. What was wrong? Hazuki looked like a villain who had succeeded, and looked back at his teammates. Hey, Chijiro, wouldn't it be better if you used this trick earlier? This huge water monster is also the secret water transformation technique of the Sujetsu clan, but it needs to take advantage of the environment to perform it. If you want to use it, you must have the cooperation of your teammates. However, as long as you can perform this trick, you can completely gain the upper hand. Hazuki controlled this giant water monster, and the whole person became arrogant again, laughing and jokingly intending to use the water monster to bully people. Unfortunately, his arrogance did not last long. One by one, diamond chains drilled out from behind Karin, completely tied up the water monster, and instantly made it unable to move. The next second, the water monster turned into a pool of water waves. Hazuki was startled, and his body instantly turned into water and flowed out with the waves, avoiding the attack of the diamond chain and escaping directly into the key tower. That violent girl, come and hit me. Hazuki made faces while laughing. He still thought that this tower was a safe zone, but he forgot that his teammates were still outside, and even forgot the rules of the tower. Karin ignored Hazuki's provocation, controlled two chains to tie up the bodies of the two mist ninjas, and a kunai appeared in his hand. 10 seconds later, Hazuki was not big at all, and quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong, my attitude was wrong, you are generous and spared us. A group of people looked at him speechlessly. This Hazuki was like a rogue, without any genius style, and really lost the face of the hidden mist village. I really don't know how this guy can be a brother of Hazuki Manayu. That woman at this time, Gaara stood up and saved the lives of Hazuki Sujetsu and the two mist ninjas. Last time, you had Akihara Kagura's chakra on you. What is your relationship with him? What does this have to do with you? Karin raised her arm, on which was the curse seal left on her by Akihara Kagura. Was it the chakra of the curse seal that made this guy notice it? Want to try? Karin slowly put down her arm. She had not really used the curse seal state to fight, and she really wanted to try the power that Akihara Kagura gave her. Gaara frowned and thought. Because Shukaku in Gaara's body kept chattering, asking him to quickly fight Karin, and he couldn't wait to get back at her. Hurry up and beat her up. Gaara, hurry up and beat her up. This brat must have a close relationship with Akihara Kagura. Hurry up and take this opportunity. Have you forgotten how that bastard bullied us? Gaara hesitated for a while, but he couldn't help but chose to take action. A ball of yellow sand suddenly turned into a sand claw under his control and grabbed towards Karin. There is no need to test it, right? Karin waved her fist and beat the sand claw into yellow sand all over the ground. Her eyes revealed a hint of firmness through her glasses. If you want to do it, at least use some real power, such as the monster in your body. A cross suddenly appeared on Gaara's forehead. The red-haired boy from the sand village suddenly flipped his palm, and a ball of overwhelming yellow sand rushed towards Karin. Earth style, earth flow wall. The curse seal on Karin's arm flowed on her arm like water, allowing her to successfully release some extremely energy-consuming techniques. A tall stone wall like a city wall appeared in front of Karin, blocking the yellow sand stirred up by Gaara. Let me do it. Let me do it. Shukaku couldn't wait to grab the control of Gaara's body. It had already discussed with Gaara and could control Gaara's body from time to time. Wind style, air training bullet. The moment Shukaku appeared, it immediately aroused everyone's vigilance and panic. Its belly swelled up quickly, and a ball of wind rushed towards the wall of the earth flow wall. This ball of wind containing a large amount of chakra instantly opened a big hole in the wall. However, when Shukaku was still laughing and trying to mock Gaara's poor attack power, golden chains suddenly drilled out of the hole in the wall. Golden chains tied up Shukaku's body. Shukaku's body immediately struggled violently, feeling the chakra in his body being sealed in disbelief, which made him panic. What the hell is this thing? It's even more troublesome than Shukaku's sealing technique. Vajra seal. Karin stood on the gap in the wall, controlling the diamond chain to quickly seal Shukaku. Her body suddenly jumped into the air and rushed towards Shukaku. Karin punched Shukaku's head. The monster's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. 5 elements seal. Karin's fingers suddenly appeared with chakra flames, and she slapped Shukaku's body with one finger. A black spell appeared on Shukaku's body. This bastard brat. Shukaku, the huge-tailed beast, disappeared in an instant and returned to Gaara's body, even leaving a fleeting spell on Gaara's body. Karin calmly looked at Gaara, who was fixed by the diamond chain in front of him, and said coldly, "Now, it's not so easy for you to use that monster, right?" Gaara's face flashed with anger. He did sense that the fusion of his chakra with Shukaku was uncomfortable, as if it was hindered, but his power was not only dependent on Shukaku. The gourd behind him quickly turned into yellow sand. This is his real source of power. However, before they could continue fighting, someone immediately showed up to stop them. The appearance of the one-tailed Shukaku in the Chunin exam in the Death Forest could not be ignored by Konoha. After all, Konoha did not want the tailed beast rebellion to occur. Although the probability of Konoha's tailed beast rebellion to occur again is extremely low. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is coming to participate in the Chunin exam. Isn't that red-haired little guy too strong? He actually solved the tailed beast so easily. A group of Konoha Jonins looked at the one-tailed Shukaku that appeared on the monitor in some astonishment, but they were still a little dazed after seeing the one-tailed Shukaku being quickly solved by Karin. Both Gaara and Karin are already far stronger than Jinan, yet they are going to take part in the Chunin exam. Will this Chunin exam be comparable to the one held by Akihara Kagura? It's nothing special. Akihara Kagura was still drinking her pear juice quietly, and responded, "There are not many geniuses in the Sand Village. Only the one-tailed Jinchuriki is still worth mentioning. They have lost all their substance, and they can't lose the face of a big country in the exam. Don't always be so sarcastic." Hatake Kakashi sighed helplessly, and asked, "By the way, have you found out the whereabouts of Orochimaru? That guy escaped." Akihara Kagura shook her head and continued, "But don't worry about anything. As long as I'm there, that guy doesn't dare to come out." Third update. 10,000 words completed today. Chapter 196. From the day I became a test subject, I thought about killing you. What Akihara Kagura said was the truth. Wherever Akihara Kagura appeared, Orochimaru would definitely not appear. However, wherever Orochimaru appeared, Akihara Kagura could appear at any time. On the Hokage Rock, Orochimaru changed into the outfit of the leader of the Akatsuki village again, standing here overlooking his hometown, with a smile on his lips and a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The scenery here is beautiful, right? It's quite nice. Akihiro Kagura stood next to Orochimaru and looked at the scenery in Konoha village. Lord Orochimaru, how does it feel to be back in your hometown? Orochimaru did not answer Akihiro Kagura's words, but had a smile of pretended regret on his face. It's a pity that this place will be destroyed by us soon. Don't worry. Akihiro Kagura waved her hand with an indifferent attitude. I can rebuild a new Konoha by myself, and every household in the village can live in a big house. Orochimaru's smile disappeared faintly. Okay, let's get down to business. Akihiro Kagura stretched out her hand and brushed her hair, as if she was troubled by something. You caused quite a bit of trouble in the Forest of Death. I'm the chief examiner of this Chunin exam. Don't cause me this kind of trouble. I just saw something interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, thinking of the little guy he met. Uchiha Sasuke is a very talented kid, he just needs someone to help him dig it out. It's too comfortable in Konoha's comfortable environment. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Orochimaru in surprise. Orochimaru really has a good eye. He can actually see Uchiha Sasuke's talent. If compared horizontally, Uchiha Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi opened the main Gekiyo Sharingan at the age of 11. Many people don't think Sasuke's talent is anything special. How did Orochimaru see it? This is normal. Orochimaru seems to be really good at teaching children. Many abandoned children in the ninja world can play a role under the guidance of Orochimaru, and there are many teenage ninjas in Orochimaru's hands. Don't pay attention to Danzo's thoughts. Orochimaru looked at Akihiro Kagura and put forward his own request to Akihiro Kagura. It would be a waste of Uchiha Sasuke's talent to let him stay in Konoha as a successor of the Uchiha bloodline. I like the courage of that child. Orochimaru spread his palms and continued to discuss Sasuke. Even Uchiha Itachi is not as good as his brother in this regard. There are many powerful and excellent ninjas in the ninja world, but not all excellent ninjas can be like Uchiha Sasuke. Even if he has no power, he still has the courage to swing his sword against stronger people. Akihiro Kagura sighed. At this moment, Akihiro Kagura had to admire Orochimaru's vision. As Orochimaru said, many powerful people in the ninja world dare to fight the enemy because they think they can defeat the enemy. Those who really dare to challenge the strong are always a minority. I know about this. Akihiro Kagura nodded, indicating that she understood, and reminded Orochimaru, be honest recently. I heard that Jiraiya teacher will be back soon. Jiraiya. Orochimaru smiled lightly, not caring at all. Is this the trouble you have to face? Maybe someone wants Jiraiya to compete with you for the position of Hokage. But Jiraiya will not compete with you for the position of Hokage. Orochimaru knew his good friend very well, smiled and shook his head and said, that guy doesn't care so much about the power of Hokage, and his feelings for Konoha are not as deep as others. He is just an idiot who thinks he has a broad mind and cares about the future of the entire ninja world. Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru strangely. The ninjas in the ninja world have some strange thoughts. They always want to kill their teachers to break with their past lives and prove that they are on a new path. It is estimated that Orochimaru may be worried that his disciple will kill Jiraiya, so he is here to speak for Jiraiya. I won't attack Jiraiya-sensei. Akihiro Kagura shook her head and looked at Orochimaru. On the contrary, Lord Orochimaru should be more careful. Don't be like that idiot Madara Shianko who wanted to kill you, your teacher, but failed to assassinate you and was tricked by you. No surprises. Orochimaru smiled disapprovingly. Because Orochimaru thought that no one would know the secret he left on Madara Shianko, that Madara Shianko, who was abandoned by him in Konoha, was hiding the means for Orochimaru's final resurrection. I came to see you because I have something to ask you. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and whispered, Kagura-kun, I planted 2 spies in Konoha, and they were killed inexplicably. Oh, this matter. Akihiro Kagura thought of the 2 spies, Ken Misumi and Akatsuki, and nodded, I just happened to know about this, because I sent people to kill them. Akihiro Kagura didn't even look at Orochimaru's expression, knowing how ugly the expression of this ally and boss was, and continued to herself, those 2 guys have led Kabuto Yakushi astray. Now Kabuto doesn't even want to listen to my orders. I killed them both, and Kabuto became obedient again. Orochimaru's expression eased then. The bastard Akihiro Kagura killed his own people to intimidate Kabuto Yakushi. After Orochimaru knew this fact, he no longer minded. He knew the relationship between Kabuto Yakushi and Akihara Kagura very well. I still have to preside over the Chunin exam. Akihara Kagura looked back at Orochimaru and said, "Tell your people to behave themselves in the Chunin exam and don't do anything wrong that will get into my hands, otherwise I won't be able to protect them. Those little brats are abandoned." Orochimaru didn't care at all about the Itagakure ninjas who came to take the Chunin exam. He chuckled and said, "You can deal with them however you want. It doesn't matter if you just kill them. They don't have any hope of getting to a higher level anyway." "I understand." Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and laughed. "Wait until the Chunin exam is over, I will destroy the Itagakure village and make them homeless. You really understand these children around me." Orochimaru knew the children under his command very well. He knew that those children were reluctant to leave him. He shook his head and said, "Letting them leave me is more cruel than killing them. Not everyone can leave me like Kagura-kun." As for the destruction of the Itagakure village, Orochimaru didn't care much, because the Itagakure village had been in exile for a long time due to the occasional hunt by the Akatsuki organization. "The days when I was with you," Akihara Kagura recalled the time when she was with Orochimaru, and sighed, "It's like a sugar pill wrapped in poison. Those little guys have suffered too much, and always think that there's only one sugar pill in life, and they like to lick the outer sugar coating all the time. But I have eaten other candies since I was a child, and I don't lick them like them when I eat them, but I like to chew them. I accidentally bit the sugar pill you gave me, and the poison hidden inside was exposed." "Is that so?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He could understand Akihara Kagura's metaphor. Akihara Kagura had been in Konoha orphanage and received a lot of love, so he didn't care about the so-called warmth, but cared more about the dangers he encountered. Orochimaru asked casually, "Kagura-kun, you didn't want to be my container a long time ago, right? In order for us to cooperate sincerely, there is one thing I should tell you." Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru and said softly, "In fact, I have been instigating you to conduct Hashirama cell transplantation experiments on me. Anyway, I was originally a consumable for your experiment. On the day when our experiment was successful, I did not lose my mind. I wanted to sneak attack and kill you, but you escaped. The distance between the two of us was too far, and I didn't find a suitable opportunity. I could only pretend to be in a state of insanity." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Did Akihara Kagura want to kill him at that time? Akihara Kagura, this guy, has never been sincerely loyal to him. He actually wanted to get rid of the fate of becoming an experimental subject rationally at that age. It has to be said that Akihara Kagura's forbearance is quite terrible. It was unlikely that all the children in the entire ninja world could break through at that time, but the little guy Akihara Kagura had already thought about how to break through, and even started to gamble his life to break through from the moment he performed the reincarnation. "I underestimated you." Orochimaru clenched his fingers into fists, and his voice became a little gloomy and hoarse. "I always thought that Kagura was smart enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated your scheming. Have you thought about getting rid of your fate since then?" "Yes." Akihara Kagura looked up at the sky, and a few raindrops fell from the overcast sky. "At that time, I hoped that Lord Orochimaru would help me transplant Hashirama's cells, and it was also because Lord Orochimaru had just performed a reincarnation. Even if the human body in my body was successful, Lord Orochimaru must give me 3 years to grow. I know Lord Orochimaru will not be willing to kill me, a successful experiment. He must want me to master more knowledge and gain more power, so that he will be reincarnated into my body after the cooling period of reincarnation arrives. Unfortunately, there is no other place in the ninja world where you can learn wood release ninjutsu." Akihara Kagura looked at the raindrops falling on Konoha and said softly, "Only Konoha that has had a wood release ninja before has this opportunity. I know that Lord Orochimaru has planted spies in Konoha, but I didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru would hand me over to Lord Danzo." "That's wonderful." Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud with a smile. The anger in his eyes disappeared, and instead he showed a hint of appreciation. "I never thought that a child who has been with me for so long would hide more terrifyingly than I thought. I thought all abandoned children would need warmth. You treat all children as your tools." Akihara Kagura exposed Orochimaru's lie and retorted softly, "What abandoned children need is warmth, not warm water to boil frogs." Orochimaru shook his head, still not thinking he was wrong. "It's their luck that this ninja world can have warm water that makes them comfortable for a while. If I hadn't adopted them, they would have died in an unknown corner long ago. Thank you for this, too." Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru with a hint of sincerity in her eyes. That's why I have always wanted to maintain our relationship, and even helped you search for the container, of course. Akihara Kagura exposed her own sincerity and said casually, the most important thing is that I have never been sure enough to kill you. I also think that your strength is still very useful. Killing you will not make up for the loss, so Lord Orochimaru, don't degenerate into a useless weakling. Akihara Kagura's eyes regained a hint of sincerity. If you degenerate into a weakling, you can't stand by my side like now. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled relaxedly. I won't let Kagura-kun down, but you'd better not walk too slowly, I understand. Akihara Kagura interrupted Orochimaru, knowing what he meant very well. I will not let Orochimaru down either. I hope that from today on, we can truly cooperate sincerely and stop coveting my body for the time being. This will bother me a lot and I have to always think about how to kill you. Don't worry. Orochimaru nodded, but licked his lips habitually. Even if I covet Kagura's body, at least I have to thoroughly grasp Kagura's weaknesses, right? That would be great. I also hope that Kagura-kun won't always think about damaging my interests and killing my men for no reason. It was just to warn Kabuto, but I didn't expect that my men would go so extreme and directly kill Lord Orochimaru's men. Just as Akihara Kagura was shifting the blame to her subordinates, a root ninja appeared beside Akihara Kagura. These root ninjas were no longer surprised by the flirtation between their superiors and Orochimaru. Kagura-sama, the root ninja, stood beside Akihara Kagura and whispered, the acting examiner of the second exam, Umino Iruka, is looking for you. It seems that there is a problem with a candidate I see. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued, no matter who has the problem, we have to wait until the exam in the Forest of Death is over, right? That candidate is Uchiha Sasuke. The root ninja glanced at Orochimaru next to him and continued, it seems that Lord Orochimaru had tampered with Uchiha Sasuke, and his body cannot move. Examiner Umino Iruka is worried that there will be problems with his student, and wants to ask Lord Kagura whether to let Team 7 give up midway. Don't worry. When Orochimaru heard this, he responded with a smile, there's nothing wrong with Uchiha Sasuke. I just gave the little guy some interesting gifts. As long as he passes my test, he can gain more powerful power. Curse Seal. Akihara Kagura was not optimistic about the power of the Curse Seal, but gave Orochimaru a face. Okay, since Lord Orochimaru said that Uchiha Sasuke will not have any problems, then don't pay attention to it. Tell Umino Iruka that any situation must wait until the end of the second round. When Akihara Kagura said this, he looked at Orochimaru again. Just think of this as Lord Orochimaru owing me a favor. Please lend me your summoning beast Manja in the future. I want Manja to do me a favor. Manja. Orochimaru thought of his own summoning beast, nodded without any concern and said, Manja is very evil. If you want it to help you, you need some sacrifices. It doesn't matter. Akihara Kagura didn't care about the sacrifices. Because Akihara Kagura asked Manja for help, mainly because she wanted to use Manja as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, to test how much strength a summoning beast of Manja's level can bring out of the impure world reincarnation ninja. The first update. A little reveal, in case the stimulation is too great in the future and Orochimaru can't stand it. After all, I am a fan of Orochimaru. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. What I say is the rule. There is fairness in this world. If you want something, you must pay for it first. For example, Mana must want a sacrifice in the future, so it must become a sacrifice first. For example, if someone takes the initiative to help others, then the kind-hearted person must be rewarded. This is Akihara Kagura's fair way of dealing with the world. The second round of the Chunin exam ended as scheduled. Miraculously, all 9 newcomers from Konoha village passed. The third class that participated in the exam last time also participated in the Chunin exam for the first time and also passed the second round. This group of little guys didn't have time to celebrate their passing the exam in the Forest of Death. Because there were too many people, they had to temporarily participate in a preliminary round before the third official exam. As the chief examiner, Akihara Kagura had to go to the preliminary round venue to supervise the smooth conduct of the third exam. The preliminary round venue. Akihara Kagura looked at the densely packed HUDs under the stage and felt that there were still a few more people participating in the third exam this time, and the preliminary round would be a little more troublesome. All the people present were looking at Akihara Kagura, the young superior. Whether it was the Jonin who took part in the exam or the Jonin who led the team from other villages, they all knew the identity of Akihara Kagura. Most of them had heard of Akihara Kagura's name. There are so many people. Akihara Kagura, the host, did not hide his dissatisfaction with the results of the Death Forest exam. He frowned and said, "I'm considering whether to randomly select half of the people and kill them. This will also save some time." All the Jonin present were shocked. Kagura. Hatake Kakashi's forehead jumped. The group of Jonin who were guiding Akihara Kagura behind him were also shocked. "Okay." Akihara Kagura spread his palms and casually ordered, "Too many people passed the second Death Forest exam. Let the examiner Yumino Aruka, who is taking over the exam, go back and write a review report and submit it to the Hokage building. These little brats have all taken the exam, so don't worry about the death issue." "Yes." And Anbu bowed his head helplessly and agreed. "Okay." Akihara Kagura looked at a sick man in the examination room. She was a little dissatisfied with the examiner of the third exam. She frowned and said, "Go send this man to the hospital and replace him with a healthy Jonin." Cough cough cough, "I'm fine." The examiner of the third exam, Gecko Hei-8, coughed while answering Akihara Kagura's words. He wanted to prove that his body was fine, but it proved that he was really sick. "Someone come." Akihara Kagura glanced at the Anbu who were waiting for orders and pointed at a masked purple-haired woman. "You go send this guy to the hospital. Let this guy stay in the hospital for 2 months. It really ruins the image of Konoha." The masked Anbu Yuzuki Yugeo gritted her teeth secretly. The examiner of the third exam, Gecko Hei-8, happened to be her boyfriend. She didn't expect that Akihara Kagura would dislike her before she even hosted the exam. Her boyfriend, Gecko Hei-8, was quite handsome, but he had a little illness. How could he lose the image of Konoha village? Akihara Kagura, the Hokage assistant who wants to kill people all the time, has caused Konoha's diplomatic image to lose a lot of points. But Yuzuki Yugeo has to follow the orders of her superiors. "Hey, let's go first." Yuzuki Yugeo could only stand up helplessly and help her boyfriend to the hospital. "Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first." "Ahem, it's an old problem, I can do it. Let's go." Yuzuki Yugeo took her boyfriend away. Akihara Kagura pointed to her examiner during the Chunin exam, Shiranyu Genma, and signaled him to preside over the preliminaries before the third exam, which was considered a piece of cake. "Genma, you will host it." "Yes." Shiranyu Genma could only stand up with 1,000 books in his mouth, and took the initiative to ask, "Is there anyone who wants to withdraw before the third qualifying match starts? After all, it will be very dangerous to fight alone, and even the last final exam is a battle where life is at stake." "Don't lie to them about these words." Akihara Kagura interrupted Shiranyu Genma and said indifferently, "When I participated in the Chunin exam, when I almost killed Uchiha Itachi, wasn't there someone who stopped me? Isn't the situation different now?" Shiranyu Genma felt that this was really a tough job, but he could only continue helplessly. "Well, according to convention, I still have to ask, is there anyone who wants to withdraw from the exam?" "I'll withdraw." Maruboshi Kosuk took the initiative to withdraw. Because he didn't want to be promoted, he just came to accompany Karin and Kabuto Yakashi to take the exam. Before withdrawing, the old man tried to encourage his teammates. "Come on, you will definitely pass with your strength, I'll withdraw too." Kabuto Yakashi took the initiative to raise his palm. 2 people from Karin's team dropped out instantly, and all the Jonin present couldn't help but look at her, as if they were curious whether this violent girl with glasses would drop out. However, Karin still stood there, as if she had expected her teammates to drop out. These 2 teammates were there to protect her. She could only fight on her own in the third exam, so there was no doubt that Karin had to rely on her own strength. "Let's start the draw." Shiranyu Genjian didn't waste any words. After seeing that no one dropped out, he quickly arranged the draw ceremony, and 2 names appeared on the instrument. Karin versus Hazuki. The expressions of the 2 people present immediately became good-looking. Hazuki looked in Karin's direction with some panic. He saw a flash of light on Karin's glasses, and she seemed to be very satisfied with the draw ceremony. "Isn't this another beating?" Hazuki offended Karin in the examination room of the Forest of Death and was severely beaten. The entire team was no match for Karin. Now if he was left alone, I give up. Hazuki raised his palm very sensibly. A group of Shinan cast curious glances at Hazuki. Except for the 3 members of Gaara's team, they all felt that Hazuki was a little too cowardly. Chijiro saw that Hazuki gave up so quickly, and hurriedly persuaded, Suzuki, don't back down so easily, the worst that can happen is death. Chijiro. Hazuki yelled dissatisfiedly, don't make it sound so easy, because the person who died is not you. Anyway, I am no match for that violent girl. In the audience corridor, Akihiro Kagura frowned at this scene and asked in a deep voice, can't the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village be assigned together? In this way, once their ninjas die here, they can also take the opportunity to instigate the relationship between the 2 villages. A group of Jonin cast strange glances at Akihiro Kagura. Lord Kagura Maki, the leader of the Sand Village, was a little embarrassed and asked cautiously, the Chunin exam should still ensure basic fairness, right? And cough. Kirigakure's leader Kazuna Manayu coughed and whispered, shouldn't this kind of thing be said in a low voice, at least not for us to hear? Konoha Village's Chunin exam is not very reliable. Fortunately, their 2 villages will start a war with Konoha soon, and they will no longer have to let the ninjas of the village come to such a broken place to participate in the Chunin exam. But at least these preliminaries are fair now. The second game started soon, Uchiha Sasuke versus the Unknown Mist Ninja. Although Uchiha Sasuke was deeply troubled by Orochimaru's curse seal, he still stubbornly won this victory. Unfortunately, his curse seal broke out, and Hatake Kakashi had to find a way to help his subordinates solve the problem. In the third game, Atagakure Ninja Saku vs. Aburame Shino won. In the fourth match, Kenjiro faced Chijiro. Kenjiro, the puppeteer of Sand Village, was obviously more ruthless. Chijiro had a gentle personality, but his water ninjutsu was stronger. He easily defeated Kenjiro with water ninjutsu and did not completely embarrass Kirigakure. In the fifth match, Hiruno Sakura faced Yamanaka Aino. The 2 girls from Konoha Village fought a big battle, and finally both fell to the ground with all their strength, and were simply eliminated. In the sixth match, Temari faced Tenten. This duel between female ninjas was obviously much more interesting than the previous one. Tenten's ninja tools were ultimately no match for Temari's wind ninjutsu, and she was even blown high into the sky by the wind ninjutsu. She spit out a mouthful of blood and was about to fall from the sky. Obviously, once she fell, she would be seriously injured, and even her bones might be broken. Temari looked at the girl falling from the sky, grinned a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, raised her ninja fan, and quietly waited for Tenten to fall on her fan, so as to humiliate the ninjas of Konoha. However, a vine suddenly emerged from the ground and rescued Tenten. This was the first time that Akihiro Kagura had taken action. He had never taken action before, and everyone couldn't help but look at him with some curiosity. Thank you, Lord Kagura. Might Guy showed a touch of gratitude on his face. Karin stood beside Akihiro Kagura, looking at Akihiro Kagura curiously, and also looked down at the seriously injured Tenten curiously. Lord Kagura, do you need me to treat her? Yes. Akihiro Kagura waved his hand indifferently, put Tenten on the ground, and said in a cold voice, add a temporary rule. It is not allowed to trample on opponents in Konoha Village. Only I can do this kind of thing. You are too domineering. Many people present cursed in their hearts. Originally, Maki, the leader of the Sand Village, was a little dissatisfied and wanted to have a good talk with Akihiro Kagura, but this guy seemed to be completely unreasonable. Thank you. As the direct beneficiary, Tenten struggled to open her eyes and thanked him. She had never thought that the village's Hokage assistant with an extreme personality would choose to save her. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Tenten and said nothing more. You are finally willing to save people again. Hatake Kakashi had just relieved Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal problem, and when he came out to watch the exam again, he happened to see this scene. Is there anything strange? Maybe this little guy has forgotten it himself. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi, then looked at the drowsy Tenten, and did not hide her past. 7 years ago, after I participated in the Chunin exam, I was transferred to the Anbu by the 3rd Hokage, and Danzo drove me out of the route. On the first night when I slept in the park without a home, a little girl with a bun passed by and went home to get me a blanket. Good people are really rewarded. Hatake Kakashi immediately nodded in understanding. While they were talking, the 7th exam began. Shikamaru Nara fought against Kin from the Atagakure village, and Shikamaru Nara, who had always been unmotivated. 1. The 8th exam. Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki, the two guys with the worst grades in the ninja school, had a battle of noobs, and Kiba Inuzuka lost unlucky. The 9th exam. Niji Hyuga vs. Hinata Hyuga, the son of the Hyuga branch family versus the daughter of the Hyuga main family. This was a revenge exam, because Niji Hyuga's father Hisashi Hyuga died for Hinata Hyuga's father Hisashi Hyuga, and Niji Hyuga always remembered this hatred and the shame that the main family imposed on the branch family. Even though he was born in a branch family, Niji Hyuga was still a genius who surpassed Hinata Hyuga. He easily defeated Hinata Hyuga. When he wanted to beat the Byakugan girl to death, other Jonin stopped him. Are the other Jonin going to stop me? Hyuga Niji stared at Hyuga Hinata, who was vomiting blood with hatred on his face, still immersed in hatred. Is this the special treatment given to the main family? This is not a special treatment. Hatake Kakashi felt that this child's head was a little confused, and took the initiative to say, "Have you forgotten the rules temporarily added by the Hokage assistant? Except for him, no one in the village is allowed to ravage and kill the opponent. You almost broke this rule." Okay. Akihara Kagura frowned and interrupted Hatake Kakashi's words, and continued nonchalantly, "Hyuga Niji, if you have any dissatisfaction with the main family, you can go to the route to find me." And Akihara Kagura leaned on the railing, staring at Hyuga Niji, who still had some hatred below. "The little girl named Hyuga Hinata in front of you didn't do anything wrong. You should go find the person who really did something wrong for revenge. I have also heard about your father's affairs." Akihara Kagura's words shocked everyone present. If you want revenge, you can kill the elders of the main family, kill her father, or even kill the senior staff who ordered your father to commit suicide, or you can destroy the hidden cloud village. Kagura. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes, feeling that Akihara Kagura was getting more and more outrageous. Be a little more rational. Anyway. Akihara Kagura interrupted her guidance of Hyuga Niji and continued casually, "If this world is wrong, try your best to change it. Why bother making a fuss here to embarrass this little girl named Hinata? I heard that this little girl's talent is not very good, and she must not have any status in the main family, otherwise she would not be handed over to Yuhi Kurenai, the new Jonin, to teach Yuhi." Kurenai's forehead twitched. Hyuga Hinata was already sad that her cousin wanted to kill her. Hearing Akihara Kagura's words, the little girl felt even sadder. "You're amazing." Kakashi Hatake's forehead twitched. He felt that if Akihara Kagura was not strong, he might not live long enough. He scolded 3 people with just one sentence. "Let's continue with the exam." Akihara Kagura waved his hand and continued indifferently, "I will pay attention to the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Don't interfere with other people's exams here. I want to see 2 people's blood flow like a river, not to see you waving your powerless fists to bully the weak. Maybe it's because you are a weak person yourself, so you don't have the courage to resist fate and can only bully those weaker than you." Hyuga Niji lowered his fist weakly. "Ninji is a genius." Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji's teammate, quickly stood up and wanted to clarify for his teammate, "Ninji is a real genius. You are not allowed to insult Niji." "What's the name of this little guy with thick eyebrows?" "It doesn't matter, you are eliminated." Akihara Kagura frowned and deprived Rock Lee of the qualification to participate in the competition with just one sentence. Might Guy was so scared that he immediately wanted to step forward and plead, "Lord Kagura, Lee just made an unintentional mistake. Let this child prove himself. This is him. Might Guy Jonin." Akihara Kagura glanced at Might Guy coldly and continued, "If you say one more word, I may rule here to ban Rock Lee from participating in the Chunin exam for life. I am the chief examiner of this exam." Akihara Kagura looked at everyone present coldly, not caring whether anyone would be convinced by what she did or said. "What I say is the rule." Second update: Kagura is really not a bad person. Suddenly I felt a little sorry for Kagura. Kagura is so wronged. Chapter 198. Let's discuss the Hyuga clan's rebellion. As soon as Akihara Kagura started talking, the people present dared not speak but listen obediently. Rock Lee pouted his lips in grievance, and shed tears aggrievedly. He didn't even dare to cry out loud, for fear that he would be banned from participating in the competition for life. Might Guy turned around and hugged Rock Lee. He could only shed tears aggrievedly with his disciple. He didn't dare to say anything else for fear of affecting Rock Lee's life. The 2 grown men crying together was a little unsightly. This. As a friend of Akihara Kagura, Hatake Kakashi could only walk to Kagura's side carefully. Seeing his good friend and his good friend's students crying together, he couldn't help but want to speak up and plead, "Isn't it a bit cruel? At least let this little guy participate. I know this kid works hard and is very strong, but he has never had a chance." Before the Chunin exam began, Rock Lee had a fight with Hatake Kakashi's disciple Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, who was known as a genius, was perfectly restrained by Rock Lee. Kakashi Hatake knew that Rock Lee was a hard-working kid like his friend, and he didn't want Rock Lee's efforts to go to waste, so he planned to help him. However, Kagura Akihara didn't appreciate it. First, he is questioning what I said. Kagura Akihara glanced at Rock Lee and said, "Second, with my strength, I live in fear and dare not say that I am a genius." This kid is shouting that Hyuga Neji is a genius. Is he afraid that his teammates will not be remembered and assassinated by the people of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village? Kakashi Hatake was speechless for a while. Although Kakashi Hatake had never seen Kagura Akihara live in fear, he felt that Kagura Akihara's heresy was quite right at this time. "We are allies, how could it be?" Maki, the leader of the Hidden Sand Village, waved his hands quickly, indicating that the Hidden Sands Village had no intention of targeting the genius ninja of Konoha Village. The people of Sands Village and Mist Village really watched a good show, and also saw Akihara Kagura's reckless and lawless behavior in Konoha. Akihara Kagura is too powerful. Even if Konoha really lets this guy be the Hokage, the entire Konoha will sooner or later fall apart. It's my mistake to punch the weak. Hyuga Neji looked at his teacher and good friend who were crying bitterly, and decided to give in to Akihara Kagura. "Lord Kagura, Lee was just speaking for me, and this matter should not involve him. Don't play this kind of friendship in front of me." Akihara Kagura looked at Rock Lee and Might Guy who were still crying beside him, and continued, "You are ninjas, not children. You should understand that you will have to bear the price for saying the wrong thing and doing the wrong thing. This is also a lesson for him." Hyuga Neji lowered his head weakly. "This is not Neji's fault." Hyuga Hinata coughed up a mouthful of blood and wanted to argue for Hyuga Neji. "Everything started because of the farce of your Hyuga clan." Akihara Kagura glanced at Hyuga Hinata, and then looked at Hyuga Neji who seemed to put down his fist helplessly, and said coldly, "From today on, if the Hyuga clan creates any disputes between the main family and the branch family here, no matter whether it is the branch family or the main family, I will clean up all the people with Byakugan in a clean and tidy manner, so as not to let you affect the image of Konoha Kagura." "Calm down a little bit." Hatake Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. "The Hyuga clan is the only wealthy ninja clan in Konoha, and the Byakugan bloodline limit alone is the strongest reconnaissance force in Konoha. Such words cannot be said casually. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person." After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he looked at an Anbu ninja. "Go and inform the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and tell him that it's my order. Keep quiet before the end of the Chunin exam. I will visit him after the Chunin exam." "Yes." The Anbu ninja could only convey the order helplessly. Hatake Kakashi just remained silent about this. He probably knew that Akihara Kagura wanted to use force to force Hyuga Hayashi to resolve the dispute between the branch family and the main family. However, the internal family events of the Konoha giants are not so easy to resolve. Several Anbu noticed that something was wrong and hurried to the Hokage building to inform the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, fearing that there would be some big trouble. However, Akihara Kagura did not seem to feel that there was any trouble. He just lowered his head and continued to look at all the people who were at a loss, and announced that the schedule of the preliminaries would continue. The exam continues. There are still 3 candidates left who have not participated in the battle. Obviously, one of them will be given a bye, but no one knows who will be lucky enough to win. The names of Chaji Akimichi and Toss appeared on the lottery screen in the examination room. Chaji Akimichi was no match for Toss and unfortunately lost. But he didn't expect that the one who lost in the end was the lucky Gaara. Maybe Gaara didn't need this kind of luck. Are there still so many people left? Akihara Kagura looked around at those who had passed the preliminaries, frowned and said, "Forget it, let's stop here. The third exam will be held in a month, because the leaders and nobles of other ninja villages will come to watch your competition. During this month, you should practice well. It's best to perform well then. Don't lose face for your respective villages, and don't cause trouble in the village. Otherwise, I may also disqualify you from participating in the third exam, or I may not like what you have done and just kill you directly." These Jinnan who passed the preliminaries looked at Akihara Kagura tremblingly. Disband. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal the group of guys to disperse, leaving only Karin with her side. Might Guy and Rock Lee from Team 3 were still crying. Tenten, who had recovered, could only comfort them with a headache. Okay, there are 2 Chunin exams a year. Anyway, only Niji from our class passed the preliminaries, and I didn't pass either. Lee, accompany me to continue to participate next time. Okay, Rock Lee nodded with tears in his eyes. Although he was eliminated inexplicably and failed to prove his strength, it was not a bad thing. He could accompany his teammates Tenten to continue to participate in the exam next time. Hyuga Niji stood by and remained silent. The state of Team 8 was obviously a bit weird. Aburame Shino, who passed the exam, was missing, Inuzuka Kiba was still arguing with Uzumaki Naruto, and Yuhi Kurenai was still accompanying Hyuga Hinata and was still receiving treatment. As for Team 10, only Nara Shikamaru passed the exam. However, the atmosphere in the exam room was not right. Sarutobi Asuma tactfully took his disciples away and planned to start preparing his special training for Nara Shikamaru. People from other ninja villages soon left. When Kagura Akihara was about to leave the stadium with Karin, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, came to the stadium and wanted to visit Kagura Akihara. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, learned the reason for the conflict between Niji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga in the Chunin exam, which made Kagura Akihara unhappy, and immediately took a letter from his home and rushed over. It seems you've heard everything. Akihara Kagura casually sat on a railing and looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who came over. Originally, I was planning to visit you after the Chunin exams. Now that you're here, I just ask one question: when will the farce between the main family and the branch family stop? I came here to explain to Lady Kagura. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Akihara Kagura and explained in a deep voice, the main family and the branch family are separated, and carving the mark of a caged bird on the heads of the branch families is a method passed down in the Hyuga clan for thousands of years. Hyuga Hayashi frowned and continued in a low voice, once the caged bird is not carved, the clan members will lose the Byakugan bloodline, and the Byakugan bloodline will not be able to cause major sequelae to the transplant recipients like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Seriously speaking, the system of the Hyuga main family and branch families is also beneficial to Konoha, because most of the Hyuga clan who go out on missions are from the branch family. The main family had the mark of a bird in a cage engraved on the heads of these Hyuga branch families, so they no longer had to worry about the Hyuga family's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, being taken away. If it weren't for the system, who knows how many Byakugan would have been taken away from the Hyuga family in the war, and how many troubles would those ninja villages that got the Byakugan use the Byakugan bloodline to create? Besides, there are no side effects to the Byakugan bloodline transplant. Strictly speaking, anyone can have the Byakugan transplant. Protection means? Then treat everyone the same in the future. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hinata Hayashi and continued softly, since it is a means to protect the Byakugan bloodline, add the mark of a bird in a cage to yourself in the future. Hinata Hayashi was a little entangled. This kind of thing is certainly beneficial to easing the conflict between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan, but it comes at the expense of the main family. The main family has always boasted of their noble status. If they engraved a caged bird mark on their foreheads like a slave, wouldn't it seem a little? Akihara Kagura, a high-ranking member of Konoha, was born in a Konoha orphanage. He can understand the difference between nobles and civilians too well. The main family of the Hyuga clan is a real noble, and the branch family is the guard of the main family. This is a question of status within their family and cannot be changed with just a few words. The Hyuga clan has been passed down for thousands of years. Hinata Hayashi frowned and turned into the word. He didn't want to act according to Akihara Kagura's method. Once the main family also carves a caged bird, the authority of the main family will decline. The main family has been responsible for inheriting the Byakugan for generations, and the branch family has been responsible for protecting the main family and ensuring the inheritance for generations. Wait a moment. Akihara Kagura signaled Hyuga Hayashi to pause, and explained according to his words, can I understand that the Hyuga main family wants to use the bird in the cage to control the branch family, so as to concentrate the authority of the main family and allow the branch family to be loyal to the main family forever? Akihara Kagura thought for a while, and asked curiously, why is this a bit like Uchiha? Your main family wants to concentrate the power of the Hyuga clan. Is it to fight against the high-level people in the village and resist the orders of the high-level people? Hyuga Hayashi frowned. Everyone knows that this kind of thing can't be said out loud, right? Although the main family of the Hyuga clan does control the life and death of all the branch families and can use it to fight against the high-level people in Konoha, this kind of confrontation is a game, and it can't be said just like that, right? Hyuga Hayashi realized his mistake and felt that he should not come to Akihara Kagura, but should go to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to negotiate. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a serious politician. It's just that Akihara Kagura, the genius wood-release ninja, is obviously going to become the future Hokage of Konoha, so Hyuga Hayashi still wants to pay him a visit. Unexpectedly, this guy actually showed his intention directly. However, Akihara Kagura seemed to have grasped Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts and asked, "Or are you, the Hyuga clan, concentrating your strength and want to rebel like the Uchiha clan?" Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, hoping that he could explain the relationship between Konoha and Hyuga clearly. The Hyuga clan has never thought of confronting the village leaders, nor has it ever disobeyed the orders of the leaders. The Hyuga clan is also one of the guardians of Konoha. The Hyuga clan is not a lunatic like the Uchiha clan. What's more, the Hyuga clan is far less powerful than the Uchiha clan, so where would they get the courage to confront the Konoha leaders? Even the Konoha leaders could force him, the head of the clan, to commit suicide. You don't want to go against the orders of the higher-ups, nor have you thought about rebellion, and you also want to protect the village. Akihara Kagura looked at Hyuga Hayashi, seemingly a little confused. Then why do you want to gather your strength? Are you worried about encountering an enemy that is difficult to fight? There is no need for that, the village will protect you. Hyuga Hayashi was silent and speechless. The future Hokage should not be so naive. Konoha is the harbor of the Hyuga clan, and also the biggest danger of the Hyuga clan. Once the Hyuga clan cannot gather their strength, Konoha deliberately harms the Hyuga clan in the war, and lets the Hyuga clan collectively step into the trap and die. What can the Hyuga clan do? You don't want to remove the caged bird from the Hyuga branch family, and you don't want to carve a caged bird on the head of the main family either. Akihara Kagura looked at Hyuga Hayashi and sighed. The conflict between your clan's main family and branch family has reached this point. Even the conflict that broke out today made people from other villages laugh at it. What exactly does the Hyuga clan want to do? This matter all started with Niji. Hyuga Hayashi sighed, shook his head and continued, I want to see the child Niji first and talk to him alone. Hyuga Hayashi had a letter in his hand. The letter was left by his younger brother Hyuga Hizashi. The content of the letter was that Hyuga Hizashi was willing to die for his brother, not for the so-called order of the main family. Now it's not about Hyuga Niji. Akihara Kagura spread out his palms and continued, what we need to discuss now is that the Hyuga clan refused to accept my proposal, and tried to control the life and death of all the Hyuga clan members forever, and gathered the power of the entire Hyuga clan. Is it a problem of coup and rebellion? Hyuga Hayashi felt a little pain in his forehead. He took the initiative to visit and solve the problem. It would be fine if the problem was not solved, but why was he accused of something? The third update. Today's daily update is over. Tomorrow will continue. Good night, everyone. Chapter 199, Third Hokage, you will regret it. The Hyuga clan has no intention of conflicting with the village. If the village's higher-ranking officials believe that the Hyuga clan system will bring danger to the village, the Hyuga clan can change, but the reform plan proposed by Kagura-sama is still too advanced for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi finished his statement seriously. Akihara Kagura has been putting a hat on their heads, as if hoping that this name will make the Hyuga clan change, but Hyuga Hayashi cannot agree with his advance ideas. I'd better go visit Lord Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi bowed and said goodbye to Akihara Kagura, still acting politely. The head of the Hyuga clan knew that he could not talk to Akihara Kagura anymore. Hyuga Hayashi still believed that he should be able to use the influence of the third Hokage to make Akihara Kagura give up the idea of changing the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi's idea is like those people who are desperate and clamor to see the person at the top, hoping that the person at the top can change their unfavorable situation. Please go ahead. Akihara Kagura bid farewell to Hyuga Hayashi and spread out her palms, looking very negotiable. I hope that next time, it won't be you who wants to see me. Hyuga Hayashi turned around and left without looking back. Kagura-sama. Karin looked at Hyuga Hayashi's leaving back and frowned. This clan leader has the Byakugan that can see through all enemies within a kilometer. Why can't he see the future of this world? Maybe the beauty of the future is too far away. Akihara Kagura sighed, clasped her palms and rested them on her chin. If you want to embrace a better future, you need to go through a hardship to get there. But don't worry, he will understand which direction to go in a month. Won't Hokage-sama blame you? Karin was a little worried about the blame from the third Hokage. You. Akihara Kagura shook her head and patted Karin's head. Have you forgotten the meaning of the existence of the root? The third Hokage will be a good person. Good people, it just needs the foil of villains to be more conspicuous. However, no matter what promises the third Hokage made to him, they will dissipate in a month like the wind that blows the windmill. Okay. Akihara Kagura thought for a while and said, you should practice well in this month, and don't have any problems in the third exam. There is only 1 month left for the third round of the Chunin exam. This month made all the candidates participating in the third round nervous, and every student had to practice hard. Might Guy from the third team continued to train with Hyuga Niji, the only student participating in the third exam, and Rock Lee and Tenten accompanied Niji to practice together. Hatake Kakashi from the 7th team seriously trained Uchiha Sasuke and entrusted Uzumaki Naruto to Ebisu, hoping that Ebisu could teach Uzumaki Naruto about chakra control. Shino Aburame of Team 8 has his own way of training. His companion Kiba Inuzuka can only help him find some bugs and so on. Hinata Hyuga has to go home to recover from his injuries. Shikamaru Nara of Team 10 was born in the Nara clan, so naturally someone taught him how to use the family's secret technique of shadow imitation. These little guys are working hard. Even Karin is trying hard to find the trick to practice Sage Mode. A group of root ninjas are accompanying Karin to practice together. This group of surviving Uchiha thinks that Karin has no chance of improvement, so why not try human transplant technology or something? As for Gaara of Sands Village and Shijiro of Mist Village, it goes without saying that they represent the only hope of their villages, and they also know how troublesome the opponents of Konoha Village are, so naturally they can't give up their efforts. On the other side, in the Hokage building, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen happily drank afternoon tea with Hyuga Hayashi. Because of the sacrifices made by the Hyuga clan, the village leaders promised that they would never use pressure to change the Hyuga clan, and would not even doubt the Hyuga clan's loyalty to the village, which eased Hyuga Hayashi's mood. After seeing Hyuga Hayashi leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly ordered the Anbu, go tell Akihara Kagura and warn him not to talk nonsense and threaten his fellow villagers, and not to cause internal conflicts in the village at this juncture. Yes. By the way, where's Jiraiya? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered another thing he was concerned about. Has the news from the Anbu been delivered? Jiraiya said last time, when will he be back? Jiraiya didn't want to come back, but we told him about Orochimaru's appearance in the Chunin exam, and he didn't express his attitude. In fact, Jiraiya has come back. In the past few years, Jiraiya has been looking for traces of Nagato and the Akatsuki organization outside, and he found that he seemed to have been deceived by Nagato. The Akatsuki organization does not seem to be an organization for the peace of the ninja world. It has been constantly gathering S-level rebel ninjas and even accepting S-level war mercenary missions. But if you think about it carefully, Nagato did not seem to have deceived him. Because when Jiraiya met Nagato, Akihara Kagura next to him behaved too extreme, so that Jiraiya did not ask clearly about the purpose of Nagato and the Akatsuki organization at that time, and even thought that whatever Nagato wanted to do was normal. Now it seems a little abnormal. However, Jiraiya could no longer find the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization, because the Akatsuki organization had supplemented intelligence, and with a phantom body technique that could conduct ultra-long-distance calls within the Akatsuki organization, there was no need to worry about Jiraiya's trouble. Moreover, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization could not deal with Jiraiya, because Jiraiya was also responsible for recommending Akihara Kagura to become the Hokage of Konoha Village. Once Jiraiya was solved, what if Akihara Kagura really could not become Hokage and went crazy and backstabbed the Akatsuki organization? After all, the members of Akatsuki were basically defeated by Akihara Kagura. As long as Akihara Kagura did not become the Hokage, how to deal with Jiraiya could only be stuck here. Anyway, Akatsuki could hide from Jiraiya. Moreover, without the help of Akihara Kagura, Jiraiya really could not find the whereabouts of Akatsuki, and could only wander around the ninja world, enjoying a decadent life. At this time, Konoha sent him the news of Orochimaru's appearance. Jiraiya remembered that Orochimaru had joined Akatsuki, so he simply returned to Konoha to wait for Orochimaru and try to get the news from him. As a result, the great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain asked him to go there and told Jiraiya that the child of destiny in this world might not be Nagato, and there was a new hope. This is really melancholy. Jiraiya felt that he was about to embark on a new journey again, so he simply went back to Konoha to see if he could get the news of Akatsuki by waiting for Orochimaru. Once he got the news of Akatsuki, he would go to meet Nagato again to confirm whether Nagato was the child of destiny. Result: Orochimaru hasn't been able to ambush Jiraiya yet. Instead, Jiraiya was ambushed by another little brat. On the first day Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he happened to meet Uzumaki Naruto and was attracted by the seduction technique invented by Uzumaki Naruto. When Jiraiya was assisting Uzumaki Naruto in his training, he discovered that Uzumaki Naruto had the 5 elements seal placed by Orochimaru on his body, so he helped the little guy to remove the 5 elements seal. During this period, Jiraiya realized the preciousness of this little guy Uzumaki Naruto. This child was stubborn and never knew how to give up. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto's father Minato Namikaze also left some things in Myaboku Mountain, so he tried to teach him a summoning technique. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto's performance was not satisfactory. This little brat actually summoned a tadpole. No talent at all. Jiraiya looked down at the tadpole summoned by Uzumaki Naruto, and felt deeply the gap between geniuses and poor students. The last person who practiced the summoning technique directly summoned the highest level giant toad sage in Myaboku Mountain. Is it Kagura? Uzumaki Naruto remembered the name he had seen on the summoning contract scroll, holding the back of his head and not surprised at all. Kagura is really super strong. Jiraiya thought about it and found that he couldn't deny that the disciple was indeed very strong. Although he could also cause trouble for him, he was worthy of the pride of any teacher. Hurry up and keep practicing. Jiraiya thought of this and knocked on Uzumaki Naruto's head hard, until you summon a frog. Don't lose my face. Is there such a thing as a lecherous sage? Uzumaki Naruto frowned and looked incomprehensible. Inside the Hokage building, Jiraiya and Akihara Kagura mentioned by Uzumaki Naruto are in a meeting. Because Orochimaru appeared in the Death Forest test center of the second round of the Chunin exam, this matter was too serious, and the Konoha high level had to pay attention to this S-level rebel ninja. After all, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are allies known to the entire ninja world. Orochimaru's appearance in Konoha village often means that another S-level rebel ninja Shimura Danzo is behind him, and may suddenly appear. Hatake Kakashi personally witnessed Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique in the Land of Waves, and also saw some double bloodline ninjas created by Shimura Danzo. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura and took the initiative to say, although Kagura is strong enough, we still cannot ignore the troubles of 2S rank rebel ninjas. Orochimaru was able to reincarnate the first and second Hokage, and Shimura Danzo also has more than 50 dual-blooded ninjas under his command. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and he also knew the troubles of these two people clearly. Any one of them is enough to easily destroy a small country, and even poses a subversive threat to a large ninja village. To be honest. Fortunately, Konoha has Akihara Kagura as its pillar. Otherwise, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo would directly lead their forces to sneak into Konoha, which would most likely cause a disaster that would turn the world upside down. Our most urgent issue now is whether we should check whether these allied countries participating in the Chunin exam are colluding with them. No need to worry, right? They have all signed an alliance with Konoha. The alliances are nothing more than invalid verbal agreements. Hatake Kakashi did not trust these allies, because he had personally experienced the Ninja World War. It was like this during the Ninja World War. These allies may betray the alliance at any time, and their loyalty is not what you imagined. Then deal with them as if they had betrayed the alliance. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi and said crisply, immediately interrupt the Chunin exam, determine that all people are colluding with Orochimaru, first deal with all these ninja villages in Konoha, and accuse them of colluding with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, and send a letter questioning their leaders for the crime of colluding with Orochimaru. Everyone present was silent. Even Hatake Kakashi, who didn't trust his allies, thought it was a bit too much. He scratched his head and said, isn't this method too extreme? Yes. It's impossible that all our allies will betray us, right? Besides, the Sand Village and the Mist Village are both big ninja villages. Once a conflict occurs, it is very likely to evolve into a ninja world war. This is too extreme. Nothing has been determined yet. We can't just kill these allies and start a ninja world war just because we suspect that they may be colluding with Orochimaru, right? Lord Kagura, we should be more moderate, right? All the Konoha ninjas present chose to become doves. Some hawks who originally believed that Konoha's allies might betray them immediately turned into doves after hearing the extreme approach proposed by Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura frowned, as if she didn't quite understand. This can maximize Konoha's avoidance of crisis, and we don't have to worry about whether these allies are colluding with Orochimaru. You can say that, but things can't be done this way. A group of Konoha ninjas couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. In this way, there would be no need for Orochimaru to collude with these allies to endanger Konoha, because Konoha would directly provoke the Ninja World War and become the biggest threat to the ninja world. Kagura, you can't just consider one side of the story. Sarutobi Heroes inside and picked up his pipe. This Chunin exam cannot be interrupted. It's about Konoha's influence in the ninja world. We can't let the ninja world have a cowardly impression that Konoha can't solve the crisis of Orochimaru. I believe that all of you here can solve any possible crisis. Of course, some necessary actions cannot be given up. I have sent out the Anbu to investigate these allies participating in the Chunin exam to find out if they have any information about collusion with Orochimaru. Too troublesome. Akihara Kagura frowned, still not wanting to change his suggestion. As long as Konoha can make these ninja villages surrender with lightning speed, there is no need to worry that people in the ninja world will think that Konoha is a cowardly village. We can't solve Orochimaru's troubles, can't we solve them? It's impossible for violent means to make everyone surrender. Sarutobi Heroes sighed softly. Of course, he knew that his actions might cause some hidden crises to erupt, but he couldn't provoke a ninja world war, right? Akihara Kagura shook his head and sang a different tune. Why bother about whether their souls surrender, as long as their bodies stop resisting? Okay, just do as I say. Sarutobi Heroes looked at everyone present, and then looked at Akihara Kagura. Seeing that he still seemed a little unconvinced, he continued, Kagura, follow the Hokage's order, and the root personnel should also participate in the investigation. Akihara Kagura directly gave the results of the root's investigation. The root's investigation results show that the Sand Village, the Mist Village, the Sound Village, and the Grass Village are all in collusion with Orochimaru, and must be resolutely eliminated. Do things seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe Akihara Kagura's truth. Okay. Akihara Kagura shook his head helplessly, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here, leaving only a sentence that the previous generation of root leaders often said. Third Hokage, you will regret it. Kagura, I am still the Hokage now. First update. A little late. Chapter 200, Kabuto, help me revive Kato Dan first. Kagura's ideas are too extreme. After Akihara Kagura left, the two Hokage advisors, Utane Kaharu and Mito Kato-en, immediately started nagging about the inappropriateness of Akihara Kagura. If Kagura's idea is followed, Konoha will definitely come into conflict with the major ninja villages, which will give Orochimaru and Danzo the opportunity to harm Konoha. Although Kagura is very powerful, it is inevitable that Konoha will fall into a greater crisis. This little guy is still not suitable to be the successor. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, glanced at the group of senior ninjas present, waved his hand and said, the most important thing now is to ensure the smooth progress of the Chunin exam. Everyone must be on high alert and do their best to check for strange ninjas entering Konoha. Utane Kaharu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and added, in addition, we also need to secretly investigate whether there are ninjas in the village who are colluding with Orochimaru. Orochimaru once had power and status in Konoha. It is very likely that some ninjas like Mizuki have become spies planted by Orochimaru in Konoha. What about Kagura? Mizuto Kato-en raised a question, and continued, the root ninjas around Kagura were all former subordinates of Shimura Danzo. Should we send the Anbu to guard the root base? Utane Kaharu also agreed with Mizuto Kato-en's opinion, and continued, at the beginning, Akihara Kagura proposed to kill those people. In order to avoid killing innocent people and wasting this power, he had to put these people in his root. Are these people really loyal? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a headache. Of course, if they mentioned this to Akihara Kagura would most likely propose to simply kill those dual bloodline ninjas of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, and decided to issue an order, All dual bloodline ninjas of the root are strictly prohibited from moving without permission, and are not allowed to leave the root base during the Chunin exam. Will Kagura have any opinions? Hatake Kakashi felt that the top management might not have considered the thoughts of the root leader, and took the initiative to remind him, after all, the root ninjas are his subordinates. Do you think he cares about his subordinates? Kaoru asked an irrefutable question. No one would think that Akihara Kagura, the root leader who likes killing, would care about his subordinates. Many people would not even think that Akihara Kagura would care about anyone in particular. It was only Sarutobi Hiruzen and his friend Hatake Kakashi who knew some inside information. Let's decide it this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. Everyone should be vigilant. I believe everyone can protect the village. Yes. All the Jonin immediately agreed. Neither the Konoha high-level officials nor the ninjas thought that what Akihara Kagura said was the truth, because Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were really colluding with other ninja villages. Orochimaru met with the 4th Kazekage Raza, hoping to have a good talk with Raza about the Konoha collapse plan. He took the opportunity to lead his subordinates to surround and kill the 4th Kazekage Raza, and then disguised himself as Raza to meet with the elder Yuanshi of the Hidden Mist village, and assassinated the Yuanshi neatly. Orochimaru disguised himself as Raza. Shimura Danzo disguised himself as Yuanshi. Since other people in the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Sand village had also seen the first Hokage who was reincarnated by Orochimaru, they believed that the first Hokage was enough to eliminate Konoha's strongest combat power, Akihara Kagura, and they also recognized Raza and Yuanshi's order to initiate the Konoha collapse plan. The only person who might have discovered the clues was Ao, a Jonin in Kirigakure who had once been lucky enough to obtain the Byakugan bloodline. Unfortunately, the master did not bring Ao with him because he was worried that Konoha would harm Ao, which led to the fact that Kirigakure and Sand Village did not realize that their leaders had changed. Everything went smoothly. Konoha's ninjas were still secretly investigating the people who colluded with Orochimaru. The people who really colluded with Orochimaru were discussing the final action with Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru was wearing the clothes of the Kazekage. Shimura Danzo was wearing the clothes of the master. Akihara Kagura was wearing the casual clothes of the leader of the Konoha root and looked at their clothes. How does it feel to control the power of a village? Sand Village is not that good. Orochimaru just chuckled at this. Because the power of Sand Village is really not that good, it has always advocated elite ninja education, and now it is only the weakest village among the 5 major ninja villages. Even when Orochimaru had just pretended to be the Kazekage Raza, he discovered through the documents sent to him that there were still many hidden crises in the Sand Village. The economic troubles alone could not be solved. They had to either attack Konoha to plunder resources or serve Konoha as a dog. The strength of the Kirigakure is also very poor. Shimura Danzo, the former leader of the root, disdained the Kirigakure, and was still loyal to Konoha and obsessed with the department he founded. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly, and said dissatisfiedly, "As long as you get rid of the monkey, we support you to succeed the position of the 5th Hokage. You must let me take over the position of the leader of the root again. Anyway, the root is just guarding Konoha in the dark. Don't worry." Akihara Kagura nodded and continued indifferently, "If Lord Danzo is unable to defeat the 3rd Hokage at that time, I will immediately send someone to take you back to the root, and you can calmly arrange the candidates for the root. Let Gen and Feng go back to the root with you." Danzo Shimura did not trust Akihara Kagura's words, and said in a deep voice, "They are my personal guards and old members of the root. Let them take over the root and report to me on the affairs of the root." "Okay." Akihara Kagura nodded slowly, and continued, "However, the current group of dual bloodline ninjas in the root were once subordinates of the 3rd Hokage. Now I can only guarantee the loyalty of some people, not everyone." Shimura Danzo snorted disdainfully, thinking that Akihara Kagura was not qualified to be the leader of the root. "After so many years, we can't even completely control the root. Just let Tajin and Fuu stay in the root." Shimura Danzo's original intention was not to take over the root so quickly, but to let his 2 guards investigate and monitor Akihara Kagura to prevent Akihara Kagura from doing anything in private. However, Shimura Danzo's heart suddenly moved. Akihara Kagura didn't seem to have any leadership skills. This is good. Once the plan to collapse Konoha is successful, he will become the leader of the root again, and it is even possible for him to gain more power under Akihara Kagura. The 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage will also help us. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and talked about serious matters. I will take action immediately after you leave, and arrange for the 4 Atogakure members under my command to form a 4 purple flame formation to create an isolated battlefield, and start a cage battle with the teacher. That's it. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Kagura, do you have anything to add? Nothing to add. Akihara Kagura didn't want to change anything about the plan, but mentioned an off-field factor. However, my teacher Jiraiya is back. Find a way to get rid of him. Orochimaru chuckled and put forward his own idea. Although the strength of Jiraiya has long been different from ours, there is still the possibility of creating trouble. Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura with a smile, as if he didn't care. Killing him will alert Konoha. Jiraiya is an idiot. It's easy to trick him away. I'll make up some other news to trick him out of Konoha. Okay. Akihara Kagura didn't have any objection, and continued, that's it, I still have a lot of work to do in the village. Everything is going according to plan. In Konoha village, there was a panic, and everyone was afraid of the enemy. When Akihara Kagura came back, after receiving the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't take the initiative to refute it, but asked Kabuto Yakashi to accompany Karin to practice. When Kabuto Yakashi saw Akihara Kagura, he took the lead in explaining the new information he had received. Orochimaru sent a message asking me to keep an eye on your whereabouts. Then tell him. Akihara Kagura didn't care about it at all, and continued to himself, anyway, I won't do anything extra. Everything will wait until the Konoha collapse plan is over. After that, Akihara Kagura brought up another thing. By the way, does Orochimaru know that you have mastered the impure world reincarnation technique? Yes. Kabuto Yakashi nodded and chuckled. If I can't even master this technique now, it would be too disappointing for him. That's good. Akihara Kagura nodded and started her next plan. I will give you a sacrificial material, and you use the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect one person. Resurrect which person? Kabuto Yakashi looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. A man named Kato Dan. Akihara Kagura took the opportunity to call out White Zetsuoi and ordered, Oi, go and monitor Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, lest they have any small plans. Understood. White Zetsuoi left quickly. When White Zetsuoi dived into the ground and left, Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm, chakra gathered in his hand, and a ball of white meat fell from his palm. The moment this ball of white meat fell to the ground, it turned into the appearance of a white Zetsu, which was cultivated by Akihara Kagura using the 10-tailed shell in his body. There was a hint of shock in Kabuto Yakashi's eyes. This is what I cultivated using chakra. Akihara Kagura taught Kabuto Yakashi step by step. First, transplant Hashirame's cells into its body to enhance its life force, and then use it as a sacrifice to resurrect Kato Dan. Okay. Kabuto Yakashi nodded slowly, and couldn't help but ask curiously, is there anything special about this person named Kato Dan? Nothing special, right? Akihara Kagura thought for a while and continued, the village leaders recently think that I am not suitable to inherit the position of Hokage. Sensei Jiraiya will definitely refuse to take over, but there is another suitable person who may become Hokage. Who is more suitable than you? Tsunade, the last of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Akihara Kagura said the name, but continued with some indifference, actually, it doesn't matter if she becomes Hokage. The position of Hokage can be hers, but I must let Tsunade, the future Hokage, understand that without me, the Hokage can't do anything. Sama Tsunade. This name is really well known to Kabuto Yakashi. When any medical ninja learns medical ninjutsu, he cannot avoid Tsunade's name, because she is the one who truly pioneered the system of medical ninja. Yes. Akihara Kagura looked at Kabuto Yakashi and continued, the Kato Dan whom I asked you to resurrect was once Tsunade's lover. Although you resurrected Kato Dan, I think Tsunade will most likely put the blame on Orochimaru, and let Tsunade-sama concentrate on finding trouble with his old friend in the future. And maybe I'll be able to use that senior Kato Dan soon. Akihara Kagura chuckled and continued, maybe, I can save your life and Orochimaru's life by then. I remember. Kabuto Yakashi glanced at the white Zetsu sacrifice beside him, nodded and asked, but what are you going to do now? Aren't you going to accompany Karin? Akihara Kagura shook her head and said softly, now I'm going to the Namen Hall left by the Uzumaki clan in Konoha village and take something from there. Kabuto Yakashi still didn't quite understand. However, Kabuto Yakashi didn't ask any more questions. For Kabuto Yakashi, it was enough to know that Kagura Akihara would not sacrifice himself. After all, The psychological shadow left by Kagura Akihara when she saved him and Nono was too great. A month passed in a flash. The tense atmosphere in Konoha village was not transmitted to the contestants participating in the third round of the Chunin exam. They were still training hard, fearing that they would lose if they made a mistake. Under the guidance of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto finally used the Nine-Tails chakra in his body to successfully summon Gamabunta. Unfortunately, Jiraiya did not continue to guide him in his training. He left after hearing some news about Orochimaru. Niji Hyuga successfully mastered the Hyuga clan's Kaiten with the company of Rock Lee and Tenten, but the process was a bit dangerous and he was almost kicked by Rock Lee. Others also gained something. Karin did not successfully master the Sage mode, but she completely mastered the curse seal given to her by Kagura Akihara and activated the second form of the curse seal mode. You have done very well. Kabuto Yakashi stood beside Karin and clapped softly. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the dual bloodline ninjas of the root not to leave the root base without permission, only Kabuto Yakashi could accompany Karin to practice. With the arrival of nobles from other countries and leaders of major ninja villages, as well as the arrival of heavyweights such as the 4th Kazuka Draza and the elder Yuanshi of the Hidden Mist village, the third round of the Chunin exam selection tournament has also come to the day of its start. Welcome to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and held his pipe in his mouth, sincerely welcoming the two leaders of the big ninja villages to Konoha. The ninjas from the 3 ninja villages gathered together. This is a grand occasion that has not happened in the ninja world for a long time. The last grand occasion can be traced back to the first 5-Cage conference hosted by the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was not easy for his generation to meet the two. He, the elder Yuanshi of the Hidden Mist village, just laughed, but his smile was not a smile. Maybe this will be the last time we meet. Second update. There's still one chapter left. I'm going to eat first. The opening drama is about to begin. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.